You still fiddling with your mic?
Are we unmuted now? Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
This is going great so far.
Yeah, Jesse's still fiddling with his mic. That's the first time Jesse's ever had to raise a mic up.
And it's very exciting for me to be this high up.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to Pod4Good's second annual celebratory live stream. Hit it, Oliver. Hit the button. Hit it. Thank you.
I assume. I don't know.
Yes.
We can't hear the sound
No,
effects.
we can't hear anything because I don't like forcing people to wear headphones when they don't need to.
Yeah.
And there's already enough. You guys can't see it, but there's a lot of cords down here.
Yeah.
So, and eventually I'll get this microphone in a position where it actually works. So,
I actually hope that he keeps fiddling with it like the whole time.
Yeah. Also, like, yours is covering your entire face. So let's lower that down. There we go. And then scoot that up. Yeah. Professional podcasters is what we are.
Hey.
So, good morning to the three people watching for our hopefully only 3 to 4 hour long anniversary live stream.
Maybe longer. Who knows?
Yes, while we raise money for two nonprofits in town who are helping with the resettlement of Afghan refugees who have been sent to Tulsa.
Our Afghan neighbors.
Our Afghan neighbors, as Aliyah Shimi and Rabbi Dan Kamen, and later Rev Chris Moore, we'll refer to them as, because they are our neighbors. There's really no reason, and they're not technically refugees either, so we shouldn't call them that.
Exactly.
We've got a lot of guests today.
Yep.
And as per usual, even though I gave myself lots of time to set up, it was still a hectic rush to get us live. So, but everyone know I'm doing okay. Everyone who I've spoken to this week, who has probably been concerned about my emotional state, I'm good.
He's not doing well.
Hey Oliver, can you put up our names?
Oh yeah, names. Ah.
Yeah, we get to see it.
Fancy.
We would like to bring on, as the fairy pod mother of Pod4Good, Marcia Bruno Todd. Marcia, will you join us?
An excellent title.
Yes. I had a much more complicated nickname, to which Michelle was like, it's pod mother. I'm like, God, so simple.
Yeah.
So beautiful. Come on in. We don't have fancy ways of disappearing the screen for you to sit down and come back.
So do we want to start immediately with the Box of Doom, or do we want to ease into that?
Oh, well, first we should explain the Box of Doom.
Ah, yes. So, as the people who read our Facebook page know, we are raising money. And one of the ways we are doing that is we are allowing people to donate to make us do things we don't want to do. So, I have collected various things. So Jesse has a lot more food Achilles heels than I do.
That's true.
But I did find some of my own. I will say the ones I have a greater aversion to. Jesse has an aversion to a lot more things.
That's true.
So I'm going to reveal what some of these exciting things are. And maybe some of our guests will join us for some of them too.
Okay.
They didn't know that going into this.
They didn't.
So
and I didn't tell them.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
This is a trap. Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
These are tall chairs.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with some fun ones. So as I said, because I have really only one significant food Achilles heel, I really didn't want to do it.
And product placement for research.
Oh, yes.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. But I did. I got Best Choice mayonnaise. I hate mayonnaise above everything else. And I went even worse by getting Best Choice mayonnaise.
Because it's not the best choice.
No, it's not.
But listen. There's been some times when I had a few dollars in my pocket. Nope, I've never bought Best Choice mayonnaise.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
I can't even make that one work.
So
I'm sorry.
yes, people can donate.
What should we set the amount at?
Yeah,
And for
okay.
how long?
So this is we need to.
Are you just gonna eat it like with your finger? Are we gonna put it on a bagel?
There's some spoons. Over
Okay.
there.
Is it okay that it's not refrigerated? Is this a
No,
problem?
mayonnaise doesn't have to actually be refrigerated.
You sure about that?
Once you open it, it's supposed to be, but this is
Oh, it hasn't been opened
unopened,
yet, okay.
So it's okay.
And
This sounds like a trap.
do you feel the same way about a Miracle Whip as you do about mayonnaise?
Yeah, it's all gross to
Okay.
me.
All right.
It's all gross.
All right.
So this one is more of, this one anyone could do. It's just sort of a fun and interesting unpleasant thing to do. It is a tube of wasabi paste.
Ooh.
So
That's doable.
Like
That's
the
doable.
entire tube?
not an
Or just-
entire
okay.
tube, but just
That's
like a good
to cleanse
solid
the
dollop.
sinuses.
Yeah, listen,
Of
if
wasabi
people want to
paste,
donate
doable.
money, I will do that like every 5 minutes. So,
Some escalating in slightly more painful from wasabi. We've got some fresh jalapenos.
all right.
You take some bites of fresh jalapenos. And beyond that, some fresh habaneros. I didn't go beyond habanero.
Thank you.
No Scotch bonnets.
No Scotch bonnets, but I did
Okay.
do habaneros. Okay.
Because then poor Oliver would be tearing up and
Yeah,
he can't run the,
that's
you know, the
true.
stream.
Yes,
with this.
and
Can Oliver participate?
I suppose
If he wants to.
he wants to.
We need to do it. We need to get a consent form from
Weird-
his parent.
like for some reason, my sister's side of the family does not have the sort of extroverted need of attention that my side of the family does. So I don't know if he wants to appear on
I
camera,
think you
but
suppressed it.
I will tell him that I will say this once. You should subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Ah,
There you go. You happy now?
what is his YouTube channel?
What is it again?
Orange juice jelly.
Orange Juice Jelly is the name of his YouTube
All
channel.
right, okay.
So,
Orange juice jelly.
Yes.
So now we get into one of Jesse's favorite things.
Uh-huh.
We have got a chocolate chip bagel. Jesse
God,
loves
gross.
sweet bagels.
Gross.
Loves sweet bagels.
It's like dessert hummus.
I should have gotten dessert hummus. We could have put that on the
It's-
bagel.
They're saying no one likes it. It's like really bad.
Yeah.
What's like the stuff you put like on top of a cake?
Frosting?
Yes, it's like really terrible frosting.
Okay, good
Like
to know.
not the right consistency
Yeah.
for frosting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right.
I did a hummus taste test. You can find it on the internet somewhere.
This is a sort of bad angle for me, but that's all right. Here, do you want to grab the
Oh,
other
there's
handle?
wait. There's
Oh,
more.
wait,
There's more. There's more.
There's
oh my
more.
god.
There's
it's so heavy.
more.
There's more.
I don't know what I volunteered for
Yep,
this.
okay.
Cool.
So let's do another one that Jesse will love.
So more importantly, how does this relate to supporting our community?
Because
I just wanna make
because
sure I
Chris and I
understand.
Chris and I are dancing clowns that will dance to help nonprofits.
Yes.
Make Tulsa better.
Right.
That's how we give back.
So maybe somebody.
And we learned it from you.
So maybe,
Thank you.
Maybe
So thank
somebody,
you so much.
goes on and donates $20 and then jumps on the message and says, "Hey, I want to see Jesse eat a chocolate chip bagel with strawberry cream cheese on it."
Oh wow.
So I'm sorry. That's gonna at least be $100.
Come on,
So,
Jesse.
I'd like to
Come on.
donate this money to
Yeah.
support our community, and specifically, what's the cause? One more.
It's both for the Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry and Congregation B'nai Amunah, who are helping with resettling our new Afghan neighbors. So hiring caseworkers, leasing apartments, clothes, diapers, house supplies, all those sorts of things is what they need.
Yeah.
So
So our new Tulsans need help.
Yes.
Let's
Yes.
make Jesse
The-
suffer.
Yes, or me,
the,
but
do-
mostly
the
Jesse.
donate link is down here. We were trying to raise $4,000
Oh, wait,
because
wait.
Pod4Good.
Yeah,
so
that's
here,
good.
here, wait,
Uh-huh.
here, there we go.
There.
Down there.
There.
So I got some beer from Jesse's favorite brewery.
Oh Lord.
Well, it's one of your favorites.
Okay.
So this is a double IPA.
Okay.
So beer. It is. Time is it? 11 a.m.
Yeah.
We don't have to
In the
start with
morning?
beer.
I mean, it's okay. Like, there's no judgment. A
Yeah.
little judgment, but there's no judgment.
We don't have to start with beer. Oh, and also, Jesse, I did get you a sour beer
Of course
as
you did.
well.
Everyone should see my sour
Wait,
beer
do we
face,
have
so.
What?
a donation?
Oh, goodness. So somebody wants you to sing a song out of your range.
That's every song.
All right. Do we have a particular? Okay. So
Well,
this, was this somebody from? This was somebody
Is it
from,
from
your
T-Pain?
Star Trek.
It's from my
right?
Star Trek group, so I will give.
What's a Star Trek? Oh,
I will give him a couple songs from the Enterprise theme. How about
See,
that?
in my
I
mind, I thought,
like that, but what about from the I am a the damn it. Yeah, no, I'm doing a great job here. It was from one of the Star Trek movies. The
nope.
song when Data goes crazy.
The Lifeform song?
No.
Like scanning for life forms? No?
no,
Not that song?
No, because this is like from a musical. It's not an actual Star Trek.
Okay. Wait. It's not from an actual Star Trek thing, but it has data
No,
in
it's
it.
in a Star Trek movie, but they're not singing a Star Trek song.
Gotcha.
They're singing a song from a musical. I think, is it from...
That's a
Oh,
reach,
is it Blue
Chris.
Skies? Like Data singing Blue Skies? All right. Listen, if it occurs to you...
It will
yeah.
eventually.
To answer you,
Tomorrow.
Jeff, we'll get to it.
Yes. I say do
Oh,
it
yeah,
immediately.
listen. Okay,
okay.
Mindy, you're going to get that. But first, Oliver, can you play what is labeled Best Video Ever, please?
I have a feeling this is going to be absurd right now.
Now, the most important question for you, Amelia. If you had to guess who you think is your mom's favorite, me or Chris, who would it be?
That's so silly.
Okay. First, not to be rude. What type of question is that?
I don't know who came up with that question.
Yeah.
It sounds very self-centered.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that mom only does one impression, and it's like I believe it's the only right impression that she does of people, and that is Jessie.
Yes.
Here today, we were
I have got to see this Jesse impression.
Yeah.
You were-
First of all, I didn't know you did an impression of me, so now I'm very curious. But so that was one of the greatest moments of my life.
I can't. I cannot. I'm not prepared.
So with that, Mindy, we will now just stare at Marcia until she does her impression of me.
Yes.
Let's hear. I've been waiting a year for this.
No, it's not a good one. It's not.
Is it just real like nebbishy? Like is it just like a Larry David impression?
It's more just being very short.
Oh, just like height wise. So it's an ableist joke.
I don't know what you need
It's an
to do.
ableist
Like,
impression.
wait, well, I don't know. Like that's basically it.
All right, listen. I mean,
I don't know. Like
Mindy, I hope that was worth the money you donated. So, but it's me talking like this real quick. So.
basically that. I feel bad. You can't put me on the spot like that.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Maybe
After
later.
the IPA at 11
Yes.
a.m.
There you go.
So,
I do want to
yes.
show one more. This is a very special lunch that I got for Jesse.
Okay.
He's going to be really excited about it.
Lord. Oh my.
Pineapple on a pizza.
And
Frozen.
bacon and Canadian
Canadian
style bacon.
bacon
So,
and so
now,
this is
not only is it
Jesse's
unkosher.
favorite combination here.
Yeah, I like many people in the world find pineapple on a pizza to be a sin against humanity. So
Speaking of sins against humanity, one horrible thing that I got for myself to drink.
yes,
Some of you may know that I can be a bit of a beer snob.
what? No.
So I got myself Bush's non-alcoholic beer, which was the grossest
Fantastic.
thing I could find.
Oh,
at
Bush
Reese's.
nah. It's no. You're saying it wrong.
Bush.
Bush nah. Bush nah.
Nah.
Bush nah.
So, I guess this we could drink before 11. It's
That's true.
non-alcoholic.
Yeah, it's just weirdly flavored water.
Yeah. And Jesse, I did get some actual drinkable beers.
Okay,
If
good.
At some point, we need to wash out.
Yeah, it would be nice to not just suffer through this 4-hour long live stream. So
Oh, and by the way, this is the sour I got for you. It is rainbow sherbet flavored sour.
dear Lord. Okay. All right.
So
well,
yeah, there's some fun stuff here that we can force each other to do.
Jeff wants to know how long the pizza's been in the bag.
Oh no, I got it today. It
Yeah,
has
I
not
got
been
this
that long.
morning.
But it will be probably fully thawed out by lunchtime. So not only will it not be good, it'll probably be kind of
Like
floppy when you cook it.
Oh wait, I was gonna say, are we
I'm
gonna
not
cook
gonna
it first?
eat it raw.
Okay, that'd be
Not a
nice.
Monster.
Is this going to be a very interesting zoomed in for the people that like the sound of things? Are you
Oh,
going to be eating and
Is it
chewing?
ASR? No, what is it?
ASMR?
ASMR.
Yeah.
That's
I'm eating and chewing, and then
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah,
a heavy bag.
if anyone has some cat toys they would like us to just like crinkle in front of
Just
the
like,
microphones, we are happy to do that. Also, we'd like to
Is it
thank.
Star Trek Insurrection, maybe? Was it that?
Well, I think one of the commenters was talking about. Where was it? Where was the comment?
And real quick, just as a fun joke, so if what you're waiting on is that my daughter's referring to how Jesse says my name, and that's my impersonation of Jesse. And he's like, listen, Marcia, listen, Marcia. It's really quick. And my daughter laughed. That's what that is. Your whole year, I hope it was worth it.
It was worth it. It made me very happy. I'm not
It's
gonna
like
lie.
William Shatner
Yeah.
and some sort of cartoon at the same time.
Like the animated Shatner.
Yeah.
So, all right, listen, I'm okay with that.
See, he says, listen,
All right.
before every major statement.
Oh, God, how can I forget this? This is from one of my favorite Star Trek movies.
Right.
Okay.
I thought you would, because we joke about this all the time.
We do. The context of what wasn't right. So,
Michelle literally just texted it to me.
all right. I'm gonna have to have one of those sour beers first. So we will get to it.
You sing,
Yes.
Before you sing that.
Yeah. Also, my my other nephew donated money, wanting me to drink a sour beer. So.
Do you want to start with that?
Well, first we should introduce our first guest
Oh,
who is
okay,
here.
yeah.
But we're actually gonna have to pause for a second because we still haven't gotten the camera angle set up for the fourth person. So, unless Marcia wants to take a break for 5 minutes.
Or
Oh, I can take a break. There's no problem. But anything major you want me to say as I come in? Because I'll be the popping in and out throughout the time.
I mean, you can just tell us if you know, the world's still okay out there. I guess.
the answer is pretty much going to be no.
Yeah. I mean, it did supposedly freeze overnight, right?
The world or hell?
Either one.
Either way, I just want to first off shout you both out. It's phenomenal. Just a quick little, just proud pod mother story real quick is just the fact that this started with both of you having ideas to better serve Tulsa, and you got to learn from a bunch of different nonprofits, and you're like, they're not telling their story the way they could, and you wanted to use your own natural talents of advocating and amplifying people's perspectives and voices on podcasts, and you're providing a free service that's a service that's amplifying the mission for many organizations. And if you are interested in all of these amazing interviews that have happened over the last 2 years, I strongly encourage, number one, if you're a nonprofit, follow up with, would they be like the Podfathers? I don't know.
I like Podfathers.
Follow
Yeah.
up with them if you want to advocate and highlight your mission and organization, how you best serve Tulsa, because we all need some good news, and I love that their cause is that. And two, if you are a person that is just, I've got all this extra money lying around. What do I need to do with this? I don't know. Number one, donate today, because it's important for every new Tulsan as we're supporting our new Afghanistan neighbors here, but also long-term in sustaining the impact of Pods for Good as we can continue sharing the good news, donating to Jesse. He pronounces his name 2 different ways every time I see him.
That's true.
Ulrich, parentheses, silent S.
I like
Anytime.
Ulrich.
Ulrich, yeah.
Ulrich.
Yeah, just like make
That's
it
another one, Ulrich.
Yeah, just make it as German sounding, because
Yeah.
if you also want to annoy me at the same time.
Oh,
so.
okay, Jesse Ulrich. It is. Please, and I appreciate this, and I want to shout them. They're silly, but this silliness
silly.
is always for a good cause. So
Yeah.
thank you for being here.
Yeah, we're class clowns for justice.
Class clowns for justice.
That's our new tagline.
Okay.
We're getting that on a shirt.
I'm gonna
All right.
pop out so you can have your next very, very interesting guest.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Oliver, play the Leadership Tulsa video.
For me, Leadership Tulsa means that I get to be in the company of those leaders. I get to listen, I get to learn.
Being at the table of leadership in Tulsa, because I believe in the city, I believe in people in Tulsa.
Where are you at right now as a person? What are you looking for? Are you looking for deep, hardcore development as a leader? Or are you looking to build your network?
I needed to do more to develop my own leadership skills and my own social network beyond social networks online.
I'm a huge advocate that your education is never complete.
Leadership Tulsa offers opportunities for continuous learning for us to grow and become better leaders.
It's helped me to learn, grow, and network and get to know so many different people.
I met such a diverse group of people through my class.
It gives you a well-rounded approach on how you can give back and be a better person in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
If anyone is at all thinking and considering applying for Leadership Tulsa, hear me out, do it. It is worth it.
It's Leadership Tulsa, you'll find your next best friend, you'll find the next organization that you really believe in.
The path and the experiences and the journey you're going to be a part of with Leadership Tulsa is incredible.
Don't feel like it's not for you, because it is.
All right. So, the OBS streaming software. I just need to resize some videos. But we are very excited to have, as our first guest on our second anniversary live stream, Austin Lindsay from the This Is Tulsa podcast. Austin, how you doing?
Hey, Jesse. Doing well.
Are you taking a picture of us watching our stream?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. That was very meta. So.
Well, I'm going to post it to a meta stream, so it works out. Is it being called that yet?
The meta stream? Not yet.
Well, soon.
Austin, this is Chris. Chris, Austin.
We met.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
While I was dealing with the thing.
We're official Facebook friends now.
All right,
so.
excellent. Excellent.
Jesse.
Oh, all right, here we go. It's 11:30. Today's going to be great.
Look directly in the camera as
all right,
you take
camera,
a drink here.
look at me. All right, here we go. God. Don't like sour beers, but I'm thirsty. No, it's not good. The second time either. Okay. I can see how people would like it. I just don't. Unlike sweet bagels, which I don't know why anyone likes. Anyway.
They're good. Okay, somebody just okay.
Just donated. I want Chris.
Oh, son of a.
Listen, you asked for it.
I did ask for it.
And by the way, that's Chris's wife, Nora. Nora, we love you. Thank you. First, we should see how much you donated, though. For the size of the spoon dog.
Yeah, that's a good point. That'll depend on the amount.
You check on that, and I will ask Austin a question.
What's the beer you're drinking there?
This is Prairie's Rainbow Sherbet.
Oh, okay. I haven't had that one.
It's
a good beer.
sour ale with rainbow sherbet flavors.
Okay.
So it's honestly, as far as sour beers go, it's not bad.
Dang it.
So
I should have gone for like a really, really brutally sour one.
yeah, well, you chose the wrong brewery. You should have gone with
American Solera.
Yeah, American
I did
Solera.
not see a lot of American Solera options at Reese's.
American Solera
That
is
was my
really
bad.
good at making beers that I personally do not like. Even though I love the company, love their space, but their sours and IPAs are just the exact opposite of what I'm looking for.
I think that's what they pride themselves in, right?
Yeah.
Being just a little different than the regular beer
Yeah,
experience.
yeah. And I feel like there's a way to make beers different without going like crazy with them. And I feel like sometimes American Solera goes
God.
just like, let's make a super duper IPA beer. What?
She donated $200.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
To make me do 2 full spoonfuls.
Nora, we love you.
All right. I guess I need to go get a spoon over there.
First, let's talk to Austin for a little bit, and then we will do it.
I gotta
as a-
warm up.
as
I'm
a-
gonna
yeah.
need to get a drinkable beer.
Yes, get yourself a drinkable beer.
Yeah.
So Austin, how many episodes of This Is Tulsa are you on right now?
We just did number 20 with Billy Sims
nice.
a week or two ago, which was kind of funny because he was number 20. That was his Heisman number.
Yeah.
So number 20 was Billy Sims. And then we've recorded about 5 or 6 more. So should be doing number 21 this weekend.
Very nice. And so, I mean, I know your story, but tell our viewers the story of why you decided to start this podcast and your sort of history with Tulsa.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm pretty new to Tulsa. My wife and I, we grew up in Oklahoma City, and we moved here to Tulsa about 3 years ago. And it's kind of sad. Before we came to Tulsa, we didn't know much about. All we knew was we didn't even know it was called Green Country. We knew that, had some cool local things, but we didn't know too much about it. But anyway, when we came here about 3 years ago, we began to fall in love with entrepreneurial spirit. The people here, Green Country, began to make some cool connections. And so earlier this year, I decided, well, what if I can go on a journey to try to meet some more of these people and talk to some of the small business owners, leaders, people in the community. And so I started the podcast, April of this year, called This Is Tulsa. Here's our little logo.
Yeah, he's already got merch. He's doing a much better job than I am. So.
Yeah, This Is Tulsa, and it's just me it started out as just me wanting to talk more to the community and hear the stories. I've been fascinated by stories. But then it grew into the people I would talk to that said, man, you got to talk to 2 or 3 other people. Let me introduce you to and hear their story as well, too. So it's just been growing until all of a sudden this last one, Billy Sims and his PR people, they reached out to me for this last one and said, hey, we're doing a new restaurant in Tulsa. Would you like to talk to Billy Sims? And I was like, yeah. Let me talk to my assistant and see if I can schedule that in. But no, it's just been fun how it's grown just organically. Been mostly on Instagram. That's been mostly where the community is and the connection is, and some email lists as well too. But anyway, it's been been fun to talk to people I wouldn't have talked to otherwise, and getting to see more of the Tulsa scene. So,
I mean, definitely one of the reasons Chris and I thought this would be a good idea was it was a chance for us to meet the people doing awesome stuff in town, and like instead of just like trying to corner them at an event, like, give them the space to sort of talk about why they care about Tulsa so much, and because there's a lot of passion here, and it's a big small town where you're really one person off from the person you want to talk to if you're trying to reach somebody. And that's both great from a networking standpoint and too great from a sort of building nonprofits and building positive momentum sort of perspective. So
100%.
But I'm starting to like this beer, not gonna lie. It's growing on me.
Dang it. All right, well, next it's definitely going to be the double IPA because there's no way he's going to like that.
There's no way, no. There's only one IPA I've ever liked, and that was a black IPA, which those breweries have not made their way to Oklahoma yet. So,
Dead Armadillo does one every once in a while.
If only
they call it black hops.
They do call it black hops.
Yep.
Do you have any questions for us, Austin, since we are both interviewers?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I'm used to being the interviewer as well, too, typically.
It's very unnerving to be on the other side of having to be like, oh, crap, I have to answer this question instead of just coming up with a cool question.
Yeah, because Jesse hates talking about himself.
Yeah, Chris is one to talk. Anyway. Okay, if people want to donate money to make one of us not talk for a series of minutes, that is also on the table.
Oh.
So it might make the live stream incredibly awkward, but we're willing to do it.
Yeah, because I'm sure the other one of us can't talk to make up for it.
Hit it, Oliver.
What? Are you muting me?
No. That's the DJ air horn.
So
this is who played.
Air horn.
Yeah. So what have you, like, I've had some very, like, loose training on how to do interviews, but I'm wondering how you, like, sort of figured out how you approached it and, how to get, people are always a little hesitant at first. Like, how do you break through that yes or no desire to answer to get people to actually sort of open up?
Yeah, so really the biggest hump was getting past that first episode. That was rough. I go back and listen to it now. I'm like, whew. I do a lot of editing to make myself not sound so stupid.
As do I.
Okay, so next, but I'd say, after probably 25, 26 now, it does help. You're kind of balancing two things at once. You guys know this. You're thinking, I need to pay attention in real time because if they're going on something interesting, I want to continue to press into that. On the other hand, if they just stop all of a sudden, can you keep the flow with another question? Mm-hmm. So you're like trying to balance these two things at all times. And sometimes I start thinking too much about the next question and I miss what they're saying in real time. And so you're always just trying to balance that. I will say some have been, like Billy Sims was incredibly easy. Like I feel like we could have been friends. Like he was literally just a really easy guy to talk to, makes you laugh.
That's awesome.
And then some other ones have been like one-word answers, and it's kind of hard to draw it out. I think some people are just nervous, at the beginning, and so if you can make them feel comfortable, if you can learn, like you said, not to ask yes or no questions, but how to ask more leading questions, and then get them past that nervousness. I can think of one really difficult one. About halfway through, all of a sudden, it went from really short answers to finally started laughing and showing their true personality, and then they're really funny. They just were nervous about doing something like a podcast. So
yeah, I try to come up with like sort of basic questions to start with, so that if I have to cut those like first two questions, we can while we're trying to get them warmed up. But I mean, Chris and I usually just make at least one or two inappropriate jokes early on, just to show people we're not serious people.
Yeah.
Again, class clowns for justice.
That's right.
Hashtag class clowns 4 justice. Someone hashtag that for me. Get on it, internet. I'm busy.
What
drinking
was
this beer. It was hashtag class clowns 4 justice.
So do you want them to write out the number 4?
Yes, use the 4, just like...
No, the number 4 or write out the number 4?
Oh.
Write out the digit 4.
Oh, you got a question from the audience?
Yes.
What type of guests are you looking for This Is Tulsa? Mostly businesses or... Yeah.
Yeah, good question. Because that's actually where we have, I guess, some overlap too, which has been pretty neat to see what you guys have been doing for a lot longer. But there's really 4 things. So entrepreneurs, small business owners, even large business owners, but yeah, business owners that are related here to Tulsa owned and operated, as opposed to chains and stuff like that. leaders, local leaders, like on the school boards or, councilmen, councilwomen, other people of influence in the community. And then the last thing would be creative. So we've had some artists, musicians. Baron Ryan, he's a very famous native Tulsan who's a phenomenal pianist, jazz, like everything creator. Anyway, he's doing really cool stuff. So had creatives on there as well too. Cool. So really those 4 things: business owners, entrepreneurs, creatives, and local leaders. So.
We need to get our friend Steve Cluck on your podcast. He's
That's
always
true.
great. He's often called Mr. Tulsa. He actually made these
designed
shirts.
both of our shirts. So thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I got No Hate in the 918. And you got Vaccinate the 918.
Yep.
So he makes all kinds of great. He sort of started the Don't Hate the 918 craze. So he'd be a great guest for you.
Well, I mean, like Jesse was saying, I've known about him and followed his Instagram page and seen all his shirts in the community. It's just like you said, it's like you're one connection away.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Whenever I want to know somebody, I'm like, well, just gotta wait. Could be next week or in a few months. I'll have that one connection that will connect me. So maybe you guys are the connection to Steve Cluck.
Once you're connected to him, you're basically already connected to everyone.
It's
in
kind
Tulsa.
of kind of true. Yeah, between him and Marcia, like I'm one connection away from almost everybody in town.
That's right.
So
that's awesome. Let me ask you guys some questions.
Sure, go for it.
Because you guys probably don't get asked a lot of questions, I guess, as well, right?
We have to stop talking. We have to stop talking for some people to ask us questions. So it's true. It doesn't happen that often. Hit us.
Well, what's interesting is like my personality. I'm more of a serious guy. I would love to be like a class clown, but I feel like that's something really unique that you guys have of having the humor part of it to cut the tension, Yeah. But have you guys always from like day one had the same interview style and the same format, or if you go back and listen to the first few episodes, is it quite a bit different?
I mean, I would say we've gotten better at it, but we've already.
We got a spoon popping up out of nowhere.
The spoon just magically appeared there.
I won $1 million.
Yeah.
Close.
No.
I think part of it is that, especially when we are interviewing people that we already have like a long-standing relationship. So we started with. Our listeners will know Marcia Bruno Todd, our fairy pod mother, somebody that both Jesse and I had a long-standing relationship with. So it made it easy to have kind of humor and stuff in that because it felt like just a regular sort of conversation. I think in the early years, there are kind of dips here and there when we try to interact with people that we didn't really know and just sort of wanted to meet and get to know, where sometimes the humor is a little tougher, maybe feels a little forced, but I think we've gotten to the point now where we can probably pretty quickly build a rapport with almost anyone we interview.
I mean, for example, a recent episode with Elizabeth Ellison from the Loback Taylor Family Foundation, who Chris and I have never met in person. We were all 3 remote, and I feel within like 5 minutes she felt free and she felt less stiff than I feel like most people would that early in an interview. And I think that's just because Chris and I. Again, we're not intimidating people. And we don't look or sound intimidating. And I feel like that makes us a little easier because we're not journalists and we're not out to get people. We're out to, you'll pretty soon realize that we're just trying to give you space to say why you're doing what you're doing. And I feel once people realize that, they open up a little bit.
And we do try to find usually like some small thing that we can connect with and maybe chat about and joke about. In that example Jesse was talking about, I watch Top Chef a lot, and our guest with her son was actually on Top Chef Family. So we were able to use that as sort of a not super important in the grand scheme of things.
I saw.
To sort of like chat about that first, and then we could get into serious stuff. I mean, there was a whole section of our podcast last year where we were just calling it Pod for Sad because it felt like everything we were talking about were, sad, deep, dark topics. We tried to inject humor here and there to lighten it up as we could, but sometimes there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Someone who may be related to you asked, how do you get that hoodie that you're wearing?
Is that my wife?
Possibly.
Who is it?
Put it back up on screen.
Alyssa Stewart.
Alyssa Stewart.
Alyssa Stewart, Lindsay. Yep. That's my wifey. Shout out.
Yeah.
Hey, wifey.
I like how your wife is trying to help you make more money. His wife is trying to make him eat mayonnaise. My mother-in-law is trying to get me to eat a sweet bagel. So I think that shows how our relationships work in life.
Yep.
So. Love you, Nora. So I can't tell what that emotion was, Oliver. So, but so how, give us your deets. Where's your podcast? How do you buy your merch? All that kind of stuff.
Nice. I get to give my own shout out.
Yeah.
This is TulsaPodcast.com is our website. We just got 2.0 up, so it's got a lot more features and stuff going on there. But has the whole online store. It will redirect to our Etsy page where we have these hoodies. We have like 6 to 7 different colors. Nice. We have T-shirts. We have backpacks. We have computer cover sleeves. We have tank tops. All kinds of different stuff. The easy way is if you follow us on mostly on Instagram, but also there's a Facebook page. But both of those places, you can click the little link tree, and then you can go on there, and there's a link straight to the merchandise, and check out the podcast, get subscribed for the email list. If you just want to not have to remember when the episodes come out, we can email them to you. So, yeah, this is TulsaPodcast.com.
Awesome.
And so, I know, you shouldn't pick your favorite episodes, but looking back on it, which one did you feel like you enjoyed the most? Like you felt the most comfortable and was just really happy with it once it was done. Like if someone had to start and they were looking at your 21 or 20 episodes,
yeah, okay. So
where
which
should
one
they
would I
start?
say to start at?
Yeah.
Well, my wife has some favorite ones, and then other friends, they tell me that they have favorite ones. So it kind of depends on your interest, because there's all the way from people in the medical field who are doing revolutionary things and doing totally new business models, like Dr. Chris Sudeth. He's doing like a Netflix of healthcare, where instead of having a really expensive insurance plan, you can pay him like a monthly fee and have complete access to him and all the resources, and really cheap price as well too, a really reasonable price. I've been using him for several years as a primary care doctor. We have, my wife really likes, we use them for our birth. There's a natural birth center that's kind of like a mix between a home birth and like the hospital. There's kind of like a medium between where you have like a homey feeling, comfortable medical center type suite, birthing suite, and Breathe Birth and Wellness. I think they're episode number 3 or 4. That was a really fun one. Billy Sims was, he just made it easy. I mean, I'm sure he's done this like 5 million times. What was interesting with him is I know he's told his story about the sports and the Heismans and OU and all the history there, but I really wanted to get into his entrepreneurial background, what did he want to do besides sports? And what I found out was it was interesting is that he actually didn't really love sports. He just did it because it was a way forward on his path to life. But he was actually relieved, he said, when he got, he was with the Detroit Lions playing pro ball for several years, and he had an injury and he had to quit. And I was like, was that hard? And he was like, man, actually, I was honestly relieved to move on with the rest of my life. And what was interesting too is that he actually said, if I could have done anything and money wasn't an issue or anything like that, I wanted to be an auto mechanic and I wanted to work on cars. And when he was at OU, Heisman Trophy winner, so he's super successful. He was known as being the auto mechanic for all his other football buddies.
Interesting.
Their cars would die, and he could just go tinker and help them out. And
that's cool.
That was a fun one. We've been with a New Leaf. You guys might be familiar with them. Nonprofit, awesome. Helping out a lot of folks with disabilities, getting them placed in the community. Tulsa Boys Home was the most popular episode as far as downloads. Tulsa Boys Home there in Sand Springs, really doing phenomenal stuff there on a huge, beautiful ranch there and horses and everything. And then we've got some really big ones coming up too. I don't know if you're familiar with Alley 51 and the collaborative coffee and all that area right there. We have some interviews lined up with, and already actually have interviewed with some of them, like the Alt Room and some others in that little group. Really neat thing that they've got going on. And so a lot of exciting and even bigger profile Tulsa Metro people, I guess, coming up. So
sweet.
Yeah. No, was it Collaborative 51? Is that what it's called?
Alley 51 is where all those, there's 16 different businesses.
It's really very cool. I met you there for coffee. I've met a couple other people there for coffee.
Cool.
there was a dream almost of being able to rent a spot there to make it a podcast studio, but it was too big and too expensive. But it was very cool to have that sort of space in that part of town, because that's not normally where people think entrepreneurship things are happening.
51st and is that Yale?
Yes, but like between like Yale and Sheridan, I think. Yeah. It's very, very cool.
Nice.
But if anyone's interested in supporting Austin and I starting a podcast network, reach out to us. We're on board. Anyway, how are we doing donation-wise, by the way?
I can look, but pretty soon we're going to have to start paying off some of these donations.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, if we do it too early, people are just going to stop watching. So
No, what I mean is, so they'll pay to have us do it again.
Okay. Well, while you do that, I'm going to go set up the next transition video.
All right, so let's see.
All right.
650.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting rolling. We're getting rolling. Okay. All right, so.
All right, you do that.
Do you guys have a goal you're trying to hit today?
Well, yeah, we're trying to raise $4,000. So
we're very aggressive with our decisions.
Yeah, listen, aim high and then be disappointed.
Yeah, the opposite of the Homer method.
That's right.
Which, as we know, is never try. That way you don't get disappointed.
That's right.
I just want to point out that the top of this mayonnaise says sealed for freshness. Sealed for freshness. So that way we know it's good. It just looks gross. Why do people like this? It's just.
So you have to eat 2 spoonfuls of that?
2 spoonfuls of
Jeez.
this, yes. And
You
then
get to chase it down with anything?
I got myself out a beer. I did. This is a Coop Oktoberfest, which is
There you
a very good.
You may help you out there?
You
may help you out there?
Oh yes, thank you. I may need that ready quickly. I just want to thank my wife again. We're still streaming, right? Okay. I just want to thank my lovely wife for this, and because I'm an honorable person, I'm not going to skimp. I'm going to do an actual spoonful.
This is gonna be amazing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know. It's
gotta commit.
It's just as bad for me. Okay.
Whoa, I might want to move.
No, it's all right.
I feel like you should have the spotlight for this moment.
Oh, God. Okay.
No one wants to hear you on this one.
Yeah, people, I'm not joking when I say I hate mayonnaise. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. And I got to do another one of these. Okay. Oh, God. I'm not sure $100 a spoonful is enough. Okay. Oh. Whew.
Nora would like you to save one for later.
Okay.
Even she.
Okay. Well, that was a lot of fun. Thank you for that. Oh, I need to get out, Jesse. We need to get.
Yes, I need
That's
a
fine.
sweet bagel. So we'll do that, and then we will
bring on our
next guest after we've.
Do you want to grab that down in there? Is where your cream cheese is.
No, I believe it just said the bagel part. Did not say anything about cream cheese. But
Oh, did it just say sweet bagel? I feel like this is semantics here, Jesse.
get us a knife. We need a knife. See, looking back at notes.
It said entire sweet bagel.
It did. All right. Well, if the cream cheese is in there, I'll get the cream cheese. So.
Okay.
We promised the internet we would do this.
Yeah, we did.
You don't want to lie to the internet.
That's right.
We need to get a knife.
What?
This is very professional. We'd like to thank Austin for joining us today as he's walking away before he has to do anything embarrassing. So, thank you, Austin. Yeah.
No donations for me to take some mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Hey, unless someone raise some more money, if anybody would do it, I would do it.
Okay.
All right. There's that. Well done. All right.
A at-home listener just texted me that the cream cheese was implied. So,
Listen.
it did say entire. Okay.
Am I
are
getting
you gonna
texted
do
about
just
too?
Are you just gonna do? What?
I also got that text. Fine.
I guess.
Fine.
I guess you could just sort of like dip it instead of a knife.
All right.
Listen, at least I picked complimentary flavors. I almost got pineapple cream cheese for you. It could have been worse.
Gross. All right, here we go.
So chocolate chip and strawberry is at least a good combination, even if you're weird.
All right.
Do we want to welcome our next guest while
Listen,
you're scarfing that down?
I will do that after this.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go. For money. For charity. That's very sweet. I feel worse for you.
Yeah. Mine is way worse than yours.
Yeah.
Yours, you just have a philosophical problem
Yeah.
with. Mine is actually disgusting.
My food foibles are, funny philosophically. Yours are
Actually disgusting.
Yeah.
Which is why I almost didn't bring the mayonnaise, but I feel like
We should at least. I would have been okay with you eating like a very nice, like spicy aioli, which is mostly mayonnaise.
Yeah. All right, so are we bringing our next guest as you scarf down your bagel?
Names.
And we apologize for the nonsense that you're walking into.
All right, we are very excited to introduce Jamie Broom to our live stream. Jamie, hello.
Yay!
Woo!
I realize there's no.
Yeah, I think you just played the air horn. So
you would have a.
Okay, no,
These chairs are so high, so high. What?
There we go. Just technology stuff. So this is always fun.
We're switching to the. Oh no, we're still.
I just zoomed that camera back a little bit, so it includes all 4 chairs for later.
look
We're
at
gonna
you.
have up to 4 people at once today.
Technology.
So yes. So.
Ooh. I'm still.
Is this
trying to
good, or do I need to lift, or?
Well, I'd say whatever's going to be comfortable, so you can be like about this distance. So if lifting it up helps. Yeah.
Those move a lot easier than these do. So.
So technical.
We got some camera work.
Ooh.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey.
Look at that.
I would like to be on screen.
Nah.
Move the bass. All right, that's good enough.
Huzzah!
Yes.
Because are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, we're live. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No,
We're just really unprofessional.
Yeah.
So.
We should have mentioned that. That's another way we put people at ease by being
just doofuses, straight up doofuses.
Let me straighten up there.
Yeah.
Hi,
People don't walk into anything we do and be like, I need to be serious right now. These people are professionals.
Yeah.
They don't. I know there's an expression for like putting up with people's nonsense, whatever that phrase is. We don't do that.
I think it's called being married to us.
Well,
I think that's what the term is. Okay. Sorry.
Our poor significant others.
Yeah.
Who are just like probably cringing and watching this live stream at the same time, but also donating money. So,
So,
anyway, let's
now that we've spent several minutes talking about us, why don't we actually introduce our guests?
Yes. So, for anyone who's followed Chris and I, they might know, and if they also follow Leadership Tulsa, they would know that we spoke to you a year-ish ago at your Thrive Tulsa showcase that we live streamed, and from that point till now, a year later, your idea is out there.
It's out there.
So remind our listeners / viewers what you're doing.
Okay. Hi, viewers. This time last year, I met with you guys, and give or take a week or so or two. But I was a part of Thrive Tulsa, and with Thrive, you are to, some of us came up with projects to impact our community. And so my project was to transition the private school that I founded with a friend some 17 years ago into a community school, kind of, sort of, tuition free, but also a fine arts academy for elementary students. So we introduced it with you guys, launched it December 1, and we opened our doors to Solid Foundation Preparatory Arts Academy August 18th of this year.
That is amazing. So, because Chris and I don't have kids, and so the only stories we hear about arts education in schools is that it's disappearing. So, is that still an accurate assessment of what's happening in most schools?
Pretty much, but I do hear some teachers, some of my teacher friends saying that their students are still going to specials, so they still have music and art, maybe twice a week or so, but not as intense as what we're doing.
And so, what kind of fine arts education can students get at your school?
Well, let me tell you.
Run it down for us.
So, just to kind of give the viewers an idea of what a day is like at Solid Foundation Preparatory Arts Academy, the students arrive at 7:30, 8 or whatever, and so they do their core subjects, their arithmetic, their reading, their language, science, social studies from 8 to 12. We have lunch, and then from 1 to 4, students are exposed to the different genre or disciplines in art. So our K through second, their mandatory music class is percussion.
Nice.
3rd through 5th, their mandatory music class is strings. Okay, so they, and we have a small little orchestra. Nice. And then they are able to pick between 2 other disciplines. So we offer piano, visual arts, theater, and dance. So they get all of that. And then everybody's a part of the choir that we have. Yeah, so.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so they, from 1 to 4, they are engulfed in something art.
I like how the choir is the sort of football team of this situation. Where I remember, in elementary school, there was no football team tryouts. You could just, or maybe it was middle school, you could just be on it. It was just show up and you'll be on the team. You'll never play, but you'll be on the team. So, and so, I mean, most kids, if you try to force them to do something creative, they're gonna fight against it. But I think if you, I imagine you have found ways to sort of use the sort of creative spirit that sort of naturally resides in these students to help them find the thing they want to do.
So we do that by allowing them to select the art discipline that they want to study. So next year may be a little bit different because this is our our kind of like trial and error year and see kind of what works and what doesn't work. But with this particular year, they're able to pick the program that they want to study more in it, with the exception of percussion and strings. Yeah, so
that's cool.
Do you have a lot of string instruments so that the students can rent, or do they have to supply those themselves?
They have to supply them themselves. Now you can get the program. Go ahead.
I guess that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, they're able to pick and choose, and that's the same thing, right? Pick and choose. They can choose whatever string instrument they would like to, so if it's the violin, the viola, cello, or bass, So we have all, students have chosen, a range of things, instruments. Did that make sense? An array of instruments. So we have some bass, we have some cellos, and all that good stuff.
Well, and do they make cellos children's size?
They do.
This small cellos?
Yes,
mini cellos?
Yes, and I was concerned about that because I was thinking they were...
right?
Or a bass.
Yeah.
Right, so they do. They make them the kid size, so... Now, of course, they can't use it in high school, but, because it'll be like a little, but anyway,
I'm like, as a children's bass, just a violin, vertical. But anyway, probably not.
Yeah.
Well,
so what kind of do you do? Do you have big school-wide performances?
So we will.
Yeah.
We will have performance. Right now, we're just trying to get the transitions going. When I say transitions, just the rotation of the kids going into the art programs, because everybody is not we don't have kindergarten is not just in art, right? So we have some kindergarten, we have first grade, second, third that may be in one visual art class. So it's that movement, it's that trend, that traveling between classes that we are trying to to get down pat. So our first performance will be our Christmas production. So still trying to figure what that is. Either it's going to be just like a traditional Christmas program, or we're working on the greatest Christmas pageant ever. So we thinking about kind of working those out, and then we'll have our annual gala that we've been doing for the last 17 years, our Brass and Sassy Affair, which will be a true recital. So everything that the students have learned throughout this, through that point from August to February, they'll be able to display that in our annual gala, which is a fabulous event. So log into our Facebook and stay tuned for those advertisements for the Brass and Sassy. And then our last production for the year, our big one, we're going to put on The Wiz.
Oh, awesome.
Come to mama, you hot little digits. Let me. That's my favorite.
That's awesome.
Favorite of all time.
So, so you mentioned dance. Do you do all different kinds of dance?
So we wanted to start off with, with the base, the foundation, which is ballet. So they're studying ballet, but our awesome dance teacher, Miss Vicki Brunson, who owns Vicky B's studios, she is starting them off with ballet, but she's also going to introduce jazz to them. Now, we have hip-hop in the latter part of the day in our overtime program, but we didn't want to have that in the day because we wanted them to learn the authentic dance structure, positions and all of those things. So,
Do you have tap dance?
Coming.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, what would be a fun a skill I always wanted to learn that I know would also super annoy their parents, and tap dance is high on that list, right?
Yeah.
Tap dance or playing the drums or both. I think is something that would annoy someone else in a house the most.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think we have two things that really annoy parents. The violin, because right now they're
it's not great. Yeah, everyone's got to learn.
And percussion. Banging on everything. Everything is a drum set.
Listen, I played the saxophone in middle school, and I feel real bad for my parents because there were some real horrible notes coming out of my room while practicing. You mess up on the saxophone, and it makes a horrible noise. So, but that's just part of trying to give your kid the freedom to learn a musical instrument or an art form. No one ever starts being good at something.
No.
So,
Right.
Chris and I are still trying to get good at this. So,
well, I tell you what, you guys are doing. You're doing a fantastic job. You got the setup and everything. I think you're making it happen.
Yeah, it's certainly happening.
Yeah, I know. This is way more professional than our normal setup is.
Yes.
But this is nice.
One, my quasi-producer pointed out we should keep mentioning that if you donate money, you can ask in the chat for us to do specific things that either we mention offhandedly or in some cases, make up your own.
Jesse still owes a song that he needs to sing.
That's true.
And also, you're supposed to take off your blazer in a cool way. I'm
Yes,
not entirely sure what that is.
That he described it. I will do that.
Okay.
That'll be easy.
Yeah.
Well,
you
let's
also
do
have
it now.
You also have half a bagel you haven't
true.
finished yet.
I'm working. Listen, I'm trying to talk to someone.
I ate a giant spoonful of mayonnaise.
What's the deal with bagels? You don't like bagels?
I don't
like
sweet
bagels. It's a thing with him. He doesn't think they're really bagels. I don't know.
So what is it?
It's like a
sweet bread.
It's a sweet bread. Yeah, it's a sweet bread.
Like a cake?
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
Yeah, just don't call it a bagel. Don't insult me.
I would have said cakes don't have yeast, but then I was watching Great British Baking Show, and apparently there are yeasted cakes. So,
yeah, I imagine British people call them yeasted cakes, and we call them something else because it's a terrible name.
Honestly, they looked like cinnamon rolls.
Okay.
They looked like cinnamon roll dough. I don't know, the British,
Yeah, is that a thing where we call them cinnamon rolls, but they call them yeasted cakes?
I don't know. All right, but do one of these things. Do you
Okay.
want to sing? Do you want to take off? You always sing. That was one of the first.
You could probably do both,
things.
though.
Do you need the words, Jesse?
That's true.
I've got the words handy for you.
Am I
if you
doing
need them.
which character am I doing though? Am I doing Worf? What am I doing here? Okay. Okay, this is for Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Jeff, this is for you. I regret posting in this group that I'm doing this live stream. All right. A British tar is a soaring soul, as free as a mountain bird. His energetic fist should be ready to resist a dictatorial word. His nose should pant and his lips should curl. His cheeks should flame and his brow should furl. His bosom should heave and his heart should glow. And his fist be ever ready for a knockdown blow. That's for you, Jeff.
Does that say that next year you should be put in a tiny chair?
A tiny cello.
Oh.
Tiny cello. Thank you. Thank you for
Yes.
the unenthusiastic clap for my singing.
Well, it's better than my no clap, I guess.
That's true.
But you could have came out of your jacket with that.
That's true.
That's
you
true.
Put it together.
I could have, but then I would have knocked the microphone over. And
Yeah, but that'd be
it
part
would've-
of the fun, right?
Yeah, but might as well get rid of two things at once. So Jeff, I will do the jacket flip now. Just someone needs to be making sure that Jeff is actually donating for these things. All right.
Here we go. Donate.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Come
Donate.
on. Yeah. So what?
It's this.
Oh. You still almost took it.
Jeff. So.
Oh, excellent.
Well, I
excellent.
had given you a beat, but you just came out of it so quickly.
Yeah. You just,
Yeah. I mean, I'm amazed I didn't knock it over, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, okay, but
if Jesse was a student at your fine arts academy, how would you grade his performance?
Yeah,
Like the
how's my
singing
singing? Yeah.
and then his attempt at doing something with dramatic flair.
Yeah.
I would give him an E for effort.
Thank you. That feels right. That feels right. Yeah.
For the choir, do you have singing training so people, because some people have some natural talent, but some people can learn to be better singers.
That is true. But at the elementary age, we really just want them to don the stage and just be confident in what they're presenting. So even if they belt out a wrong note, we'll say, baby. Right now, I cannot talk. I don't know if you remember my tone last year, but I've had some, I had my thyroid taken out, and so now I'm walking around sounding like somebody's granddaddy. So even when I sing, so we do devotion in the mornings, and part of our devotion is to sing a hymn. You always introduce a hymn. So our first one for the year was Amazing Grace. And so I just really didn't know how awful I sounded until I actually hit the note, and I was like, oh, so, say the rest like me. And the kids were like, do we laugh? And if we laugh, do we get in trouble? I was like, no, baby, no, you're fine.
So did that actually help the students feel more comfortable to belt out their version?
Oh, they sing all the time, and it doesn't really matter what they sound like. We just say, let's even it out. Those with the better voices sing a little bit louder. And that would be you over there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I remember in 6th grade, I took the middle school had a public speaking course. And the one thing the teacher told me, she was like, Jesse, I don't need to teach you how to speak from your diaphragm. You already do that. You're loud, but not you're loud and carry. But the one thing she said I need to do better is, it's no matter what it is, speak confidently. Even if you don't feel confident, just do it. It'll build on itself. And I've taken that lesson to heart, and many things I do.
And look at you now.
I know. Look at me now. I'm doing tricks for money on a live stream. So
She didn't tell you to slow down and enunciate. That wasn't until later.
She might have. I wasn't paying attention.
Herschel
No.
and the Hanukkah Goblin.
Wasn't
that going to be something if somebody could donate to force Jesse to put his high school performance of Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblin on the internet?
In high school, in 10th grade, Temple Israel put on a production of Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins, which is a story, a Jewish take on trying to make a sort of Christmas play, I would say. And it was a musical, and my childhood cantor, which I think was his last year, asked me to play the main character. And again, you heard my singing. It's not terrible. It's not good. It's middling. But it was me and a bunch of kids. And there is film of it. And I was forced to watch it for a friend's bachelor party once.
Yep.
But it is there in both VHS and DVD form. And I would put it on YouTube for, I would say, a donation of $300.
Okay.
So
the best part is it sounds nothing like Jesse. Because you took.
I took a lot of my.
You didn't you take classes on allocution so that you would enunciate better and slow down?
He did put me on a metronome.
Yeah.
For that, and there was a lot. Really, all of our practices had nothing to do with singing, but all had to do with the speed of my talking.
It's
So-
just very much not Jesse in the
Yeah.
performance, which is part of what makes it so great.
And also just the embarrassing look on my face while watching it. Because while over the past 2 years I've gotten very used to editing my own voice, I don't like seeing myself singing. So I don't do that often. But
that makes me think about the kids, because when we do give them things to recite, I can connect that to confidence, right? Because they try to get through it really, really, really quickly, but in a speed talk, like slow it down. So that were you confident in your ability to carry the part through?
Well, considering I also have a stuttering speech impediment, it's much easier for me to go slowly on something that is already written than for me to go slow on something I'm making up off the cuff. So in that case, there was dialogue, there were song lyrics, so that helps, because then it's not my words I'm trying to speak slowly, it's somebody else's. So that helps.
Yeah.
So if anyone's curious about, if anyone out there who either has or is working on a stuttering problem, just try to imagine everything is not your words, and it makes it easier to say.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Or say it in your head once first, which is something I also do. Again, while speaking fast, so imagine what's going on up here. So, tell people how they can learn more about your school, where they should look for tickets for that.
For your gala.
For your gala.
Let's see. So we have our Facebook page, which is one that we keep updated mostly. I haven't posted in about a week or so I don't know if that's updating regularly. But we do have our Facebook page, which I do post things. We have our website, which we will put things up on the site, and that website is sfpaeagles.com. Our Facebook is Solid Foundation Preparatory Academy. Although we are Solid Foundation Preparatory Arts Academy, I still haven't figured out how to change the name on Facebook.
They do not make it easy.
No, they do not make it easy.
Yeah, so I know I can change my name all day long, but as far as like a business page or whatever, they make it, I guess, like you say, make it difficult to do so. But Solid Foundation Preparatory Arts Academy is who we are. We are located at 4025 North Hartford Avenue. That's between 36th and 46th Street North. You're welcome to stop by. As I mentioned last year, we're not really letting anybody in because of COVID, but we do have a mail slot. We have a mail slot, and we have a doorbell where you can ring, and we'll answer the door, and we'll be able to give you some information about that. You can reach, I'm on Facebook as well, Jamie Broom. So there's a lot of different things. And then we have parents out there that are always posting things about their children doing great things at the school. So just look for us. Just look for our name.
How, you said you opened up in December, the arts part in December of last year, right?
Well, I launched the announcement.
Okay.
December 1.
Well, I was gonna say, like, how has been teaching the arts via in the COVID era been like? Like, how is?
So we initially, we were in school last year during the whole bit, and we had probably half of the student body that we have now. But our parents have been phenomenal when it comes to navigating in this COVID space, right? So we put out like what our requirements are for coming to class, what our expectations are for parents in terms of if they've been exposed, what their reporting requirements are to us. Our parents, if their child has a sniffle, if they have a little runny nose or they cough, they're taking them to their primary care, and they're getting them checked out, because they understand if they bring that into the building, then that potentially could shut us down, because we are, even though we've grown, we've doubled in size since last year, we're still a small unit. And so, just as quick as the flu can, we know how fast COVID can spread. And so parents have been really, really good about just making sure that they are, careful about what they bring into our building. Students are good. We have some that, including myself, when we wear a mask, we pulling them down away because we can't breathe, right? But they're pretty good about doing that. And we have 9 school rules, and number 8 is keep your mask over your nose and over your mouth. And then we say if someone gets too close to you, what do you say? Oh, too close, too close, and they back up, and everything. So we've been really, really blessed with not having to deal with a lot of that this year. So
that's good. Yeah, I mean, it's important to have. It sounds like, I mean, that tells me that you have a very supportive group of parents, not just with regards to that, but just regards, in general. And that's can be a huge impact on the students as they try to learn.
And I think even after yesterday, we had our fall festival, and parents came in and worked the little booths or whatever, and they saw, and I know they're going to be even more supportive after having a group of kids for 4 hours on their own. It's like, how long are the kids going to be with us? 20 minutes. Well, that's way too long. Well, just imagine them being with us from 8 to 4. What do you think? So, but no, I do definitely. Our parents are a really good group of parents who support what we have going on, and
action shots. We're not getting our pictures taken right now.
Yeah. Listen, everyone on the live stream knows exactly what was happening in that moment.
What are you talking about? Yeah, we were so natural.
Anyway.
Everything. I mean, they're really, really, really good. They're really awesome. Good parents. Couldn't ask for a better group.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited about the Wiz. So when about will that be?
It's about the end of August. April.
Okay.
April, 2 A's in the April in the April, the last weekend. So we're trying to decide whether or not we're going to do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday kind of matinee thing. But it'll be at the end of April. So yes, I will definitely keep you all posted, and it'll be. I mean, we'll do some advertisements, just throughout the city and everything. Put up posters and all, so people will be well informed because we do need you in the seats.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, listen, Chris and I will definitely be there for the Wiz.
Yeah.
So
when are we doing some more mayonnaise and bagels and?
Jesse needs to finish.
All right, I'll finish my sweet bagel. All right.
He did not finish it.
Fine.
Go, Jesse.
Okay, my question is, how can you have no artificial preservatives or flavors or dyes in a pink strawberry flavored cream cheese?
Well, have you seen an actual strawberry before, Jesse?
Yes.
They're actually that color. So if you were to mix them with cream cheese, they would turn the cream cheese that color. Not to get too technical, but you add a little sugar, they macerate, they create some strawberry juice. It's sort of a pink juice, and when you mix it with...
That sounds pretty technical to me.
Yeah.
But you should have probably used a plain cream cheese, and that would have offset the sweetness.
See, no, but that's the point.
I also have a thing against sweet cream cheeses.
Right. So it's you got to double up to really make it bad for him. You got to have the sweet cream cheese and the sweet bagel. Yeah.
Wow.
Otherwise, it's not really a hardship. It's barely a hardship for him. He just complains about it because he thinks it's not cool to like sweet bagels and sweet cream cheese.
Do you really want to get into a judging competition about our foibles? Because, I'm happy to have that conversation with you.
Mayonnaise is legitimately gross.
Listen, ancestors are rolling in their graves right now. So.
And as he's taking the bite of the bagels, are you all donating?
Yes, we need more donations.
Yeah.
And what we might do, let's see, what time is it right now? Okay, 12:20. What if we get, rather than having one person donate $300 to get Herschel on there, what if we can get another $500 in donations by 1 o'clock? That gives 40 minutes for all of you to get people to make some donations.
We know one friend who will donate $5.
All right, we are currently at $710.
All right.
So if we get over 1,200 by 1 o'clock, we will put Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblin up on YouTube.
So for all the people watching, I would suggest reaching out to everyone you know who knows me and would like to see me be embarrassed and have them donate some money. And I will put it on YouTube and everyone can watch it. I can even record one of those videos where you're watching me watch it.
Yeah, I think that should be part of it.
Yeah. Listen, I still remember some of the songs. So
Are you gonna sing along them?
Yeah, they'll come back to me. So
yeah.
Why don't you give them a taste?
I can't.
Do I need to look up?
No, as soon as I said it, I was like, crap, what was some of the songs?
No, you can't.
No, someone has to donate for me to sing again. No. I'll sing for free.
No more freebies
Yeah.
here. And I like that immediately your wife is drumming up donations.
Thank
to
you,
hit
Michelle.
this. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. I saw that our friend Rob donated, but he didn't ask you to do anything or me to do anything. I feel like if Rob is still on, he should say what he wants somebody to have to do.
Yeah, Rob. I mean, you know me, Rob. Suggest something. So. It'll probably be something Texas related, I imagine. But so.
Well, now that you said that, he probably is going to make you do that.
That's true. Yeah, he's not still watching.
Yeah. He just donated his money and ran.
He's got kids. It's a weekend, so he's gonna be busy. Well,
what are the best ways that people can help out?
There you go.
Mentioned the gala, and you've mentioned the Wiz, people going to that. So what are the best ways people can help out?
First and foremost, this is a feat that I've taken on without actually just kind of like, just stepped out on there and said, we're going to make this happen because one, when we went through the Thrive program, the emphasis is, impact, right? Mm-hmm. Impact on and advocacy in your community and everything. And I just wanted to be that, I wanted to be that and just didn't really wanted to be that. So how folks could help, we have people that do come in and they teach a lesson or two or such. Tutors are great. But first and foremost, just that financial piece of it, will always be needed. It's appreciated just to kind of carry us through because we are, it is tuition free, K through 5. Program and it program doesn't pay for itself, right? You know, I know I'm cute and everything, but it's not gonna do very much, right? So, but just donations and just that support would be very, very grateful. So you can do that by, again, stopping by, give us a call, 918-794-7800, and just let us know what it is that you would like to do. Like we're still in COVID, so donations of Clorox wipes. And do you know that Sam's will run out of paper towels, right? Run out of paper towels, and then when you log in, they are nowhere to be found. I mean, like if you try to order to have them shipped, they said they're not in the store, and nor are they able to ship
on the website. Yeah,
they're out of stock. How do you do that? How does that happen? So.
How's it happened twice, like a year later, right? You think I mean, apparently, the world is just full of weird supply and demand issues now, but that paper seems to be a real hard one to keep in.
Yeah. Especially when you have kids like taking 5 and 6 paper towels. Like your little bitty hands.
Yeah.
Why does it need so much?
You need so many paper towels.
Yeah. You have to buy the paper towels that have like the divider in the middle of the regular size sheet, so it's like a half a sheet.
It doesn't matter, Jesse.
I know
it doesn't. They still.
I know. Listen, I know.
I just gave you a whole roll and there's none left. But those are the ways, supplies, pencils, papers. All of those things are greatly appreciated. So
that's awesome. Well, I think for sure we'll want to have you back on, maybe closer to when the performance of the Wiz is next year, so you can give some specifics and tell us how it's going.
Well, I would be just elated to be here. I'm glad to be here now. I'm like, Jesse, I'm going to be on.
This happened I think yesterday. So
nice.
The schedule of this live stream has been quite the fluid drain on my mental state all week long. But I'm glad we were able to, what's great is checking back in with you because we spoke to you a year ago, and a lot of times Chris and I talk to people at certain points and we don't get to follow up with them. So
well, I'm glad to be here. And then also, I mean, I know we've talked offline, about doing a podcast. I wanted to do one personally, but now the kids we have the equipment for the kids to do one at the school.
That's
but
awesome.
It's just like, even though I DJ, I know where things plug in, but for a podcast, I'm not quite sure where they plug in.
Yeah.
So we'll be
I'm happy to help.
Tapping on your shoulder and say, hey, come on in and show us what you know. So, but I appreciate being here. I appreciate you all. Much success for you. This is second year.
Second year, yeah.
That's what we're doing here. So you all give it up, hand clap for
Thank you.
them, and
Thank
then
you very much.
donate to this.
Yes, please
this
donate.
awesome program.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We're gonna try to play another video. We'll see how this goes. But one of our sort of big success stories, I would say, as far as fundraising goes, was the Tulsa voter van. So this is a video they made, I think, last year for Giving Tuesday. So we'll see if it plays and whether it works. So.
Hi, my name is Tommy Yap, and I'm the Executive Director and co-founder of Tulsa Voter Van. I'm here to ask you to consider donating to Tulsa Voter Van this Giving Tuesday. Tulsa Voter Van is a nonprofit voter access program that helps voters on the last mile of voting. We help them get their ballot in the ballot box. During 2020, we provided 164 free trips and helped over 80 people get to the polls. We also helped staff notary events each weekend after absentee ballots were mailed out. We've reached communities across Tulsa.
They were really intentional about working and making partnerships with organizations and communities across Tulsa, including with our members of our Black communities and disabled communities. I personally helped translate our promotional materials, website, and even a sample ballot into Spanish. And I was also had the honor of being our Spanish-speaking hotline volunteer.
Oklahoma requires most absentee ballots to be notarized, which is a barrier to many voters. We have worked hard to make notary access as easy as possible, and we have even inspired people to become notaries themselves.
It's something that I've always wanted to do and never got around to filling out the paperwork or ordering my stamp, but it seemed like a great idea with both the pandemic and the election, and I've met all kinds of cool neighbors now that I didn't know before and feel like a trusted person in the community that can help out where I can.
These stories are why we are proud to announce our community notary program. Finding a notary can be difficult and intimidating. We plan to sponsor the commissions of 10 community members to serve as resident notaries ready to help their peers. With your donation of $125, you can fully sponsor a notary, or for just $40, you can at least cover the cost of the paperwork. This is a big and innovative project, so we're excited and we hope you are too. Happy holidays, and thank you for supporting Tulsa Voter Van this Giving Tuesday.
All right, yay, Tulsa Voter Van. Tommy, I hope you're doing great. Maybe one day I'll see you in person.
Well, we've already got some donations, including your dad trying to get Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins up on YouTube.
He was there. He's seen it. He can watch it anytime. Anyway.
Yeah, but he wants to share it with the world. See, he's so proud of you, Jesse.
Uh-huh.
He wants you to share it with the world.
Yeah.
I think the lighting looks worse.
I agree. We'll move it back at the next transition.
I like how there's just
two big glares.
Spotlights behind.
Listen, for people in the chat, we thought we appeared dark, and so we moved the lights a little closer. And we think it looks ridiculous now.
Yeah.
So please let us know.
Yeah. It definitely looks worse.
Do we look like garbage, or do we look better?
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if my...
And I believe my friend Robert Alexander donated money and did not say what he wanted me to do or say until just now, and he would like me to say this. The University of Oklahoma's offensive line holds on every play. That's a lie. Anyway, that was the easiest money I've ever had to raise. Oh,
should I try to do
yes.
this again?
Listen, while you do that, I'm going to move the lights back so there's not just two huge light globules behind us.
I was going to have you, because let's see, would this be a good thing for our first ever Pod4Good TikTok?
Ooh.
Me eating mayonnaise.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Let me get, my phone's right here. All right. So I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of the meta nature of us on a live stream filming a TikTok.
Yeah, normal.
Right. Okay.
The only thing would make it more normal is if we were actually streaming it on Twitch instead.
Yeah, but listen, I could have, but I have no Twitch followers, so what would have been the point? Okay.
Oh God, it still just smells awful.
I can't do the other camera. So do I just like 15 seconds, 60 seconds? I have no like. You hit record. I can add.
So is this just regular video or is this the TikTok?
This is the TikTok app.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe do.
I mean, I can do this selfie camera if you want.
Oh God. Okay. Is 15 seconds? Is that the right amount of time to watch my horror?
I don't know. And what song should we choose? Is the
I'm gonna
question.
thank my lovely wife again for this.
Not 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Nah,
is too
3
long.
minutes is way too long.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get.
I hope this is all exciting for you as it is for me. So.
More mayonnaise.
Listen, class clowns for justice.
Yep. Okay.
Drink some beer. Thanks, Nora.
Oh, God.
All right. Now we can like customize it with stickers and whatnot, but...
All right, do you want to see if there's a good background sound to add
Yes,
to it?
yes.
Oh, God. All right, so that's $200 worth of mayonnaise.
Yep. Worth it.
Oh, God. Ugh. So, how's everybody doing?
Yeah. We
Does
haven't
anybody
had...
want to make Jesse pineapple pizza or something? Although I guess right now all the donations are going to get Herschel.
That's true.
Yeah. So let's focus on Herschel. After we get Herschel, then we can make Jesse drink a double IPA or something.
How's that look on the thing?
Oh, it's better.
All right.
I mean, I don't know if our lighting, but at least there's not a weird
I would do the
giant.
most unprofessional thing and just walk.
Walk-
right in front of
oh,
the
that's good.
camera.
That's
Right in front
good.
of the camera.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. That's better. I think. I don't know.
So, Chris.
Yep.
We'll talk to each other for a few minutes
Oh,
until
okay.
our next guest shows up.
Yep.
Who I'm not 100% sure who the next guest is. I didn't memorize the schedule. Again, professionals.
Yep.
I like on the zoomed out mode, people can see all the stuff on the table here.
It's fine. Yeah, this is something you can make Jesse drink.
Yeah, you can.
Or if you want to make me drink some gross beer, remember I have Bush's non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah.
Bush Nah.
Well, so let's talk about that. Like, does that count as beer?
I mean, I don't know, but that's part of what makes it horrible.
It's worthless.
Yeah, they're not
The
paying me
worthless
to
beer
drink
experience.
something I like.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, like a beer that you don't like, to me, feels like it has to be a beer itself.
So, what would you call this? Beer flavored carbonated water?
Yeah, I mean, they won't market it as that because it's ridiculous. But that's what it is, right?
I mean, I don't know if beer to be beer, if it has to have alcohol or if it's the method of the way it's made.
If we were really good at this, I would have like put a poll in the ability to put polls in the live stream,
Yep.
but I do not know how to do that. So if people just want to put in the chat whether they think
Non-alcoholic
like
beer
is beer,
or not?
So
Is root beer beer?
no, I mean it's not.
What about ginger beer? Ginger beer, there's both alcoholic and non-alcoholic.
Well, the alcoholic ginger beer is beer. The non-alcoholic ginger beer is non-alcoholic ginger beer.
Oh.
I feel like the alcohol content is what makes it beer. Yeah.
So, are you saying anything with alcohol is beer?
No, I'm not Jeremy. Or is that you? I can't remember who it is in that fight.
No. It's whether or not beer is booze.
Gotcha. And you think it is, and he thinks it isn't.
I think booze is inclusive.
Gotcha.
And he
okay.
does not.
Well, Jeremy is a very uninclusive person.
Yeah, that's
so,
true. He is.
Hope you're enjoying Ireland.
Weird candy.
Jeff, good point. That is a good point.
Weird
Valid point.
candy. Okay.
Weird liquid candy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also, remember you can force us to have wasabi or jalapenos.
That's
Those
true.
are some options.
That's true. I mean, I think that they want us to be embarrassed, not in pain. So even though it almost looks like you're about to throw up that mayonnaise.
Yeah. I would rather eat a tube of wasabi than mayonnaise.
no one here's the thing, like people who like mayonnaise wouldn't eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. So
Yeah, but it's even worse for somebody who hates mayonnaise.
I know. Okay, well, so let me ask you this.
Okay.
So I dragged you into this 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And while most of the time you just need like to quickly do some research on who I've booked and show up, but like, what have you enjoyed doing these interviews? Like, what have you gotten out of it?
Oh, I have hated every minute of it.
Jeff, we can, but that's going to cost you. So, I would say that the wasabi paste on a jalapeno is going to have to be at least $100, right?
Yeah, that's because that's it's not just the hot; it's the weird combination.
Yeah. And only half of those flavors are going to disappear after a minute.
Yeah. Okay, no, I really have enjoyed this. I mean, it's been fun getting a chance to learn about all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, that was part of why we did this, right? We do want to introduce the world to a lot of these awesome organizations, but it was also an interesting way for us to learn about them too. So I have learned about a lot of cool organizations. I've met a lot of cool people that I would never have had a chance to. I mean, the fact that we got to interview a candidate for mayor of Tulsa, a candidate for the House of Representatives, that's not something that I otherwise would have been able to do, right? Not to mention all the other, interesting people. I mean, we got to interview someone who was, what was he, that Forbes put out? It was like top 50 cultural.
Oh, the thing, Tyrants was. I can't remember its full name, but yeah.
The fact that we got to interview somebody from Fire in Little Africa.
That was great.
We've gotten the chance to talk to a lot of amazing people doing amazing stuff. And in a lot of cases, we got to talk to them before they, really broke out.
Yeah, I mean,
most of these people would not give us the time of day
No,
now. But
seriously.
we got them before they were big.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I mean, Tyrants, if you're watching, respond to my emails, man. I know you're busy.
Jesse's trying to claim that he made you famous. Is what
that's not. Certainly not. Certainly not. But yeah, I mean, our interview with Dr. View was fantastic. Yep. I mean, I think it's been over a year now of pandemic-related interviews, and I feel like I was really worried about the remote ones when we first started, but I feel like we got really good at it.
Yeah.
Even though there's that weird crosstalk when one of us wants to, when we both start talking at the same time.
Yep.
Which is easier to avoid in person.
It is, but we still do it anyways.
That's true for fun.
So for you, I mean, when you started this, I don't know that you really knew what this thing would be. You kind of knew what you wanted a little bit, but so has this been what you expected? And is there more you want out of it?
I mean, yeah, this has been it's been much more successful than I thought it was going to be. It has also been a lot more work than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
But also it's my baby. I wanted, when I sort of originally had this idea, as Leadership Tulsa taught me, to use skills I already had to help. Mm-hmm. I knew I didn't want to do it alone because that's not as fun.
Yeah.
You and I bounce off each other really well, which is, I thought, what would make people more comfortable.
Yeah.
If it was just one person, then there's no way you can forget it's an interview.
Yeah.
And I've also just really enjoyed meeting some of these people and learning more about all the different ways people are involved in trying to make the world better. And how they all weirdly connect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it looks like we got an audience question here.
Ooh, what was our most surprising interview?
Yeah.
I would say both, and these are both related to the work I do with the John Hope Franklin Center and their symposium every year on reconciliation, is our interview with Sam Sinyangwe and Annalise Bruner, where two interviews we should not have gotten but did anyway, because those are serious people and serious people, and we're us, and I super enjoyed both those interviews, and they turned out really well.
Yeah.
Not weirdly enough, the bigger people we've gotten, the lower the download numbers have been. And I don't know if that's just my lack of marketing it, or if it's just, that's not why people listen to Pod4Good. And even though we're trying to, originally our idea was, Tulsa centric, but, we want to talk to fixing a systemic cultural and societal problem is very similar everywhere. And so my plan for year 3 is to sort of grow and make more contacts outside of the state of Oklahoma, and so that, we can learn from them, and people here, we can learn from them and they can learn from us.
Yeah.
So, but I think now would be a good moment to thank our sponsor, Pod4Good's one sponsor, Tallgrass Estate Planning, who I can tell you, had they not become a sponsor when they did, I don't think I would have been able to justify continuing to put the amount of work into Pod4Good that I was at the time. Because by that point, my actual podcast production business was big enough. I felt bad donating time to the amount of time Pod4Good takes. So hopefully the world doesn't make us do one a week again, because that nearly broke me.
Yeah.
So let's try not to do that again.
Yeah. So yes, thank you for our sponsor.
Yes.
They're always awesome. They were fun to have on the podcast.
They were. And that just goes to show that there's no one way to try to make the world more inclusive and better and diverse. It's because I put off meeting them for a long time because I was like, there's no way this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
And then we had a Zoom meeting and I was like, I love these two people. They're great.
Yeah.
And Josh is fine. But, you would not think that estate planning attorneys is where you would go to find sort of hope and justice in something that is very tedious and uncomfortable to talk about and has been used to maintain power and wealth in the hands of those who already had it.
Yeah.
So I was not expecting that. That was another, I would say, very interesting interview. I learned a lot in that. I knew nothing about that sort of law before. So
yeah.
I'm just hearing from other podcast people. Yeah, podcasts are hard, y'all. This might look easy, and in some ways it is, and in some ways it's stressing me out every second. So
I still don't understand how one of our former guests was putting out daily podcasts for a while.
Matthew Gleason, if you're watching, I still do not understand how you did that.
Yeah.
I mean, God, even if Pod4Good was my only job and I was paying enough where I could just do it, doing one every day would be really hard.
I would tell you now that a lot of those would be solo interviews. Just so you know.
I know.
I would not be able to do. I would not do daily podcasts.
Yeah, I know Nora's condition to hire you. I don't make that much yet. But hopefully this is our next guest walking by.
It also could just be a random person.
It also could be a random person.
You never know.
By the way, we should thank Leadership Tulsa for letting us use one of their rooms here.
Yes.
And that is our next guest. And hopefully those door sounds come in real clear.
Yeah.
In the podcast. But we'd like to bring on the Reverend Chris Moore. Chris, come on.
Okay. Enjoy.
Gentlemen.
Hello.
If that's not at an appropriate height, just feel free to. Oh, you know what? That's actually.
Yeah, it works. It works.
At least 2 open beers up here. That's good.
Yes. One of those, at least your beer is for deliciousness. Mine was.
This I was drinking to wash down. Somebody donated to force me to eat a couple spoonfuls of mayonnaise, so I've been drinking this to wash it down. Jesse was drinking this. You did not get very far in this, Jesse.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think that your nephew got his money worth out of that. Jesse does not like sour beers.
I do not.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One of the commenters wanted to know if Marcia is still here. She is here. She is running around doing things. She will join us again at some point.
Yes.
But this is good because I feel like we were starting to meander a little bit, and this will bring us back to the purpose.
It was a normal podcast.
This will bring us back to the purpose of today, which is helping to raise money for TMM and Congregation B'nai Emunah to help in the work of resettling our new Afghan neighbors. So, Chris, where are we? There's 2 Chris's now. Rev Chris.
Rev Chris.
Rev Chris. How are we doing now on that? I know they're not all coming at once. They're coming sort of in waves, and each wave needs different things at different times. But how is TMM doing now on the helping in the resettlement?
Well, that's an interesting question. TMM, as you know, is sort of a a booster agency. It's not the primary. Catholic Charities is really carrying the full load in terms of day-to-day operations and trying to get folks into housing and that sort of thing. And they're really the organization that knows how many people are in town and all that. And we kind of learn that secondhand and kind of try to help to deal with some of the gaps, of which there are many, because it's impossible for any one organization. I will tell you, as sort of a little side note, one of the things that this has really done is to highlight or offer some really good evidence that the notion that we can just cut taxes and let the charitable organizations take care of things. We are not equipped to do that, and without the assistance from both feds and state, this really would not be possible at all. And still, even with, frankly, most of the charitable organizations in the town involved in some way, shape, or form, it's still being a challenge. So right now, we are looking at about 100 plus or so in town that are in the hotels. Some of those folks have been moved out to their own places, so I don't know what the total number is, to be honest with you, because we really tend to focus most of our efforts on the folks who are in the hotels at this point. Our major needs are still kind of the same: transportation. But we're a long way away from kind of getting people into a rhythm in terms of where they need to go and setting up appointments and doing that sort of thing. So as well as at some point, hopefully, there'll be job interviews and things like that because they'll be able to work, and we haven't gotten to that place yet. To be honest with you guys, one of the places that we got to much more quickly than we anticipated was the need for folks to get out of the hotel room. And I mean, imagine having a little kid and, or 2 or 3 and being stuck in that hotel room, you know, so, and with no real place to go. They don't know downtown. They don't often even speak the language in an effective enough way. Had our first foray into Jesse, you were there, into a trip at one of the parks locally, and very simple, simple in air quotes, a very simple process of just buying some pizza and bringing people out and letting them run around. And that revealed so many things that we didn't think about, in terms of how you organize that and the structure that's in place and what's going to happen when you're dealing with people who've been through a lot of trauma. And so you just can't expect that to be a typical picnic. I mean, you're just going to have some other issues that you got to contend with.
Yeah, I noticed the parents sort of, even though I couldn't understand what they were saying, the parents were putting on a brave face for the kids, and then as soon as at the park the kids would go run and play on the swing side, you could sort of see the parents just sort of just staring off, because this whole process must be incredibly exhausting for them. Like they don't know where, they know at some point they may have a place to live, but they don't know what they're going to do for work. They don't know if they're going to stay here. Right. And I just felt I just wanted to. I couldn't tell them how much I wanted to help them, but I just wanted to do something. And luckily, the park was far enough away that I got to sort of spend time with them in my car on the way, and just watching the kids just sort of look at Tulsa along Riverside, which has lots of things to look at. Yeah. I kind of wanted to ask them. They were both groups were fascinated. I could tell they were wanting to ask something as we went through both of the gathering place sort of land bridges. Right. Because they're like, where did this come from? What's happening?
Yeah. I still do that to this
I'm
day.
just like, wait a second. Oh, yeah. But hopefully they enjoyed that picnic. And if we can get to play later when, between now and the next guest, there's 2 news stories about that picnic that I pulled from the internet. So is it... It's still housing though, right? Like getting them places to stay outside of the hotel. Is that still the biggest need?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the housing crunch that we were before anybody arrived from Afghanistan, and so there's lots of justice issues there. So how do we make sure that we're doing that in an equitable way. So, or also not taking houses from people who are in Tulsa who need houses. So we've got to have both of those things, and it's just makes it all that much more challenging.
So you mentioned that there are sometimes some language barriers as well. I mean, do we have translators? Are we trying to train more translators? How are we attacking that problem?
So we do have translators. The good news is that within the group themselves, they've kind of sort of designated some spokespeople. They've kind of stepped into that role. And there are 2 or 3 guys who were frontline translators, and you met Zarif.
Yeah, he's great.
Who have really good English and are able to kind of, do that translation. We had, of all people, we had one of our friends here locally who's the head of chaplaincy at Hillcrest Hospital. Jacob George was down there at the picnic, and Jacob, who speaks Pashto, was speaking to many of the folks, and then discovered he also speaks Urdu, and discovered that some of them spoke Urdu because they watched so many Bollywood movies. So they knew that from movies, so they was able to converse with them in 2 different languages.
I mean, that's how a lot of people, people outside the United States learn English is by watching TV and film, so that makes sense.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the language barrier, I think, is going to be the next big hurdle, because we can't just keep relying on these 4 people who can speak to everybody.
Can't. And we do have some folks. We have some folks that we have not used yet. We've been intentionally just sort of saying, "Well, hold on, because we don't want to use you up," kind of that sort of thing. And then also some real efforts on the ESL side of things. So trying to get folks in in Catholic Charities is doing some of that, where some basic English skills and trying to get organizations involved that can help do some ESL training as well. It is a hurdle, but I also want to say in sort of a public way, on a podcast, that people shouldn't let that scare them away. Like it is really a surmountable thing.
We all, we can easily put Google Translate on all of our phones. We can get through
absolutely.
this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm told that some of the translation apps are better than others with those particular languages. But even beyond that, I mean, even if you don't have those things, you can get by in some rudimentary. You can let people know that you're happy to see them and welcome, and especially if we're talking about food and things, you can. It's navigate.
We've all been in countries where we don't speak the language, and we've managed.
You make it work. Right?
You point to things. You learn the word for the word bathroom.
Right,
and
you get some critical things down, right?
Yeah. It's you get cardinal directions, bathroom, and water maybe. I'm trying to think of other things I needed to know.
Yeah. Tulsa's kind of an interesting place because it can be simultaneously incredibly welcome to, international guests, be they, migrants, immigrants, refugees, whatever, while also sometimes very unwelcoming.
Right.
So what are you seeing so far with our new Afghan neighbors?
Well, the good news is that I think from that point of view, we have not seen a lot of negative. We've seen some in the press, but not in actuality, in terms of encounters with folks. Again, it's a pretty segregated group. They're at particular places, and so I don't know if there are individual stories at this point of those kinds of encounters. And also, I think the good news is that by and large, with a few very notable exceptions, public officials have been very welcoming in their language. I think for lots of people, I have some really, really conservative friends and who we would really clash on almost every other immigration issue. This particular one is different for them because of these being our allies in a war that we started, in their country. And so sort of that sense of obligation to the folks who helped us there, and that we're going to help them here. But it really does reveal, as almost any encounter with the immigration system does, how terribly broken our immigration system is.
The amount of, it's so weird, there's no leeway in any of the immigration things. There's no way to like make the system go faster
Right.
in an emergency. It's all just so, and I know a lot of times that's done on purpose, but it amazes me that in emergencies we can't just like let's cut out steps 2 through 7 and go
Right.
right from 1 to 8, and it's
Yeah.
just it's not how the system is designed, nor is it staffed well enough for them to even attempt it.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
And that's just sad because I know now like the big next stage is getting them. I can't remember what the number is, but some sort of like sort of working visa
Right.
thing to allow them to work,
work
as they
legally, right,
want
yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
The one thing they all mentioned to me is they're bored.
Yeah.
Right. Not only are they bored, but this is not sustainable for
Yeah.
us to continue to support them in this way. So, that is a thing looming on the horizon, I think, for all of us who are doing this kind of work. And we have the added bonus now, as you mentioned at the beginning of this session, Jesse, about B'nai Amuna coming on board, and so we will now have another organization in town that is an official resettlement agency, but they're just getting off the ground too and trying to figure out how to do this as everybody is, and it isn't easy. And there's a lot of there's a very large learning curve for everybody concerned, and it's never the same thing, right? So what we're doing with folks from Afghanistan is very different than what we might do in terms of resettlement with other people. And I know B'nai Amuna really began this process without Afghans in mind.
Yeah, it was for
it was for
Syrians, right?
regular resettlement kind of. They saw the need, in the city for additional work with migrant folks into Tulsa. And then this happens.
Yeah. Well, and everyone's who's sort of involved in any sort of social justice, you probably saw the map of where the Afghan resettlement in the United States is taking place. And bare in the middle of the country, there's just one circle, and it was us. Yeah. And I was just like, I'm proud of that, but I'm like, there are lots of other cities that have room, and this could probably go faster. But on the other hand, does the federal government even have the staff to dictate where those people would go?
And that's the bigger issue. I mean, having a conversation with people who don't understand how the immigration system works, and frankly, it is such a political football that gets used both to scare the hell out of people on one side and to do all kinds of other agendas on another side. I mean, it's just really gets used. These are people's lives that we sort of engage in this game with, and it's a real issue that this particular situation really exacerbates and gives us a great example of how that brokenness keeps us from being who we say that we are in the United States.
So I'm curious, just because I don't know a lot about Afghan culture. So has there been much cultural exchange, where people in Tulsa have gotten to learn a little bit more about the Afghan culture and vice versa?
Yeah. So yes and no. That was one of the things that we sort of uncovered about the need for them to have some entertainment was, not only did they need sort of just gather hotel rooms, but they also wanted to have engagement with other folks. And we neglected to think about, I think, that many of these people had been on military bases for weeks or months and had really lacked that interaction with one another. When we begin to do this kind of care with folks, you think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and so we're really focused on that base level of making sure they have food and shelter and clothing and all of those things, which we've got a lot of efforts towards that. But you real quickly get to those next levels, particularly when you've been starved, emotionally or relationally starved for a long period of time. So how do you get that back? We do all of those things through our culture, and one of the things that I think is most challenging about this is that if I were to ask you how we would teach somebody about American culture. Right? we understand in our own environment that there is really no American culture. There's lots of cultures, and we tend to apply to other countries that they have a singular monolithic culture.
Yeah.
Which in fact, we got a ton of people coming over here who are coming from all different parts of Afghanistan in all different kinds of settings.
Yeah.
And their culture could be very, very different. And there are probably some sort of universal things that we might identify, as our own culture. And that's probably true there too, but that takes a while to get there. And most of those things come from trust, which I'm not sure we've earned yet. We've got to, on either side.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you boil down what American culture would be to somebody? Like, if you had to just generalize for an entire country, what would you say? I'm like, I
stealing other cultures.
Yeah,
right. That's people one. Yeah, right.
It's
hot
Italian
dogs that came
food,
from
it's
Germany.
Chinese,
Yeah.
pizza,
tacos. Right.
Taking the best foods from other countries and making them worse. So, and putting more cheese on them.
Yeah,
Putting more cheese on
not
them.
necessarily
Right.
worse,
That's right.
making them more processed and covered in cheese.
Yeah.
Have more calories.
And more calories, yeah. And then stuffing that cheese inside other parts of the thing.
Taking
So.
the best of other cultures
That's
and
it.
deep frying them.
Americans, if I had to distill American culture, it is we stuff cheese inside things.
Listen, we're not the only ones who do that.
That's true.
We're the first.
That is fair.
America. American culture, according to Jeff Riffertson, yeehaw, fruit pie, big hat, guns.
Right.
I like it how it's one hat.
Yeah.
One big hat.
Big hat. Just a big hat.
Yeah.
Singular.
Definitely like
The big hat. So
the big hats.
Arby's? I don't.
Yeah. Listen, they do have the meats. So this podcast brought to you by Arby's.
They also have things with cheese stuffed in them that are deep fried.
That's true. That's true. The Arby's is another good distillation.
Yeah.
Like McDonald's is almost too big now to be just an American culture thing, but like Arby's and Burger King, I feel like are definitely still more
Just American, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know if we're even allowed to say what hotel they're at, but are they all still at that one hotel, or are they spread around town? Do you know?
To my knowledge, they are all at a singular hotel, right?
Yeah. Which I feel like for their safety we shouldn't
Right.
say.
Yeah.
It was a nicer hotel than I thought it was going to be, though. So there's that.
Right.
I was just like, man, I saw some of them come out with like 3 to 4 kids, and I'm like, are they in one hotel room?
Right.
Like they've got me going stir crazy.
Yeah.
Like I was just remembering me early on in the lockdown, how crazy I was.
Right.
Yeah.
So they've probably been stuck in small spaces now for what has it been months? Like
it just
months?
really depends on the individual. And we do still plan, thanks to some city councilors and the cooperation from the city of Tulsa, do plan to have a trip to the gathering place. For many reasons, it was scheduled for last Thursday, and for many reasons we had to cancel that, which actually turned out to be great because, as you know, Thursday was a horrible day outside.
Yeah.
Would have been a terrible day to be out there. So we're going to cross our fingers and hope, although it's going to be a cold week, we will see. If it's cold and sunny,
that's one thing. The day we took them out to the park for that picnic was our one day of fall that we get.
Right.
Every
That's right.
year.
That's
So
right. It was a beautiful
We got
day.
that one weekend. That was
That's
it.
good. That's good.
It rains till it's cold.
Yeah.
So, well, excellent. Again, how are we doing on donations?
We are currently at 753.
Oh, that's great.
Although maybe somebody else is about to donate to get Jesse to do something.
Hopefully. Listen.
I don't know who that would be.
Again,
that was the mayonnaise story? Is that what that came from?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Again.
The mayonnaise, yes. My
right.
lovely wife donated $200 to get me to eat 2 spoonfuls of mayonnaise.
Yes.
Which I hate mayonnaise anyways.
But that's really pretty. I mean, for $200,
right? Yeah, worth it.
That's 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise, and that's just not even very much mayonnaise.
I almost vomited both of the times.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's fair enough.
So, yeah.
I'm still drinking.
Love is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, right?
And well, it looks like we did not reach our goal of $1,200. So Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins will stay in the vault.
Although we can always start a new goal.
That's true. Listen. We said at this point, we've been doing this for 2 hours. We've raised. We had like let's say 140 when we started. Before we even started.
So we're over $600 since we started.
If we get another $600 before we're done, which was still like 2.5 hours from now.
It's perfect.
I will
there
raise
you go.
Herschel and the Goblins.
Yes.
And record
Totally achievable.
Yes. A video of me watching me in Herschel and the Goblins. So And this money's going to be split between TMM and B'nai Amuna. So think of that as you're donating to help with the amount. So give twice, that's what I'm saying. But which Facebook will not let you do a fundraiser for 2 nonprofits, only one. So, which is weird. But or Meta, as this should be called now.
That's right. Yeah.
Listen, I feel like giving them another name just makes it easier to break them up later. So
yeah, certainly makes it easier for me to want to just get off altogether.
Yeah. I know.
Get
like
off that train.
If it wasn't the fact that's where a lot of my Pod for Good stuff comes from, I would happily leave. But anyway, so I mean, all the energy has been on our new Afghan neighbors, but like we're still dealing with a multitude of other immigration crises. Like we still have the Syrian refugee problem, right?
Sure.
They're still just in camps throughout Europe. We have you and I took a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border, and just the ridiculousness of the situation down there, and we have an election coming up next year, and somehow something's going to happen to make immigration an issue again.
Right.
It's like, so what? Like, what can us regular folks do between now and say the next election to like try to make this problem less politically touchy, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, my advice is people are really going to have to begin to shift their framework about this, because I mean, here's the reality in a big meta sense. We are entering a time of dramatic change from a climate perspective. I don't think there's any denying that. I don't think some people will. I don't think you can't ignore the reality of what's going to happen in terms of weather events that will cause some pretty catastrophic things. We saw what happened with a year of pandemic and how that impacted our supply chain, and that has still not recovered in ways that hit every single one of us. Even the most insulated are feeling the weight of that. That's going to happen again. I mean, it is. Our immigration system is broken in the best sense of the word, and in the best of circumstances, it's broken, and these are going to be the worst of circumstances. It's not designed to handle the shift of movement around the world. We are now bearing the weight of making all of our economic resources have no boundaries, but insisting that people stay in boundaries. And it just does not work that way. Money doesn't mean anything without human beings. And so, if we don't address that in some way and begin to have that conversation away from the framework, I mean, what I would suggest to people is that they just stop buying this crap about fear of other people just on the basis of where they're from or whatever. That whole sense of there are good immigrants and bad immigrants, or that there are people who are coming here for legitimate reasons, for not legitimate reasons, is first of all, you can't ever know the answer to that question. And how do you design a system around that? We can sit here and talk about our responsibility for the folks, our new neighbors coming from Afghanistan. That's a pretty clear argument to make. We bear equal responsibility for people coming to us from Nicaragua, people coming to us from Colombia, people coming to us from other parts of the world, from Haiti. Wow, that's a story we don't talk about very much at all, right? So, I mean,
we know them a lot more than we're giving them, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We may have to go a little further back than our 20-year involvement in Afghanistan, but not much further back to where we're talking about how U.S. foreign policy and U.S. economic policy has created a world in which people are naturally going to go where the resources are.
Mm-hmm. We had an interesting question about, have we ever interviewed an immigration attorney before?
Well, no, we haven't, but we should.
Yeah.
I mean, because I've got a lot of questions about how this works. And, again, as being a Jewish person, immigration to America is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, there'd be a lot less of us if.
Right.
Of course, there'd also be a lot more of us if America didn't stop going through the cycle of hating immigrants. So,
Correct.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, that obviously to varying degrees, but almost everyone who is now in America is descended from somebody who was hated when they came here, or were forcibly brought here, or were already here, and then
oppressed for being here,
massacred and oppressed.
And you all see how we make those decisions from that position of power, right? Like we have the resources and stuff like that. So I'm always struck by the great turn in the movie The Day After Tomorrow, if you ever saw that movie. Right?
Yes.
So the movie The Day After Tomorrow, the giant climate shift comes and the new ice age comes in, and half of North America, the top half of North America is buried and unlivable.
Yeah.
And now it's a reverse flow. So now everybody's standing at the Mexican border trying to get into Mexico.
Yeah, that was the only good part of that movie.
It is the only good part of that movie.
And because it's going to be kind of the reverse, like we're all going to be heading towards Canada.
Yeah.
The way this is going to cooler climates that are going to be less cool, but better than here.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I was just reading a story about how climate change is sort of ruining the cradle of civilization, right? The Euphrates River and Iraq, and I'm thinking of it that way really just sort of really upset me. I'm like, wow, like where we all originally came from, sort of, it's going to be unlivable. Soon.
People are going to have to go somewhere, and so we're going to have to figure out how to make this work.
Well, eventually, like southern states people are going to start immigrating out of there to more northern states, and then we'll have intra-U.S. immigrant problems. So,
right. Yeah.
So that'll be
it's just the ethos of the haves and the have-nots, or the I control this and you can't have my stuff, is just as unsustainable in the long run as our energy policies.
Yeah. I saw earlier Chris donated money. Where here's the thing, because it's my PayPal thing, it won't let me donate, so I can't do this to Chris. But so I have to take a dab of wasabi and then wash it down with an IPA.
Yep.
Is that what we're doing? All right.
Do you also not like IPAs?
He hates IPAs.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So you don't like sour beers, you don't like IPAs.
Yeah.
What in the world do you drink?
Beers.
He likes an Oktoberfest.
Yeah, like an Oktoberfest.
Oh, okay. All right.
Here's this.
All right.
This is the
good stout. You like a good stout?
Phantasmagoria double IPA.
Yeah.
Would you like a beer just to drink?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I got to drive home.
Fair enough. All right.
Maybe the wasabi will help.
Yeah,
I feel like I need to record.
All right.
Oh, absolutely.
I said a dab. What's a dab?
What is a dab, though? Really?
Is that a dab?
A little dab will do you.
Is that way too much?
Yeah.
Come on, Jesse.
Just think of how much it's going to help the double
I gave you a
IPA.
lot, what if I do some with you?
Okay.
All right.
Guests are just spectators, and I like this.
Smell this. This smells more like horseradish than it does wasabi.
Is it really wasabi, or is
if it's real wasabi. If it's real wasabi, then it would be more like horseradish rather than the fake wasabi, which, yeah.
Okay.
All right. I feel like. What do you think we should do another?
Yeah.
I mean, it literally has kanji on the.
It does.
On the package, so it's probably
the real thing. So it's probably
couldn't
not
fake
as
that,
bad.
right?
All right. You ready, Jesse?
All right. Hold up.
What?
How much to have both of you do? Oh.
What?
What? $10,000.
Jeff's asking how much for us both to do it, which we're going to do.
We're going to do.
Donate quickly.
Yeah. Just donate some money.
Yeah.
Whatever your heart compels you.
Yeah. Well, I would say, depending on how painful this is for both of us.
Yeah, we'll see.
Set the amount.
All right. You ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Dab cheers.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's
gotta
got a
wait
kick.
for a second.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Ah. All right, now let's watch you wash it down with your double IPA.
Oh, why?
Now show that camera how much you love the IPA.
Heartburn.
Okay, that had a pretty good kick.
Yeah,
You're
that was
welcome
good.
to try
That was
some
good.
if you want to just try a little dab.
As someone who's had
I think
horseradish right off the root, I can tell you That was getting up. It was getting up there.
Yeah.
It didn't make me see through space and time, but it was getting pretty close.
Well, and the fact that it's kind you have to refrigerate, that's probably a good sign that it's real wasabi.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Right. Whew.
I'm glad we thought of this idea, Chris. This is a
Yeah.
great idea.
No, yeah, this is good. This is good.
Reverend Chris Moore.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome.
And again, like
It was worth it for that
yeah.
right there.
We try to entertain.
Right.
So, but yes, so all the money you donate is going to go to help the things we've been talking about. So, be generous and think about other people. So, what I'd say, and don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of immigrants. Really, that's number one.
It's just like wasabi. I mean,
It's
there's a little adjustment period, but everything's
true.
fine.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And we're obviously taking cash donations today for the live stream, but they're also going to be taking donations. Periodically, there will be needs for clothing, for transportation, for furniture. I mean, you got to think these are hundreds of people that are going to be moving into apartments. Obviously, they couldn't bring their furniture with them.
Housewares, cooking equipment, like all the things that you probably have two versions of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me say, if you're going to, like housewares, furniture, things like that, anything that you would use to furnish that apartment and those kinds of setups, Catholic Charities is your place to go. Contact them. They have a warehouse. You can work through them. Clothing, we're actually at my local church, as part of the Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry effort, we are stocking a full, our entire fellowship hall looks like a department store. It is full of clothes. We are currently on saying, time out, pump the brakes on that for a second until we get some customers to come in and shop and get their stuff and then need to replenish because we simply don't have the place for the clothes. But I say this to everybody, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So we want you to feel like, you're connected and those good altruistic senses are great and hold on to them. Let's keep it going for a good length of time.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. So the best thing to do is connect with all these different organizations and keep an eye out for when they need something. I mean, this isn't the type of thing, like you said, that okay, we have a unlimited warehouse space that you can just fill up and then we're done. This is something where, you may not need clothes right now, but
we will.
3 or 4 months from now, you
We
may
definitely
need,
will.
suddenly we need a whole bunch of kids' coats, right? So it's the type of thing that these, it's like a marathon with periodic sprints in it, right? So so there's going to be these moments where everyone can help. And I know we've already seen, Jesse, you're one, a lot of people, either partner organizations or individuals who've stepped up when transportation has been needed. I mean, things as simple as taking them to, their weekly service, is something that can make a profound impact on somebody.
Yeah. I mean, because when you first started taking clothes donations, it was hot outside, and now it's cold outside.
Yeah,
and
now we're ready for winter coats and things like that. So.
Yeah, of which we all have more than we need.
Right.
So not all of us, but some of us.
Yeah.
So, as someone commented somewhere when I posted this, shouldn't we be raising money for, veterans of people who served in the Afghan war? I'm like, that's a separate issue.
Yeah.
That's a separate issue. We're not taking money away from them by doing this. And, if we really want to have conversations about how we treat veterans in this country, I'm happy to have that conversation, but don't
Also
use
a
that as a
needed
way of not
conversation.
helping these
right.
people. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I'll let you go now to your regular Saturday activities. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. I hope no more mayonnaise and/or wasabi are involved
Hopefully.
in the rest of the afternoon.
Maybe we'll mix them together. It'll be a little easier for both of us to take.
Well,
you like a wasabi aioli.
That's true.
I know you do.
Actually, that's true. I do. We're trying to
Don't pretend.
We're trying to play another video. We're gonna see if that works. There is one called Refugees. Yeah, click on that, and then
Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry is getting ready to hand out clothing to its first group of Afghan refugees in the next few days. This comes after hosting a picnic for families just last night. 2 News Oklahoma's Brady Haubleib shares what the ministry is doing to help more than 800 refugees.
It has been a very busy past few weeks for the Fellowship Congregational Church here at 31st and Harvard. They have collected thousands of items from t-shirts and shoes to soap and diapers, all as a way to welcome these refugees into our community.
We've got a couple more coming.
Over the past few weeks, Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry has partnered with Catholic Charities to collect clothes and donations for more than 800 Afghan refugees here in Tulsa.
When we, like everybody else, found out that we were going to receive this sort of influx of folks from Afghanistan, we knew it was an all-hands-on-deck situation.
Fellowship Congregational Church is one of the locations where people can drop off donations and refugees can shop.
If they can come in and pick out their own clothes as opposed to just being sort of handed stuff that they have to put up with, that helps give them that sense of dignity.
This week, TMM also hosted a day at the park for some of the refugees and their families.
We're just out here trying to give them a little bit of family time for them to be able to see Tulsa and to enjoy some of their partners here.
Pastor Chris Moore tells 2 News Oklahoma the support from the community has been overwhelming. Their clothing drive was so successful, they're now asking people to wait until distribution before taking any more donations. But they do expect they'll need help again in the future.
So if you can't help this week, or if you can't figure out where to help this week, I promise you there will be more opportunities down the roads.
Now to find out how you can help or donate, you can visit our website, kjrh.com. In Tulsa, Brady Haubleib, 2 News Oklahoma.
Senior reporter Sharon Phillips was the only journalist invited to a special picnic tonight, honoring our new neighbors as they work to acclimate to a whole new way of living.
You wouldn't know it by the smiles on their faces, but these Afghan children have experienced more than any child should ever have to go through. Crammed into a crowded airport with only a few belongings, they were loaded onto a packed plane and shipped off to a whole new world to escape the horrors around them. As they work to adjust to a new country, a new language, and a new way of life, Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry has been there every step of the way.
This is totally an interfaith effort between our Catholic brothers and sisters and our Jewish brothers and sisters and our Protestant friends and the Muslims that are coming in.
With Tulsa as their new home, organizations like Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry are helping them put the pieces of their life back together. One way it's doing that is by getting these families out of their refugee housing and letting the children run and play and just be kids. This family is from the Kabul province, and this is the first time they've ever seen a playground. While the children tested out the swings, the slide, the merry-go-round, and other playthings the park has to offer, their parents kept a watchful but thankful eye.
We're just out here trying to give them a little bit of family time for them to be able to see Tulsa and to enjoy some of their partners here.
Naturally, the children were very curious about our cameras, as well as members of the Tulsa Police Department. During our interview with Chief Wendell Franklin, this Afghan boy kept leaning into the shot with an inquisitive grin on his face.
It's very cool to see. You know, it's like I don't know. It's like me being placed in another country and trying to understand the experiences that they're going through. That's pretty amazing.
Franklin says he wants Tulsans to understand the enormous ordeal these people have been through and what a gift they are to our community.
No, I think it's great. It's a great opportunity for our city just to show the outpouring and caring community that we are, and I think it's just a great experience.
Sharon Phillips, 2 News Oklahoma.
All right, we're back. I hope you enjoyed those videos and you could see our new Afghan neighbors having fun at, I can't remember which park it was, began with an H.
Yeah.
Helmrich Park, is that one?
That is a park. So we did get a question about how much for me to dip a habanero in mayonnaise. This is tough. I've got to decide how much pain I'm willing to take. All right.
For justice.
For justice.
What are we at now?
What?
$800, so.
All right. I guess. Okay. Okay. All right.
I'm just going to keep eating this real delicious bagel while you do this.
Do you have no cream cheese on it?
Yeah. I don't need it. It's so good.
Dry, though. Is it not too dry? I
No,
mean, listen, I'm
it's
not
fresh.
I'm not like over smearing or anything, but you got to have a little bit of cream cheese, otherwise it's dry. We have very different bagel tastes, is what I'm learning.
I eat good bagels that you don't need cream cheese because they're that good.
But they're still bread. It's still dry.
I don't understand your issue.
You could at least put
we're on
butter on
camera.
it.
Like, yeah, listen, if we run on
Listen,
camera,
this is important in discussion. I need people to comment whether they think dry bagels is better than a bagel with cream cheese.
A moist bagel that was made this morning by Old School Bagel, who I would kill to be a sponsor of Pod4Good. Barry, get on that. I know you're still in New Jersey. But
okay.
Also, if you're somehow have been only tuning in recently and you're worried that we're making Chris do too many things, there is a pizza with both pineapple and Canadian bacon that I'll be required to eat later. So we're all gonna suffer.
Yeah. Okay.
So, all right. Like you
stop stalling. I honestly was looking because I got 3 habaneros and 2 of them were sort of looked like they were rotting a little bit on the top, so I had to go back and find one. Okay. That's an interesting comment. A dry bagel's only good if it's warm. I can do a dry toasted bagel.
Weird, because those are drier to me, because the heating up takes all the moisture out of it.
I don't know. But I still would rather at least put butter on a bagel.
Well, I would have liked to, but we were a little rushed for time, so.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not eating a bagel in my pristine bagel eating scenario here.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm eating...
Listen, we're both suffering for justice.
I'm eating... You're not suffering at all. Well, at least not right now.
Yeah.
Where's your IPA?
Have I not suffered enough?
Where's your IPA?
Where's my IPA?
Yeah.
All right. Leaving
Jesse,
the camera to get my IPA. Hold on.
Yeah, go get it. And also go get that sweet cream cheese in case you have to do that again. Okay. All right. Sacre bleu. Well, the good thing is the burn from the habanero quickly got rid of the mayonnaise taste.
Well, there you go.
So I didn't gag this time. Although my throat is getting warmer and warmer. In fact, I think I feel my nostrils getting warm.
That happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, have some Osego cheese bagel.
Yeah.
That'll help. Old school. Listen, I can tell you all, my plan was not to eat on the live stream, but it's been going a little more chaotic than even I predicted. And so we're eating on camera, and it's fine, because honestly, I don't think that many people are still watching. Other than Jeff and Michelle and Nora. And possibly my dad. Which, by the way, I didn't mention it when Austin was talking about his interview. But my dad tutored Billy Sims when he was at OU. I should get him on and then see if he remembers my dad. I mean, how could someone like Billy Sims not remember a weird New York Jew who tried to teach him English?
Yeah.
Like, at least I can say one thing about my dad. He's memorable.
Yeah.
So, how are we doing on only $50 more for 1,000? All right.
Yeah.
Well done, everybody.
Ooh. That's very painful.
Definitely, get as close to the microphone while chewing as possible.
I feel like that's a whole genre of YouTube.
It is.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Push it away. That way you can be on 2 different voice streams. It's your dream.
No, because then his mic bleed. It's a whole thing. I will say, if you're someone who like enjoys just like watching things and not really concerning yourself with how it sounds, do not go into podcast production because then you critique everything, and I can enjoy nothing anymore. So,
Yeah. I decided I was not going to ask a question mid chewing.
Okay.
So keep talking.
This is going great.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully our next guests arrive, but here's the thing. Chris and I can do this all day.
Oh,
So,
God.
Yeah, drink some beer.
That is a really good double IPA.
Listen, American Solera has made worse.
Huh.
So they've had this one for a while, so it's like one of their original.
This was before American Solera existed. This was
true.
back when they still did Prairie. No, I was going to ask, what were you watching last night that you couldn't enjoy because of the sound quality?
So, God, this is going to get so nerdy. So we were watching some Dimension 20. And
Great show.
Yeah. And they do like an after show that they record.
Chronomancy!
Yeah. And they're recording an after show. And they were just like on like lapel mics and like, I don't know. It sounded like it was recorded over Zoom even though they were in person, and I could not stand it.
Okay.
It sounded really bad. But our next 2 guests have arrived, so this is very exciting because we were really running out of things to talk about.
Yeah.
But
oh, God.
We're going to welcome on. You can walk on while we're introducing you. It's fine.
Yeah.
Kiori Taylor and Jonathan, I can never remember your last name. Sanders.
Thank you.
From the Stimulus Radio Show.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
See, they also have merch. Why am I so bad at this? Why
I
did I
know.
not get Pod4Good shirts?
I know.
So,
Forgive me, somebody just donated to make me eat a habanero dipped in mayonnaise, so I'm struggling a little bit right now, but welcome. So if you're wondering why I'm
We missed
sweating.
that?
Yes.
Oh, it'll probably happen again.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
So you just have habanero sitting around?
Well, so we knew we were going to allow people to donate to make us do stuff.
Yes.
So I picked up some habaneros, some jalapenos. I absolutely hate mayonnaise. It's like the one food that I will not eat at all. And so people have been donating to make me eat spoonfuls of it, to dip things in it.
I had to eat a sweet bagel with some sweet cream cheese.
Yeah, which I feel like
doesn't
is
sound too bad.
Yeah, right?
Sounds kind of
Well,
splendid.
Yeah, I don't tell people the things I would not eat under any circumstances. That was your mistake. So
Yeah.
I'm like, did you bring medicine? Like, how's your stomach gonna feel after
It's
all
probably
this?
not great, but
Did you
that's
bring
fine.
medicine?
Yeah, I was gonna bring some
Are you
Tums.
prepared?
Yeah.
We had some.
I actually
we
like
had some
mayonnaise.
wasabi earlier.
Oh,
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Real wasabi. Yeah.
It looks like it's wearing off. You probably, you know.
I would force
Somebody's
to
got to donate for it to happen.
Yeah, $50 more.
Yeah, we don't do it. We're not going to do it for free.
Yeah.
Great.
If you're terrible at something, don't do it for free. But Kiori and Jonathan, thank you for joining us today on this ridiculous live stream that we're doing. But like, let's pretend we're still able to interview people.
You start. I'll
So,
get there
are you
eventually.
drunk?
What?
Are you guys drinking?
We've been having some beers. So 2 things he really doesn't like are IPAs and sour beers. So somebody donates to make.
I don't like IPAs either.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
I'm not
IPAs
crazy.
are not
Yeah.
good.
Yes, we do have some regular beers if you would like a beer
Yes.
to join
Oh,
us.
no, I
I
was
would-
just trying
I
to
would
see
take
if
one.
you were on
Yeah.
Oh, we're
what
not.
level you guys were on.
We're not drunk yet.
Oh, I'll take one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get to this,
And a
it's very
pizza.
heavy.
Y'all are ready.
Oh, so
Oh,
Jesse
you're ready,
Jesse does
ready.
not like pineapple on pizza, so
Yeah,
I
so
got
there's
All the
frozen-
things that you don't like.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That one is gonna hurt. So.
Okay.
Pineapples on pizza, I pick them off. I could do it.
He would not be allowed in this case. He'd have to eat them.
I'd have to eat them. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this is a lager from Marshall's, this land lager, and then I've got Oktoberfest.
I'll take Oktoberfest.
Oktoberfest
Okay,
for sure.
all right.
Oh, I thought there was only one of each. It's like, John, you're gonna be taking that one.
All right.
You like lagers?
Yeah, I would have tried it. I would have tried
Yeah,
it.
it's like I'm not picky. Who can be picky on beer?
That's right. Well, Jesse is very picky on beer. I'm also picky. I'm not going to pretend.
Yeah.
We just have different types of picky. Oh, God. Okay.
Jeff, you're really causing all sorts of problems today.
All right, we would need a donation for that. Okay, so the question is, would you be willing to join us in a 4-person wasabi dab? So just a little bit of wasabi on the finger.
Yes.
I'll do it.
Yes.
Okay.
So for 4 people, we got. I think we need at least a $100 donation.
Yeah,
for 4
$25 a
people.
person. Yeah.
At least.
If we get if somebody will donate $100.
Yep.
We have to cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers. Welcome.
Cheers.
Welcome.
Cheers.
Welcome.
Yes.
So, like another guest we had, you're wearing merch from your show. So tell us about the Stimulus Radio Show. What happened now?
Apparently, I misunderstood. He was talking about a different type of dab.
Oh, the actual dab.
Yes.
Like just the hand motion.
yeah, the dab, not a dab of wasabi.
Well, I'd say for all of us to dab at the same time, I'd say $50.
Okay.
So
yeah,
someone donates $50. We will all dab.
Ooh.
Yeah, we do nothing for free.
I was like, yeah.
Mhm.
This is good.
Yeah, it's a good beer. I know. I needed something to wash down the other stuff we were having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the downside of us being able to see the comments. It's like keeps distracting us.
I know.
But yeah, so like I mean, I know you both do other things, but tell us about your radio show.
Woo, woo. Go ahead, John.
Yes, the Stimulus. So it's getting ready to be one of the greatest shows of all time. So the Stimulus, we air Mondays at noon. We talk about entrepreneurship. We're able to just really stimulate mind, business, legacies. We're able to and feature, empower local entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs from other regions. So people from all over, we feature them, talk about their business, their stories, get to learn them and their struggles. And we'd like to have takeaways in every episode and like really just give our audience something to, I guess feed on,
Mm-hmm.
So we love it. We love it.
We also like to feature entrepreneurs who are only like 1, 2, or 3 steps ahead of like our listeners, as opposed to people who have been like successful entrepreneurs for 30, 50 plus years.
Yeah.
And it's like, some of these examples that you all are giving are not relevant.
Not helpful.
You know, I heard someone say the other day, it's like, if you ever lost, like $2 million on a deal, then you know that really sucked. And it's like, you got to know your room, buddy. No one
$2 million. I would love to be in that situation.
Right?
And we love to just, what do we say? Get started, right?
Yes.
So that's just like a common theme where we want to get people inspired and like feel powerful and empowered to like go ahead and pursue their visions, their goals, their dreams. So
and that's where stimulus comes from.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The mind.
Yeah,
awesome.
I mean, I know you are familiar with Restream, the website, so 'cause, you can see their show in stream form on Facebook as well. As Kiora and I have had conversations about your radio station and how they handle being able to listen to things afterwards. Yes, so they're getting there. Hopefully,
it makes us stronger.
There you go.
We're learning a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You tell us, how long has it took for you guys to learn all things podcast?
I mean, I think we're still learning.
Well, I basically just show up and talk.
True.
So my part, it's nice.
Right.
That's nice.
Just set everything up. You know what time. You know it's hard to be there.
Yeah, I mean, like being able to sort of produce and host at the same time. It took me a while because I had to get good enough that I could fix any problem that happened in the recording afterwards, like to find out where that level was, so I could pay attention to our guests and actually be involved in the conversation. And that took a while. That took me just learning more about audio editing and the tools available to me and all that sort of stuff, which is why I wanted a co-host in the first place, because if I was by myself and something happened and I needed to keep the conversation going, I can't do both. So I can always just nudge Chris and he'll talk to somebody for 5 minutes while I'm fixing something.
Yeah.
So also banter's good. I mean, I don't know, but when I'm talking to somebody, I know that someone else is hearing something different than I'm hearing. And I like to have that sort of bounce back and forth, especially when you're talking about, something that people care about or that they're working really hard on or they're trying to start. And so, I mean, I was the one good guess I made when I started this was that I didn't want to do it by myself.
Yep.
The mistake I made was just how much work it was going to be. So just understanding. I mean, this live stream I guess would technically be like our 54th episode maybe, and.
Nice.
Thank you. And I was trying to calculate how many hours I've spent on just Pod4Good. Not any of my paying clients. It's just Pod4Good. It's a lot.
It's better not to.
Yeah.
Jesse needs to learn that not everybody is as much of a perfectionist when they listen to, podcasts or streams or whatever as him, because I think he sometimes drives himself crazy trying to edit to perfection with the podcast, and that's something that he needs to relax on a little bit.
It was worse when I had less clients and I had more time to worry about Pod4Good. I care less now because I don't have time for it, which I guess is good. Being busy is good because that makes you naturally delegate. But
Well, tell us more about that, because one thing John and we are getting ready to do a launch for the podcast version of the radio show that we do right now. We're really excited about it. But every time we've thought about doing a podcast before now, we're just like, it has to be perfect. We don't know what the format's going to be. We don't know what the intro song's going to be. We don't know this. We don't know that. And so we're like, I think we have about 40 episodes of our radio show out now. And it's like, everyone thinks our radio show is really good, but every time we think about going to the podcast, we're always just like, there's too much we need to work on. So when I hear you say, like, sometimes you just got to put it out there, we're challenging ourselves right now to just be like, put it on something that people can access easily.
Yeah.
I mean, and I feel like we've had conversations about this, but you have segments of your show where you're interviewing somebody, and then you have segments of your show where it's just the two of you talking. So it's really just like, what do you think the audience would most be interested in? And if it's just like the interview, just put that out, right? You don't have to necessarily spend that much time editing it. The equipment in the radio studio is probably capturing it at a good enough level. It's just like making sure that it's getting captured then, and you don't have to recreate something later on.
So tell me this, what do you think you'd be doing if you weren't podcasting right now? 2 years later.
Probably still applying for jobs and not getting them because I was beat out by either
Teach for America
Teach for America alums or Tulsa Remoters.
Yeah.
But no, what would I be doing? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, once the idea was put in my head that I could do this for a job.
Yeah.
Not the talking part. I wish. The editing part. I think I've only applied for maybe 2 jobs total in the past 2 years. Yeah. And those were both podcast-related jobs.
And it really, if you think about it, it really took you probably a year and a half to get your business to the point where it really was a business.
Yeah, like a year ago, it was not a business yet. When we did the live stream for Pod4Good's first anniversary, after surviving COVID, I had 2 clients.
Yeah.
And now I can't, honestly, I'm not sure. 9 or 13, depending.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's great for my bank account, not great for my time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what I'd be doing, I was a nonprofit professional before this, so I'd probably be trying to get a job where like my job was also my passion. But on the other hand, I realize how that can be draining over time. So
absolutely.
So tell us what's it been like building your business and really being able to apply all your effort towards your passion? How's that felt, especially where you are right now?
I mean, what's crazy is it took me almost about the same amount of time to get the business off the ground for me to realize I was an entrepreneur. Like, it didn't occur to me that if I wasn't doing a sort of like startup or like technology thing, that I was the thing I kept hearing about. So, and coming from a completely non-business background, I really had no idea what I was doing. I knew 2 things. I knew I had to like LLC myself, which I did. And I knew I had to get some sort of program to track how much I was spending on my business for taxes. And I'm still trying to figure out the taxes part.
I don't know if anyone figures out the taxes on their own.
I prefer to pay somebody.
I mean,
get a really good CPA.
I really need to do that because that's stressing me out a lot.
You got to get that return, man. You know, get those write-offs.
Yeah, listen, I joke. We get a lot of Amazon packages in my house, and every time I get a look about an Amazon package, I'm like, yeah, it's for my business. Like,
It'll be fine.
I will say, like, it's great to go into a business where you also enjoy the items you have to buy for that business. So, like, I have to buy a lot of technical items, cameras, microphones, accessories. Those are things I would enjoy anyway. So that's nice.
Yeah.
I would say, like, I've learned a lot from people who are in business that have nothing to do with my business. Like, just learning about the process of how do you maintain sort of your sanity for those first 2 years, because it takes about that much time for you to judge whether it's going to be successful or not. And just hearing that from like more than one person was immensely helpful. So
I'd ask you all, so have you found in your interviews that people from different types of businesses but are all entrepreneurs, that there are, like Jesse's saying, are there certain things that are universal no matter what kind of business or entrepreneurial
Yes. You'll never have all the information, first of all. You know, like, I think that's one of the things that we learn is, like, you can never have the perfect amount of information to go after entrepreneurship perfectly. You know, and every time I hear there are a lot of people who come onto our radio show who have these epiphanies around, like, I thought I knew what I was doing, but I didn't know until I started. And so that's why we talk about that so often. It's like, get started, because that is the commonality between everyone, is that they learned the most, they made the most progress, and they made the most money, and they really were able to exceed their expectations only after they got started, even if they weren't successful in what they thought they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a process, you know, being able to take something from concept and then bring it into actual, like, operating business, LLC. It's official now, and now you're marketing. That's a process, and there's adversity that you have to overcome. You know, so it's like, it's learning curves, as you said, and it's like having to overcome that adversity and take that adversity and make it into lessons. And really something that I just love to see is when people talk about the fulfillment, and Jesse, you were kind of saying that a little bit earlier, just kind of what it's like to go from thinking about where you were a year and a half ago, you know, when you look around and you're like, I didn't have any of this stuff when I first started. Look at me now, I'm just accumulating, business is growing, and that fulfillment is just, it's amazing, and it's what we do it for, because we love to see people's dreams just become reality. So that's a common theme, and even if it's like still up, even if you're still working you up that mountain, you can kind of see it, you know, you can kind of see it right there in the distance. So
I think another thing we hear a lot about is, like, people thought that they could do it on their own until they perfected it and then, like, presented it to the world, but you realize that you get a lot further whenever you tell people about it a lot sooner. And, you know, I always enjoy hearing stories around when people find someone who decides to help them, and they had no idea that that person would help them. And I feel like John and I run into situations all the time where we're telling people about the stimulus and our vision, and people are like, oh yeah, we want to help with that. And it's like, that is so much, you know, about what entrepreneurship is. It's definitely not about perfection, you know. It's really about, like, presentation and, like, getting out there.
Well, yeah, it sounds like, you mentioned there's a lot of struggles that you have to go through when you do it, and a lot of people try to do it alone with limited knowledge. So it seems like, you know, your radio program can be a resource for people who are trying to start out, so that they don't have to go through some of the stuff somewhat alone. Jesse trying to teach himself how to do this stuff, how to start and run a business. You know, there is a resource out there for people so that they can maybe get a little bit of a jump start.
Yeah, the business part was easier to research than the podcasting part. The podcasting part, even though there's lots of resources out there, like, you learn that by doing. And I was already doing that, so that was good. I will say the best advice I ever got was from someone who he started his own business too, and he was like, do not undervalue yourself. Like, if you lose
say that one more time, please.
Do not undervalue yourself. If you lose a client because they say you're charging too much, good. That client was probably going to be more trouble than they were worth. Which is 100% accurate. So, like, when people kept asking me, like, what my hourly rate was going to be or how much I was going to charge per episode, I was like, I tried to compare it. I tried to look at what the market was, but it was so drastically different in different cities. So I just, like, picked a number, and I've stuck with that number the entire time. And a year and a half later, I realized I was probably overcharging. But on the other hand, was I? Because people were paying it. So I'm...
Like, so you gotta set your word. Like, you set the...
Yeah. So. Are you sure?
I just got excited because I'm like, yes,
you're worth what people are willing to pay.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
it.
Yeah, don't be like, no, like, I'm not worth that much. Like, you are. Like, if they're willing to pay it, you are.
Yes.
So, and apparently I am. So
there you go.
There it is, man. You got that blue blazer on. You know, looking like money.
Yeah, these blazers aren't cheap. I mean, they're not expensive either. But yeah, I mean, it was. What's so funny is most people who start a business, they're starting it because they enjoy the thing that it is. They don't enjoy the running of the business part, right? So there's always everyone needs, like, an operations person.
Everyone.
Right? Like like, I need someone to help build me the process by which I take an episode from the interview being scheduled to all of its editing to its being published, right? And not only do I not have time for that, that's not how my mind works. Like, my brain is able to remember when it needs to, but I need something to remember all the time so I can check it when I forget about it, right? But I can't build that system. And I know other people can. So it's like finding those people and
compliment
you. Hiring out what you're not good at, finding those people that can fill in those gaps. And one thing kind of to that point is like, when you think about entrepreneurship, it's so romantic, right? Like a lot of times if you're not really doing it, if you've never done it before, you're like, man, that's great. You work for yourself. You don't have anybody to answer to. You make your own schedule. But it's like when you're really in it and then you've spent some time in it and now a year has gone by. Now, too, you're just getting down the road. You're like, this is not easy at all. Matter of fact, sometimes I'd rather just have a job, Sometimes I would rather just like be able to like go somewhere, do a task and know that, you're going to just get a consistent paycheck, So it's like just having that mentality, having that grit and understanding like it's going to get tough and you're going to have to figure it out. And there are going to come times where you're like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I should get somebody to do my operations and maybe I might move a little faster.
Yeah, it's like what level, a lot of what's been occurring, at least for me in the last 6 months, is how much money am I willing to lose to take things off my plate so I can then attempt to bring on more business, right? Like taking that risk of like hiring people part-time or outsourcing some work so that I then have more time to try to get more business to make it so I won't be the only one running this.
Yep. So I think what you're saying is really neat and cool, and I think these are the kind of tidbits we like to talk about on the show because so much of what is universal around entrepreneurship are the multiple like cycles of mental acrobatics that you're going through in your mind about what decision should you make when. It's not necessarily about the industry you're in. It's not necessarily about the product that you're selling, but just the questions around when should I hire someone else? Should I get a building? Should I not get a building? Do I want to do a LLC or do I want to do a nonprofit? Like, okay, I thought I was going to quit because my wife was nagging me, but it's like I'm trying to do this for both of us. So we actually see more universal stories in people's like personal story than like in their business. But I think that it's a combination of like taking who you are as a person and thinking about how your growth like is changing you and how like the impact of your business is changing the world. I find that most of the people that we interview, they're all pretty much saying the same thing. And it's not just like get started, but it's like when you do the work, it will fulfill you and like it will like sustain you. But a lot of people, I think that if you get caught up in the details, it is hard to like keep going, which is why John and I, we talked in the beginning, we were just like, what are we going to do? Because like, we're not the experts at entrepreneurship, but then we were like, but that like, we are experts at asking questions about why are you doing what you're doing?
Stuff out.
Like,
we're great at figuring stuff out.
We want to know everything that you know. We're experts at asking questions. So let's get over here.
Yeah, every time someone asks me like, what makes a good podcast host? I'm like, someone who is immensely curious about everything. And Chris and I are that, and I can tell both of you are. You just want to know things. And so that makes you want to listen to what someone is saying about whatever it is. Like, I don't know I'm interested in something until someone starts telling me about it. And I'm like, oh, now I'm interested in that.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, thought-provoking conversation, right, where you're like at the edge of your seat is... It's dope. I mean, I think, with our show as well, so sometimes we kind of figure out, like, how do we structure this? Because, like, how do we structure these conversations? Because, as you said before, like, banter is good. So we know we got to have a little banter in just because we got to get the good energy going. And then as you get into the conversation, you're like, well, we wanted to stay on topic, but sometimes we're just bouncing all over the place. Like,
a lot of us.
Wait, what? I didn't know you did that. And you just got to go down that tangent for a little bit. And it's just really interesting hosting and trying to figure out, okay, is this good? Should we head in this direction? What's best for the show? But it always makes for like a good product.
Yeah, trying to find balance because we'll debrief sometime and it's like, how do you feel about the show? It's like, how do you feel about the show? It's like, well,
you go first.
It was a good show and a great conversation, but did the people get what they came to get?
Yeah.
And then now we're like going back and forth on, do we want to do topics or do we just want to go on the show and just like let people talk,
featuring such and such.
Because we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but sometimes when you just like get in the flow of a good conversation, you just want to go where it goes.
Well, we found sometimes when maybe we'll have somebody on to talk about a particular organization that they work for, but then we find out that there is something even more amazing that they're doing in their personal life, right? That, our podcast is all about people trying to make Tulsa a better place. And sometimes it's not about the maybe nonprofit or whatever they work for. It's something they do in their personal life. And so, yeah, we'll end up spending the whole conversation talking about that. And it's something that guest maybe thought, wasn't a big deal or wasn't interesting or wasn't important. But to us and to our listeners, it turns out to be even bigger than the topic we brought them on for. So to me, that's when, it can be a really cool conversation.
I would say, especially with podcasts, you have to think about what will be different about your show. Like, there are plenty of even Tulsa-centric things that will talk to a nonprofit about what they do. Like, Studio Tulsa or, any sort of new, like, whatever the magazine podcast is. Like, what Pod4Good was is more of a chance for them to talk about themselves and why they care about the thing they're working on, and to not have to just repeat the development or marketing language they've been given, right? To talk about the sort of the personal part, and that's what makes our podcast different, right?
Yeah.
And I think for both of you, like, it's okay, like, going on tangents is good because entrepreneurship is not a straight line.
Yeah.
So the conversation about it shouldn't be a straight line either, I would say.
Yeah. I will say the good thing about doing it as turning it into a podcast is you can maybe record it a little longer and then cut out the tangents that turn out to be less interesting and you can also, if you do something like Jesse just did where he was trying to remember the name of something, you can always cut that out or fix it in post, right? So that's one of the nice things.
Tulsa Talks. Tulsa Talks was the name of it. Anyway.
There you go. You can make yourself sound even better and your guests sound even better if you do a little editing.
Yeah, I mean, because
it just takes a lot of work.
Yeah, Chris knows this. I go on a journey, sometimes trying to get to what my question is, and it might take, in text form, an entire paragraph to get to my question. And I just edit that part out and just go right into the question.
I was going to ask you, does you being a podcast like host and facilitator of all these conversations, does it make you a better listener?
Yes. Even without the training that I got, say, in Thrive and other Leadership Tulsa things and active listening, what interviewing other people shows you is, everyone says this, so when you're talking to people, like, don't just think about the next thing you're going to say. Listen to what they actually say. In podcasting, that's the only way to have a good conversation. That's the only way for it to be interesting to other people other than yourself. So as much as Chris and I like to joke that, we talk too much, we really do try not to talk that much in our interviews. We try to...
Not always successfully, but we try.
In the edited form, it sounds like we barely talk. But yes, I mean, to answer your question, yes, it has made me both a better public speaker and a better listener.
Yeah, I've found that it's jarring when it sounds like it's just a list of questions and answers, right? When it's just, I ask a question, wait for you to answer. Now I ask another question, you give another answer, right?
Hilarious.
Because we'll try to prepare questions sometimes, and we may end up asking two of them because the conversation goes in a completely different direction. And it would be very jarring if we just wait and then, I'm gonna go back to my question I had over here.
Check it off the list, like, all right.
Right.
One of our future guests is heading to my house, and I told him not to go to my house. So,
I will make, while you're doing
I had to double check the address just in case. I was like, is Jesse gonna have all these people at his house today? It's like, let me double check this.
Yeah, I will make one announcement. We did make it over $1,000 for our donations for the live stream.
Hit Oliver.
DJ air horn going off right there. I was going to see if they asked us to do anything on this latest donation.
Stop talking. Again, they can turn off the stream anytime they want.
Our friend Mike Hopper donated, so we need to see if he wants us to do something.
Hopper, tell us what you'd like me to do. So, I mean, like we do on our actual podcast, which this sort of is, you came on to talk about the stimulus, but you both do other things. And I know, Huey, I know you work for the TEDC, but sort of also in sort of the same sort of field. But so can you talk a little bit about the work you do during the day, I guess?
Yes. So I help entrepreneurs to get educated on what they need to be successful in securing lending opportunities for their business. That's what I do as my day job, and I also run a 15-week entrepreneur academy called Mortar. That's here in Tulsa, so that's exciting. And at the top of the
Just had
year,
their first graduation.
yes, we just had our first cohort graduate.
Awesome.
I was so sad to miss it. I really
yes.
wanted to come.
Well, we have a second cohort graduating
excellent. Sweet.
December 6th.
There you go.
So
All right.
definitely tune
There you
in.
go.
Our pitch night was virtual last time, and we're going to have a virtual option again this time. And in person, and then we are going to be kicking off all new entrepreneurship courses, at least 3 of them at the top of the year with TEDC, so that's super exciting. And we're doing like cash prizes for the winners, and I love the work that I do, and it's very much for community. And I think that one thing that is definitely associated with my brand, and I think it's really a big essence of who I am, is I always am focused on teaching people how to advocate for themselves. And when I think about the work that I do at TEDC, it really falls in line with my personal brand, because I get to help educate entrepreneurs on how to really sell and pitch their business ideas and their dreams to people, so that they're able to get them funded, so that they are able to go out and do those things successfully. And so, yeah, that's what I do during the day. And it's a very, very rewarding job. And it's a new department launching out of TEDC, and it looks wild, and we're going through a rebrand right now, the entire organization. So I just want everyone to stay tuned, because when TEDC pulls up in January, you're going to be like, okay, they're here to stay in a in a new and unexpected way.
Just based on, I've got to ask, so you mentioned about having a personal brand and advocating for yourself. I think that's something that a lot of entrepreneurs don't really think about. And so how critical and how important is that to the success of an entrepreneur?
It is absolutely critical, because Jonathan Sanders, he is my co-host and sitting right here, but he actually reminds me of it all the time, because I am passionate about the stimulus, and then I'm passionate about my day job because it's community facing. But also when we're talking about like my own personal goals, it's like you have to talk about those things in order for people to know and invest in you.
Mm-hmm.
And like John's he's in real estate, and so anyone who knows him, they know that he does the stimulus. But everyone also knows, like, if you want to buy a house, like go to John, go to John, go to John. And it's like you have to constantly promote what you do, because people never know if like your skill or function is going to be useful. And I actually went to a workshop one time, and it talked about the psychology of buyers and sellers, and it said that, you know, a buyer doesn't really care how much of an expert you are at something. It's all about emotional proximity. So it's like you have to keep talking to people over and over again about what you're doing, because whenever they think of it, you should be the first person that comes to mind.
Yeah, so this is so true, because
you really triggered him on that one.
Okay, for the last 2 years, like, the joke was anytime if anyone mentioned the word podcast on Facebook, like, someone would tag me. Yet on the other hand, people, I talk to people who are like, oh, I didn't know you did that, like, that you did it for other people. I'm like, what did you think they were talking about? Like, the one advice the 2 pieces of advice I gave is, like, don't undervalue yourself and annoy the crap out of people. Like, you have to. Like, you have to, touch people at least 5 times for them to even notice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to seem like you're overwhelming people talking about the thing you do, but that's to cut through all the noise. That's what you kind of have to do. So
yeah, especially in real estate, Yes, everybody. I am in real estate in multiple ways, from the investment side, if you're looking to buy an investment property, or from the residential side, where we can talk about houses being listed on the market. So I work with buyers and sellers, as we said, and I like to think about it like selling dreams, because that's really what everybody wants to get. Like, we do all these things so that we can get a nice house, get somewhere where we really love, we appreciate, and you can see your work like in front of you. So that's what I do, and that's what I love. Real estate is just a great way to see entrepreneurship from so many different ways, because I work with everybody, and I understand what it's like to have to build that business up from not having any type of branding or notoriety to like people like recognizing you and you getting referrals now. And like when people think real estate or when people think podcast, your name comes up. So Yeah, and also it's like with real estate, it's a way to really have a tangible impact on the community. So community is something we're very passionate about, the stimulus, and like with that, just seeing the different disparities within North Tulsa and then like the rest of the city, I can have a direct impact on changing that. So that's what I work on. That's what I focus, and it just allows me to do a lot of different things, to help people out because real estate is one of the number one wealth building assets that you can have. So, I love it. I love it. So if anybody's out there looking, let me know. Let me know.
And can I say one other thing?
Go for it.
I want to take the opportunity to say I am definitely trying to be more bold about like doing consulting for businesses around operations and strategy, just personally myself, because so much of what I've been able to build in Tulsa and what I continue to build in Tulsa, they're just like programs on a major scale where it's just like, how do I create these programs that help multiple entrepreneurs, but I don't get to like work with entrepreneurs like one-on-one. And so like moving forward, I really want to kind of get back to that because I got to do that a little bit before. And so I will say if anyone is out there and wants one-on-one help, which I think is always necessary because you can go to a class but not really know how it applies to you. And then you want all this information from your teacher, but it's like your teacher's not being paid to do that. And so it's like, if anyone wants one-on-one help, that's definitely something that I'm really leaning into for the top of 2022.
That's awesome.
Can we tease for 2022 the podcast project you and I were working on?
Yes, and this is the thing. I was telling someone the other day, it's so funny because anytime someone introduces me in public, they just say Kiori the dynamic individual because there's just like so many random buckets. But I also have a business and personal, I don't even know what the word is because I'm losing it right now for some reason. But I have like a project that's dear to my heart called Comb Cafe that's all about, how do you comb through complex conversations or detangle complex conversations, detangle more than hair. And so Jesse and I are working on the podcast for that, and I'm still really excited, but I'm thinking that I'm thinking that I want it to be maybe just like a show and what that looks like. And so now I'm like, okay, do I want to release the podcast or do I want to take the podcast and tease it to, like pitch a show and do something bigger? And, that I think is part of the entrepreneur mind of like overthinking and like not getting started or getting started halfway, but like not committing because then you're thinking you want to do something different. And I feel like we started that project months ago, and so it's crazy because when you start a project, months ago, and the people who are around you and nearest and dearest to your heart, they're just like, yeah, whatever happened to that thing that you were working on that you were super passionate about? And so all of October, I have started having Comb Cafe like live meetups again at the Liquid Lounge, Tuesdays at 7. And it's just where strong women who feel like, their weeks are very demanding and they don't have people to talk to, they're able to come together and just like fellowship. And so definitely getting Comb Cafe back off the ground. But one thing I'm trying to focus on is Comb Cafe is also so much around creating safe spaces for people to have conversations on their own. And so while it's something that I want to actively build, it's not something that I'm looking to be the face of right now,
Yeah, looking back on it, I wish we had filmed those recording sessions just because seeing, in a conversation about both hair and having difficult conversations, watching all of you interact was the most interesting part for me.
Yeah.
And even though what they said was amazing, seeing them say it, I felt like would have been just as important. So.
Yeah, I think so too. That's kind of where I got caught up. But I think it's really nice. I think it's really nice.
It is really nice.
It's like, I think it's really nice.
It is.
John, do you have anything else that you're doing that you want to tell people about?
Nope.
I was like, no, not me.
Listen, he's like real estate's a business you're in 24/7. So
yeah, the thing is, I do have a bunch of interests. From really. So okay, my biggest interest is having impact, leaving a legacy, and really just making sure that I'm a part of the change that I want to see. I've been in Tulsa for a couple of years now, and I'm here because. One, my job moved me out here, and then, just something about me, got laid off due to the pandemic, and that's how I got into real estate, and I could have done real estate anywhere. My mom's a broker in Tampa. She's begging me all the time to come back and do some business with her down there. But I'm like, no, there's a reason why I'm here in Tulsa. So with that, like real estate is that way that I can have the impact with economic development and all those things that are going on. And I do have a bunch of interests, but I would say right now, the biggest thing I'm working on is being focused. You know, I want to be able to master real estate. When it comes to the stimulus, I want to be able to master this. And there's maybe a couple other things that are in the works that I can't necessarily announce right now. But I want to focus. So what I'm like, man, I'm seeing all these things, all these shiny lights, and I'm like, I want to do that. But I think the best thing right now is like master what I'm doing right now, and then like really start trying to take on these passion projects. Because when I think about it, those folks that I look up to, they master one thing first, and then like later on in their career, they're doing all these other things. Mm-hmm. So if I can get down like real estate, you know, the stimulus, the couple of things that I have right now in my toolbox, I think I'll be okay. So
and
stay tuned.
Maybe rest is like the third thing, because as he was talking, one thing that came to mind is like when you're in college and they're like, there's the triangle and you can only have two of the three, and it's like sleep, study, or like be social, you know? And I feel like as an entrepreneur, you kind of have to pick three things that you're going to focus on. And one thing we've been talking about on the stimulus a lot recently is like rest. So it's like, you can get really focused on doing your thing, you know, you can focus on rest, but if you want to focus on like bouncing around all the time, like either rest is going to like really suffer, or the thing that you're trying to focus on is going to really suffer.
You mean like how I woke up at 5:15 a.m. this morning and sort of a panic?
Sweat.
It's been happening a lot this week. It's sort of, I feel a lot of this conversation.
Yeah. Well, one thing I do think is interesting as we've been doing this for 2 years is that I think going in, I always thought that, you know, social justice and improving your community came from, you know, maybe nonprofits and community activists, and that's where it was, right? But I think we've learned that there are so many different lenses that people positively impact the community, and that's been something that's been really interesting to us, to see that people find different niches, whether it's entrepreneurship or real estate. You know, our sponsor that does it through estate planning. You know, there's like all kinds of just interesting ways that people do that, and that's been something that's been interesting for me to learn, how people tie purpose to their entrepreneurship.
You have to find a problem that you're passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you think about like multi-level marketing or any of these like get rich quick deals that you see online, it's like you get in it and then it's like, yeah, you know, you can make money, but like you're not committed to it because you don't feel it doesn't resonate with you, right?
Yes.
And when I was working in Boston, we used to talk about like, what is innovation? And our definition always was like, innovation is the ability to solve problems, you know? And so when I think about like entrepreneurship, it's like anyone can be a business owner. Mm-hmm. Just come in and follow a few steps and like convert that into money, you know? But to be an entrepreneur, like you have to be invested in the solution that you are trying to solve. And because it will wake you up at 5 o'clock in the morning, right? Like you will find yourself spending money that you don't have. You will find yourself talking to people about your business, nervous, out of your mind, not knowing how to pitch properly, but just like going after it because it's like, that's how much that problem is a pain point for you. Mm-hmm. And so when you think about like people who are tackling social issues and people who are tackling just like making the world better from all these different angles, it's only going to work whenever it works for you.
Right.
Yeah, you got to find what you're passionate about, because you got to ask yourself, like, could I do this for free? You know, like, is this something that, you know, I could just wake up and just think about or work on just because I want to, just because I care about it? I'm on Amazon looking at these equipment just because this is the stuff I like to buy, right? Is this something that you could do? And I had to ask myself, like, is this something, like, if I commit to this, is this going to be a part of my life forever? Like, and the answer is yes. And I feel like you got to ask yourself, that comes down to the why. You know, why are you doing this? You know, what is the reason for it? It can't just be because you want to make a lot of money. And for me, when I first got into real estate, it was to make a lot of money. That's it. Like, I saw a way that I could get in, make some money. I'm like, I'm going to use the skills that I already have, that I've been trained to do, and just hit it big. And when I realized that money was no longer a motivating factor, I had to go back to the drawing board and no, I'm actually doing this because I feel like it's actually in alignment with my purpose, you know, as we said before. So I feel like any business that you're thinking about or you're wanting to pursue, you have to ask yourself, is this just a get rich quick scheme? Is this some type of multi-level marketing thing? Because I've tried that as well. And you have to ask yourself, like, you know, is this my passion, or am I just, you know, leveraging someone else's to make a few dollars right now? So, I mean, and if you are, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But you also got to ask yourself that why. And then I think everything else will start to fall in line.
Yeah, I mean, in a magical solution where there was like a universal basic income, would I still be spending my time doing what I'm doing now? The answer's probably yeah. Like, it'd be nice not to have to stress about a certain amount of money, but like I turned my hobby into my job, which everyone says you shouldn't do because then you don't love your hobby anymore. But it's still better than past jobs I've had. So,
Yeah. Right.
I mean, on the other hand, like retirement savings would be nice, and health insurance would be not even worry about it. Health insurance would be nice, but you know, not being my own boss is certainly way better for my mental health than some of the bosses I've had in the past. So,
Oh,
Absolutely.
definitely. My cousin, I remember he had said something to me once before. He was like, I don't understand this whole concept of whenever you do what you love, you'll never work another day in your life. He was like, because this is the hardest I have ever worked, but
Dad.
I'm enjoying it.
Dad, if you're still watching the live stream.
Oh, it's work.
It's work.
Like,
It is
don't
work.
be
It's gonna be some
deceived.
tears.
But, like,
Yeah.
If anything, you're going to work harder because it's yours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But would you rather be putting all that effort? See, something that I was thinking about as well was, so I was in medical imaging sales before I got into real estate, and that's how I got to Tulsa, managing this territory as an imaging account manager, and you know, putting in at least 50 hours a week, 50 to 60 hours a week was like the standard. If you were doing 40 hours, you wouldn't be successful. That was the type of job it was. The expectations were very high, and I'm thinking to myself, like, if I put this amount of time in anything I want to do, there's no way it won't be successful. You know, so you have to choose. Like, am I going to go ahead and put 40 to 50 to 60 hours plus into something else that's like, there's a cap at the level I could reach, you know? I can only go this far. I told myself I could be the top imaging account manager in this company, make maybe $500,000 a year, but I feel like that's still putting a limit on myself. I felt like there was a ceiling, there's a cap. And no matter what, as long as I stayed within this structure, I could not go as far as I want to. And I'm thinking about exponential success. Like I always say, like reaching the sky. I don't even say the sky is the limit, because there is no limit, right? Like we want to bust through that. So I mean, that's what I think about. Like, yeah, you say, like, again, you can't romanticize it. You can't sit here and say, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. Like,
you will be
come
broke.
on, like you are going to be working, but that time is going to feel much more valuable, and you're going to feel passionate, and you're going to be proud of yourself. And when you get those results, and you see, I took this business from here to here on my back. That's something that no one can ever take away from you. You know, so it's special.
Well, we both want to thank you very much. Why don't you, for people who maybe weren't here when we started the conversation, give the details of the radio show again so they can connect, they can listen and learn.
Well, you can find us on the radio at KBOB 89.9 FM, but we would absolutely love for you all to follow our Instagram and Facebook at The Stimulus Radio on both of those platforms, and the link in our bio can tell you how to watch our shows every Monday at noon. If you'd like to be a guest, definitely just shoot us a message, and stay tuned for announcements on our podcast that's going to be launching really soon, and we have some other surprises that are in the work. But thank you all so much for having us on the show today.
Thank y'all so
much. We really appreciate it.
So
and
much.
for the beer.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The Oktoberfest was good, man. We're still in October, favorite month of the year.
Yeah.
Do we need to do a dab?
Yes.
Like, did we ever get there?
We did have some donations. They didn't specify what they wanted it for. So
Oh, great.
We could do.
Maybe we saved by the bell.
Yeah.
Hey.
Saved by the lack of specifics.
Jalapeno covered in mayo after we leave.
Yeah, probably.
Right when we walk out
Well, thank you both.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Hopefully, we will be having conversations about turning the stimulus into a podcast.
Yes.
Soon. So,
not hopefully.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
That's right. Let's do it. Right?
Thank you so
thank
much.
you. Thank you.
And our next guest is already here, so we'll just bring him on.
We don't have any video transition videos this time.
Nah, not for him. He's already here.
All right.
For the third time, Carlos Moreno from from many things, but mostly Victory of Greenwood. Carlos, hello.
Hi there. Hi there. Hi there.
We might actually be joined by City Councilor Kara McKee soon, and we'll have a
great.
dual interview.
That'd be awesome.
But hey,
how's it going?
Good. What time is it?
Yeah, I am fashionably late.
No, I mean like for
or
us.
running on Tulsa time, however you want to.
We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Nice.
Yep. We just got over $1,000 a little bit ago.
Nice. Very
Excellent. Get your name on the screen.
Yeah.
Fancy. We are professionals.
That's right.
I wish we could get Marcia back in here just because all three of us were at the ballet on Thursday.
Oh.
I want to talk about that.
Yeah. Lots to unpack there.
It had a lot of you in it. I was not prepared for that.
I was surprised about that.
I did not know how many clips of you.
I did not know.
Okay.
I had zero clue.
So let's set the scene for our listeners.
Right.
Breaking Bricks.
Yes.
A ballet about sort of the Tulsa race massacre and Tulsa's racial issues. It was part dance, part like documentary. It's like
It was a very multimedia experience.
It's very like visually just fantastic.
Yeah.
And
it was produced by Jennifer Archbold, who's a choreographer from Canada, now based in New York. She's like one of the top choreographers working right now. And yeah, I mean, she put together just an amazing group of dancers, and she was saying that she edited 45 hours worth of video to come up with all of the clips that were used in the performance. It's going on this weekend. So the last two performances are tonight and tomorrow night. So if you get a chance to check it out, I highly, highly recommend it. Lots of conversations, I think, in those video clips about the dialogue that we're not having in Tulsa right now. Right? Everybody is sort of in their own corners.
Yeah.
And we're not bridging those gaps. I came away with a lot of that. Like, I felt like that was kind of the central theme of the entire work.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, I didn't know to expect the videos. I mean, I knew it was going to be different than just a ballet. And I was just like, you're the first person on screen.
Yeah.
And I was just like, Carlos, because I was one row behind you. I'm like, hey, Carlos.
I know that guy.
Yeah. And then O-Boom was on it, and Mikhail Vaughn. I'm like, I know all these people.
Yeah,
That was great. It was like, these are all Pod4Good guests.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was.
Michelle Places.
Michelle Places. It's going to be a guest soon. And a couple people I didn't know, I'm like, I need to meet those people now because they said some interesting things. I'm like, they're obviously involved in, the work, and so I wanted to talk to them. But I was honestly not really expecting that much because it's, especially using ballet to give you a deep message is hard when there's no words, but there were tons of words. So if all ballets did that, I'd be on board. So if they used footage from something to tell me what's happening, I'd be on board for that.
Yeah.
So.
There you go.
And the music,
I think that's
was
kind of
great.
where it's going. The recent ballet performance that I've seen,
They're like a little more.
Enter in more of the kind of multimedia aspect to things.
I mean, the issue I've always had with ballet is if you're gonna tell me a story, right, it has to be a easy to convey story in dance.
Yeah.
Right.
Or one that you already know. I found that if you already
That's
know
true.
the story,
Well, sure, yeah.
You're going in and it's a ballet interpretation of something you already know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not a dance off,
Yes.
which I have many thoughts on. But
what's your favorite ballet, Jesse?
you mean my least favorite ballet? That'd be Don Quixote, which is not even about Don Quixote at all. It's about a wedding he goes to, and it's just a series of dance offs. See, you started me, Chris. It goes on forever.
I have not heard of this.
Good. You're better.
It sounds like I don't.
It's
need
the
to see it.
I-244 of ballets, okay? Which
You want to spend federal dollars to tear it down?
Yes, I do. Which, by the way, we went 2.5 hours where, without mentioning I-244 or Oklahoma's tax
code.
Tax code. So
yeah,
that's records for both of us.
That's a record, I think.
Yeah,
it really is.
So since we decided to just jump right into a conversation instead of actually introducing you.
Yes.
Oh, well,
I mean, it's on the screen.
It is on the screen.
Yeah.
For our viewers that don't know about Victory of Greenwood, can you give us the elevator pitch on what Victory of Greenwood is?
Yeah, absolutely. So about 2.5 years ago now, Myself, Meg Sutherland, and several other researchers embarked on a project to take a lot of the research that I have done over the last, since the mid-90s, that I have had on Greenwood and been collecting about Greenwood, and write a book. So each chapter in the book profiles a different family who lived in Greenwood, and I kind of wanted to take that approach to give people a little bit more of a human connection to these great families who lived in Greenwood. So it's a different telling of the story. It's a different perspective, and I think it's kind of opens up Greenwood's history to a much broader scope than just dealing with the massacre itself. It kind of goes and talks about, the families who came into the Greenwood area and where they came from and what their histories were. It includes a lot of discussion about Friedman and kind of that whole experience. And B.C. Franklin has a great biography called My Life in an Era, which is a really good snapshot of kind of that time between Reconstruction and Oklahoma statehood, where you had the building of more than 50 all-black towns, and you had this era of prosperity and black excellence in this place, and then it sort of all goes away because of Jim Crow and because of all these policies that come into place. Yet Greenwood is built, right, beginning in 1905 and thrives until 1921. We've got the massacre, but then Greenwood rebuilds, right? And so I continue that story on into the 60s and 70s, and even talking about people who are still living and working and doing great things in Greenwood today. So that was much more than an elevator pitch.
No, it's good, but I mean, before
it was like our version of an elevator pitch.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Well.
Pod4Good approved elevator pitch. It's like 20 minutes long. Well, I mean, before
when you get stuck in the elevator.
It's true. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Then you have a lot more to talk about.
Yes. Well, I mean, it didn't. It's pointed out in this ballet, it's called Breaking Bricks. I didn't know why it was called that until one of the interviewers points out one of the things that white Oklahomans did was make it incredibly hard to buy bricks after 1921. And so they had to go out of state to get those bricks. Wow. And I'm just I was sad before then, and then I was just infuriated.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm it wasn't enough that they burned it to the ground. They not only would not pay any insurance money on it, made the, using building codes make it hard to rebuild. They wouldn't even give them the one essential item they need to rebuild. And it's just...
Yeah, because the ordinance they passed said that the buildings could only be built using brick. And then we're not going to sell you any bricks. Yeah. So we're going to do everything we absolutely possibly can to prevent you from building this place.
Yeah.
And yet they did.
Yeah.
Right? That's the really incredible part of the story is... And yet they still rebuilt it.
Yeah.
If you look at video footage from 1924, it's a bustling, busy, thriving neighborhood once again, right? And that continues for another 45 years.
Yep.
Well, and that's one of the most fascinating things. What I really liked about your book was there are a lot of important books and research done about the race massacre itself. But there aren't as many about the people and the stories, and learning about how many people who had a profound impact on not just the state or the country, but the world by what they did that came from this place, learning those stories about these people who, beyond what happened to them in Tulsa, the broader world also didn't know about them. And to me, that was what was really cool about this is you mentioned the resiliency and just the amazing things that so many of these people did.
Yeah. 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 And I mean, probably the biggest example of that for me, just because, I'm a tech guy, I've been in the tech industry, I grew up in Silicon Valley. But the chapter on Emmett J. McHenry, it's here's a person, you've never heard his name. I guarantee it. You've never heard his name. He grew up in Greenwood in the 60s, graduated Booker T, went on to work for IBM, and then invented the domain name registration system and founded Network Solutions. Like, if you registered a domain name in the 90s, which, you know, I registered a lot of domain names in the 90s.
Were you one of those people who just bought up all the URLs?
I was one of those people. I went nuts. But yeah, Network Solutions was the exclusive provider of domain names for more than a decade, and it's like, here's somebody who's foundational to the history of internet and computer history. Should be in the same sentence as Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and anybody else you want to, you know, put up on that pedestal. And yet nobody's ever heard of this guy. Like, why? Why is that? You know, and that's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, we know the answer.
Systemic racism.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, he's a black man, so of course he's going to be erased from that narrative that Silicon Valley was the only place where anything internet was happening, and it was only being done by white people, right? Not like, you know, and we're going to ignore any of the other contributions that any other people of color have made to that story, including Emmett, J. McHenry. And like, that actually set me off into a complete and total other tangent of trying to discover, like, who else have we not told the story of that may have had a big hand in creating these technologies that we take for granted today, and all we know is, you know, the Bill Gates story, the Steve Jobs story, the Mark Zuckerberg story. If you were to like just look at movies and documentaries and popular media, the entire internet was created by like 5 white guys.
Five white guys.
I know that's Al Gore. True. And Al Gore.
Let us not forget Al Gore.
Al Gore as well.
Yeah. But all in California.
Yeah.
And which again ignores Dell, one of the biggest technology companies too, which was not in California. Like it's. I was having an argument once with one of our friends about cell phone technologies and how like he was trying to say that all great cell phone innovations have happened in America, and I was like, you are literally leaving out like the company of Nokia that literally led to almost all the things our cell phones have today. That is a Finnish company. Like, it's not all us. We just that's how white Americans want to think.
Right.
Yeah. And I feel like it was appropriate for Chris and I, as city councilor, to walk in at that moment because we were getting a little pod for sad.
Yes.
I think nothing will fix that more than KJ joining us in her Halloween costume that she's currently wearing.
Yes.
And yes. Cheers. Cheersies.
Oh, would you like a beer?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got,
got
double
beers
IPA. I've got sour beer. These are 2 beers that Jesse doesn't like. And then I've also got some Oktoberfest and some This Land Lager from Marshall's.
IPA sounds great.
Okay, here. I think they're still
Can I actually
mostly cold.
Can I have an Oktoberfest?
Oh yeah.
Can I have a beer I enjoy?
You can have a beer you actually like. Finally.
I mean, we've been live streaming for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
So.
Hello.
We welcome. There you go. Well done, Oliver.
Yeah.
Chris and I, city councilor and regular city councilor for other people. Kara Jerome McKee. KJ, how you doing? You look fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you coming from a thing or going to a thing afterwards? Okay.
First one, then the other.
Yeah. I was thinking last night, I was like, am I going to do anything this weekend? After this, I'm like, of course I'm not. Like, I'm going to sleep after this. So
tomorrow you can come trick or treat at my house.
There you go.
There we go.
I have to teach Sunday school as the only class that's going to be in Sunday school because there was a COVID breakout amongst the lower grades.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Check your emails.
Yeah, I'm sure my spouse knows.
So we were just talking about, the things we normally talk about. Systemic racism, Greenwood.
Indeed.
White people stealing inventions and technologies.
But we were also talking about how, with the victory of Greenwood, you do get to learn about amazing stories of people doing amazing things.
That's true.
It is, as we've always said, it's important to talk about the massacre and the implications of it. But too often we do forget about the stories of the real people. And that was what, it simultaneously makes talking about the massacre worse because you get to know the people the amazing people, one of the best surgeons in the country whose life was struck down in that moment. One of the leading minds in medicine in our country was a black man in Greenwood, and
who was surrendering, and some thuggish teenager.
Yeah.
Teenagers.
Just shot him.
Right.
Shot him. Hands up in the air. I mean,
Yeah. So it makes it
hard.
worse to hear those stories,
Yeah.
but it also gives you hope when you see the way that community, to me, we talk about things like the Tulsa Spirit or Oklahoma Standard, seeing what Greenwood did afterwards, that resiliency, the way that they supported each other, the way they built back.
Yeah.
And in some ways built back better. To me,
Thank you, Joe Biden.
but honestly, to me, it gives you that story, and it, like I said, it makes it worse to talk about it, but also gives you pride in what Greenwood is, what it represents, and who the people are.
Yeah. My daughter's going to grow up thinking of Lulu Williams as one of her ancestors of Tulsa. You know, like, and to know what she built in the Dreamland and her family together and all that they did, and that it broke her down afterwards. It's so painful to know that. And it's so important to say, okay, we failed you. How can we as a city do better? We're not the same people that were here then, and certainly it's not the same policies. City government was practically nothing. County was more involved than the city was, but now we have a very robust city government where most of us are working a full-time job for part-time pay because it's become that, because people needed that. I feel a lot of confidence that at least I and my colleagues on the council would behave very differently in tragedies, because I've seen us behave differently. You know, the Two Rabbis podcast also interviewed me about these same things, and we talked a lot about hope and about the pain of all of it. And it was hard getting through the 5 days of the centennial. At that time, people were so many white folks calling on me to find out why we didn't have the big party that they were hoping for, that we had been dreaming about, you know. But in hindsight, looking back on it, that part of it that had felt a little uncomfortable for a lot of us went away, and that it was instead the people who felt really comfortable on Greenwood coming there for 5 days, and people who were stepping outside their comfort zone and coming there, and that everyone was safe, and that there were so many ways to commemorate. That feels like a success, and what feels like more of a success is seeing what we are continuing to do beyond that, what we on council, what we as a community are doing. That the success is in Greenwood, and it's in the people surrounding Greenwood, and continuing that legacy, and saying, what's the next chapter in Greenwood, and how do we make it something that the founders would be proud of?
I want to pivot just slightly, because we are raising money to try to support our new Afghan neighbors that are coming here to Tulsa.
Rock on.
And so, to me, whenever these opportunities come up, it is another chance for Tulsa to do better, right? To
build back better, right? Sorry.
That's only if we knock down 244.
That's right. Damn right.
The conversations continue.
Yeah.
That's right. But really, I mean, this is another opportunity for Tulsa to try to make up for some of the sins of their past, to help a new group of people that need it. So I'd like to get both of your thoughts on this. And KJ, you could talk about how the city is involved and everything else.
Yeah, Carlos, go for it.
Yeah, you know, my day job, I work for CAP. I'm in the marketing department there. And we serve several hundred Burmese families. And there's more than 7,000 families from Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken, between Tulsa and Jenks. And it really does strike me that in spite of like all the negative things that you can say about Tulsa politics and the decisions that are being made and who gets left out of these conversations, I'm always struck at how welcoming Tulsa has been to this community from Myanmar, and the opportunities and how thankful that community is of everything that Tulsa has done to support them. And so I'm very hopeful because I think that same thing is going to be applied to our new neighbors who are coming from Afghanistan, that same welcoming spirit and the same opening up of all these resources and opportunities, that we're just going to keep doing that, which is, makes me proud.
Yeah, it makes me proud too. There's plenty of legitimate critiques of myself and my colleagues on council and even in the mayor's office. But one thing, when I put forward a declaration, a resolution actually, to welcome the Afghan refugees, I did not for one instant feel like I needed to check in with my colleagues to make sure everyone would pass it. It was unanimous. It was signed by the mayor. Nobody for a second said we shouldn't do this. And I didn't ever think they did, because I knew that's where their hearts were, and that people have been supportive. That when I'm checking in with Aliyah Shimmy and Chris Moore and Catholic Charities and B'nai Amuna, there are so many people who want to help, and that's who most of us are. I had a colleague say to me the other day, why we were talking about the difficulties with housing, because we're struggling with that all the time. We're in a housing crisis already. We're really trying to keep people housed, to get people housed. Now we have new families. How are we going to house them? We got to figure that out. And one of my colleagues said, well, don't worry. I mean, why would you want to stay in Tulsa anyway? And I felt, okay.
Wait, one of your fellow city councilors said that?
Yeah, but I think where this counselor was coming from was the fears about biases against Middle Eastern people, and the perspective that they will experience some negativity, which undoubtedly there will be some of that. But what I thought in that moment was, compared to the Taliban, our homegrown terrorists are comparatively chill. It's not to say that it's okay. It's to say what these folks are fleeing is horrors that we can hardly imagine. And the ones I've met are so enthusiastically, hello, we're here. And I met a couple ladies the other day. I was going into the hospital. They were coming out for some treatments. Obviously, they were elders. They didn't speak a lick of English. They're like in beautiful Muslim full body coverings, and here I am, sporting around in my shorts, and I was like, hi, and they were like, hi, and it was just this really cute, authentic, like, I'm really welcoming you, and from them, like, we really want to be here, just in that little exchange. It's so human.
One of the few Afghans I met who could speak English, one of the translators, told me that he's in touch with other translators he knew who are in other cities, and he was like, they're sort of like talking amongst themselves which cities were better, and actually Tulsa's the way Tulsa's been handling it and the efficiency of it has actually been much better than other cities, bigger cities. Yeah. So, as much as Pod4Good craps on Tulsa, we do it from love. We do it from a place of love because we know
we don't crap on Tulsa.
We
have high expectations for Tulsa.
That's right.
Constructive critiques are
Exactly.
useful.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry. Correction. We only crap on Broken Arrow.
There you go.
Oh no.
That's where we're from. We can.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like how two of us on this thing can make Jew jokes and two cannot. Chris and I can make fun of Broken Arrow. That's how that works, right?
Yeah.
Listen, the commenters will let us know over that for sure if anyone's still watching.
Indeed.
So.
Constructive critiques.
Yeah. We've been going for almost 4 hours now. So
we're doing great. Listen,
it's great.
I thought we'd be more babbly by now. So.
What? Oh,
your phone is too small to see from that distance, Oliver. We've got another donation though.
Okay, I don't know if they're trying to make us do something. Okay. We need to. So our good friend Ryan Short has donated, so we need to figure out what he wants us to do.
Shorty, tell me what to do.
Yeah.
So, I've already had a sweet bagel with sweet cream cheese. I had to drink
He has not had a bite of pineapple pizza yet.
I have not.
I may just have to make him do that afterwards for fun.
Somebody's
We'll do that as a TikTok.
Yeah, you missed. I had to. First, I had to have 2 spoonfuls of mayonnaise, and I
Yes.
hate mayonnaise. I absolutely hate it.
As someone who likes mayonnaise, I wouldn't want to do a spoonful of.
Later, so that's what my wife donated for. Jesse's wife donated to have me dip a habanero pepper in mayonnaise and eat it. So yeah. Mine have been way worse.
I had to sing.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
You have to go back and watch it. Yeah. It took us forever to figure out what I was going to sing. I certainly lose a corner of my Star Trek nerd card for forgetting that part.
Yeah.
One of my favorite Star Trek films that everyone hates, but
it was from Star Trek Insurrection.
It was, yeah.
Which is a fun, horrible movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fun. Like it's just like one long episode. It wasn't really a movie. It was a 2-parter.
Right, you don't have to click next episode.
That's right. Yeah,
this episode's still going.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do the dun dun to be continued part at the end.
Yeah. That reminds me, one of the podcasts that we did together, we were talking about Babylon 5.
Yes.
And it is being rebooted.
I know.
The original writer.
I know.
Yes.
I'm excited.
So
he must be so happy. He's like,
I'm like freaking out happy about this.
Our fairy pod mother,
in the back.
I believe we even talked about doing a podcast with her about Babylon 5.
About Babylon 5 and leadership, right?
Now's the time to do it.
That's right.
Listen,
because Babble about Babylon 5.
There we go.
Yes, that would be
Listen,
awesome.
We'll start
Babylon Live. I don't know. I've got all kinds of nonsense.
I like Babylon Live. But yeah, we'll start that one right after we start the Wheel of Time one with Andy Cagle coming soon to podcatchers anywhere.
Nice.
Anywhere, everywhere.
Are you still going to do your Golden Girls one?
I don't have time for that. also, a better version of that one already exists.
Okay, all right.
As long as it's been done.
Yeah. I'm like, you know what? Like, I saw who was doing some other Golden Girls podcasts. I'm like, they're gonna do it better than me.
They've got this.
Yeah. Like, there's we could start a bad movie podcast, but there's already so many good versions of that. Like,
right.
Like, you know.
And at this point, they'll have better budgets and can do more research.
Oh yeah, we can do live shows.
Yeah.
So, again, maybe for Pod4Good's 3rd anniversary, we can actually do a live show at a place with people and booze.
Ooh, it could happen.
We're getting close again. Last year's was all online, so if Devon Douglas wasn't moving right now, I would have had her stream in again.
Yeah,
as a surprise.
That was a fun surprise guest last year.
That was fun.
Did she know she was going to jump on?
Last year, yeah.
Last year, okay.
Yeah, she knew.
Yeah.
What I did not know was how many beers she would have had beforehand before she jumped on.
Did you hear her sing at the city council meeting a couple weeks ago? It was so good.
I
did not know about this.
Yeah. It was so good.
I saw.
Tell me more.
It was her little preview for Dreamgirls.
Yeah.
Dreamgirls. She got up. We gave them a proclamation to say, "Hey, welcome to Tulsa. Thank you, Dreamgirls." And just on the fly, Devon sang for us, and so good. I miss her voice. Yeah. I miss her.
I miss her.
Oh.
I know. That was something that both Jesse and I were sad about, is that by the time we heard about Dreamgirls and how amazing it was and how friends of ours were in it, it was too late for us to be able to go to it.
Oh. That was another great production.
Yeah.
Very well done.
I saw a video of someone just filming her from the side of the stage, like the big number, and I watched it, I was like, damn. Like, it was fantastic.
Yeah. I feel like every article about it or every post, I think, said a revelation about her at least once.
Which, again, anyone who's met her already knew that.
Yes. But are you saying it wasn't a revelation for people that knew her?
It shouldn't have been.
Well, we have our invocation or moment of silence or whatever at the council meetings, which people, have critiques about and feelings about. But if we could just have Devon or anyone else like Devon sing every time, I feel like that would be the grounding moment that's like anchoring us in humanity that we sometimes lack.
That would actually be super awesome. Like get some different, all different cultures.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
and
true.
everybody gets to sing a song.
Hey,
that would be really city council meeting.
The chair apparent for next year, the current vice chair is Lori Dector-Wright, professional singer.
There you go.
I feel like this maybe has some legs.
There you go.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I think it's a really great. I mean,
either that or have the prayer guy.
Huffines is ready for whatever needs to be wrangled. I call it Huffinesing the agenda.
You can come up, but you have to sing a song.
See, that would be interesting. Have him sing the prayer instead of.
He can sing.
Can he?
Yeah, every once in a while he'll throw in a little bit.
I've been to many city council meetings. I've seen him. I've seen him at every one, but I don't think I've seen him sing.
Yeah, just a smidge every once in a while.
By the way, our friend Troy donated to the Herschel Fund, which now that we have gotten over $1,000 and that looks like what we're going to get, I will release Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins onto the internet.
Do you know anything about Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins?
Do you know this
No,
tale?
but I'm excited about
Okay,
it.
so again,
Yes,
just in case we have
I need to hear
viewers
more about
now
this.
who were not watching earlier when I discussed this, there's a musical out there that exists based on a book called Herschel and the Hanukkah Goblins. My Temple Israel, put it on when I was in high school, and normally it's like the cantor plays Herschel and like the youth choir does the rest of the roles. My cantor didn't want to do that, so asked me to do it. Actually paid me. I got paid.
You got paid.
I
This
got
is a
paid.
professional
I got paid $100.
artist. Hey, no,
Did you get your SAG
it doesn't
card?
matter.
Yeah.
It was a professional gig as
It
a
was a
musician.
professional
You were
gig.
on.
Professional gig. I was Herschel battling the Hanukkah Goblins. It's a musical. I had to sing. There's videotape of it that I've been forced to watch multiple times in my life now because it embarrasses me so, which I will now release to the internet.
Yes, you will.
And even record a video of me watching it.
And you know, since I first ran for office, every year I try to take people caroling, obviously. It didn't work last year. And we always work in whatever Hanukkah carols we can get. There's like 2. But now it sounds like there's more. And it sounds like you're going to sing them
Listen,
with the caroling
I will look
this
up the
year.
songs again and I will
Okay.
sing them for you.
Okay.
Do you do 8 Crazy Nights from Adam Sandler?
Ooh.
That's a must.
No, we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, you've got to sing
Yeah.
it.
I mean, what's great about the Herschel outfit is it's really just a Tevye outfit, so it's very easy to find. So
you're saying you're trying to start a Herschel craze for Tulsa? Is that what
sure,
you're
why not?
working
Yeah.
on?
Get me back on stage a second time. So
The revival.
The
Herschel.
revival.
Herschel
Herschel the revival.
Carol Lifton, if you're watching, I'm game. So I do better now than I did then, that's for sure. So
I heard you sing earlier. I'm not sold.
thanks, Chris.
You're welcome.
What were we talking about? How we transition back? So anyway,
We transition back to what?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Babylon 5. There we go.
Was that what we were talking?
I can take it somewhere, but
yeah.
you know, I'll let you do it.
I mean, I could mention again how my street's still dark, but anyway.
Oh, hey, no, tell me about this street. So, do
Why
you
is it so
know?
dark?
Did you see that? Like, okay, this take it a little dark. Tragically, the gentleman was killed at the fair.
Yes.
Walking across the street.
Mhm.
The wheels of government usually can creak along kind of slowly. Bam! This one got done. The lights are going in now. PSO, excellent partner for the city, putting in those lights. The trees were cut back the very next day. And what I'm most excited about is some of those flashing crosswalk beacons.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the best thing. And we're also still exploring decreasing the speed limit, because do you really need to go 40 next to the fairgrounds where
Thank you.
people, right?
Yes,
do you
thank
really
you.
need
Thank
to
you
do that?
very much.
People are going to be mad at me for saying that. That's okay.
No.
You
That's-
can take the highway if you want to go really, really fast.
So
You
this
can-
is one of
all day.
so your rant is quite often about 244.
Yeah.
And justifiably so. But my rant is usually either Tulsa has way too much parking,
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
Yep.
and yet everybody complains that there's no parking.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous idea.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is cars are going way too fast.
Absolutely.
So, like, you know, the child that died in front of the gathering place, and this crosswalk at the fairgrounds thing, both of them were because the cars were going incredibly too fast for the context of where they were.
Yeah.
So where you have more people, you need cars going slower.
Yeah.
Because
You just
they're
do.
more
Or
you're
sl-
more aware
yeah.
as a driver.
Or crosswalks that are visible.
Yeah.
Like it's,
Hyper-visible.
I ended up having to drive down that street a couple times while the fair was going on, and what amazed me was people were having to cross in the middle of the street because there was only one actual designated crosswalk
Right.
for that whole area. That's insane.
Yeah, and even if you're at that crosswalk,
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's
feel
tiny.
any more
It's
chill.
tiny.
It doesn't
Yeah.
feel
Yeah.
any at
Yeah.
all like the cars are thinking that the people in cars. There can be one person on the street, one person in a car, and yet somehow the folks in the cars feel like they have more right to travel,
Yep.
and that's absolutely a logical fallacy. Just
Yep.
drives me bananas, and so hopefully more to come on
KJ, I
that.
know you experience this same as I do as a fellow cyclist, but somebody who bikes to work most days, and I will say it is probably 1,000 times safer than it was when I started biking to work, 5 years ago or longer, but with all the bike lanes and trails and everything. But it is still incredible. I feel scared almost every time when I'm having to cross Peoria, just past 15th, to get over to the trail. And then when I cross 13th Street along the Midland Valley Trail, people fly down that road. And, you know, there's been a couple times when I've had to really slam on the brakes on my bike and even flipped over on it because people are flying so fast that they're out of my view by the time I start to cross, and they're almost to me by the time I'm Yeah.
Pedal. I mean, when cars are different than when we started designing these roads. They just
Absolutely.
are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, our ancestors who developed the city infrastructure we have now could not have necessarily foreseen what we would have now, and we've got to shift it. Coming soon to an internet page, Facebook page near you, I have just filmed my first PSA about the bike lanes. I had I don't know, a couple hundred people sign a petition to say, we need to get rid of the 11th Street bike lanes. Thanks. No. Instead, let's explain why these are here, how they work, and let's get more people out of their cars. Because when I live off Route 66, you can't actually tell me anything about how the traffic flows there. I'm there all day long.
Yeah.
I see how much we're backed up, and sometimes you have to sit there for a minute. A minute.
Right,
and
exactly.
Yeah, you're not late because of it. And if you want to go fast, I clock it. You can look at any map app. You just go up to the highway or down to the highway. You just don't take.
Until we tear it down. And also, until the construction's done. 11th will be a lot better when it's actually fully open.
Indeed.
So, listen, for any Tulsa driver who complains about traffic here, literally just go to any other city. In the world.
Have you driven in Chicago or Houston or
go down to Dallas. Go down to Dallas.
Anywhere.
I mean, Atlanta. Oh my God.
There's
any other city.
There's so many valid
things. Experience what traffic actually is.
I do hope your PSA stops people from using those as a parking spot.
Yeah.
My favorite is that where there are protected lanes and people literally have to cross over a parking space to park in the bike lane.
Yeah,
That's probably my favorite.
We had some people doing that on 11th right there in the Medical District, and we just talked to them again and again, and now they don't do it anymore. So we fixed that person doing it. But and I'm on one of those electric pedal assist bikes from this machine.
Oh, those are awesome.
They make you feel 10 years younger.
Oh, they're so good.
This is
me
riding my bike.
God, those first generation bikes were heavy.
Right, they were, and now
I felt real bad.
I thought that you would have to turn it on. Or, no, it's just you just push the pedal and you are just going.
That's awesome.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, no, a friend of mine let me borrow her pedal assist bike for 2 weeks because we were doing the BMX tour, biking tour. And I'm like, I'm 45 and have gained way too much weight during COVID. I'm not going to be able to do this bike ride, Colby. But my friend let me borrow her pedal assist, and I was like, I'm jamming.
Oh yeah.
Hills, what?
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was just so cool. I want one.
And this machine is great, and they are actually looking into other opportunities to, I don't know, be able to rent a bike trailer possibly, or cool. Other kinds of bikes.
Nice.
Tandem bike. Who knows? They're really great, and the app is so easy. Sorry, it became a little commercial for this mission, but the city does subsidize it. Our tax dollars go to this for a reason. It's a good service.
No, I think they're doing a great job.
It's way better than the scooters. Sorry, scooters, but
it'd be cool to have this machine in different areas of town, 61st and Peoria area, maybe.
And that's what they're doing. They're spreading out. We just had them present. I had them present in one of the council meetings because they decided they would start in downtown and they would radiate out so that you wouldn't end up somewhere where you have a bike but you can't get it back to the station.
That makes sense.
And so it's just it's going
as
out
I learned,
and out.
As I learned when I tried to take one from my apartment downtown to the Research on 15th and Lewis, and they were like, actually you're not supposed to go that far. I'm like, but this is the closest grocery store.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we can't. They're like, we can't maintain that yet. I'm like, okay, I'll bring it back.
But they can now. They can now.
They have bikes right in front of the Research now. So.
And they're headed up to Oasis in North Tulsa.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that because there were times when I wanted to take one of those to go from where I work downtown to the Hutcherson Y, and it was out of range, and I was like, we're talking a mile here. I can't. And I mean, listen, I know they're great people, but it felt a little interesting that just just a few blocks north of downtown was suddenly out of range, but I could go quite a bit further south, east, or west.
Right.
So
Yeah. It's the top priority, and it's happening right now. Katie Sawicki, you should check it out on the City Council. I think you can find it on TGov now. Oh, gosh, y'all, that ransomware attack. There are so many things within the city in our archives that we cannot access. Still.
Wow.
TPD cannot access a whole bunch of stuff. I cannot get a heat map of what kinds of crimes are happening in District 4 right now because TPD can't pull it. Now, we've got a new system coming on with them, and we'll be able to get more soon, but I try to keep an eye on that sort of thing. There's old agendas that we've got the paper copies. We still have the information, but we can't pull it up. It really, I learned that yesterday, so it really brings home to me how much we are dependent on computers and and how much we need to protect.
I didn't realize how there are still ripple effects from that going on today.
Yeah, very much so.
That's incredible.
And the stress on the staff, like people who have all sorts of other jobs, literally just entering data for months, and that isn't all finished. Yeah.
That's incredible.
We've got a very charged question here. Do they, YouTube, have any feelings on the Trump rally that happened?
Read it. I
You
like
want to
to
read the full thing? All right.
read,
What does it say?
Read the wording.
Do they have any feelings on the racist rally Trump tried to have on the day of the massacre and then the utter failure of the event whenever it took place?
Yeah, so I was actually paid to cover that event for a publication called Gen, which is part of Medium, that's owned by Twitter. What I talked about in my piece was that Tulsa, in my view, has always been and I don't know, will be for the foreseeable future, this city that's at a tug of war with itself. Right? You have all these amazing, great things that are happening, have happened. We talked about all the greatness of Greenwood, and then the tragedy of Greenwood, and how that duality just keeps going back and forth. And you can see that in almost every aspect of the city.
Yeah, I see it every week.
We've built these amazing trails and river parks that are recognized nationally, and yet it's still dangerous for people to commute on bikes. Right? You can just keep going back and forth and back and forth. Televangelism was created here.
Yeah.
And then we don't know that history. Really, we don't talk about it very much. The agency of record for the NRA is based in Tulsa and Oklahoma City.
Really?
Did you know that?
I didn't.
So Ackerman McQueen is the PR agency that is the agency of record for the National Rifle Association.
Is that the one that's also suing them? Or they're being sued?
Yeah,
by the NRA?
there are lawsuits going back and forth.
Yeah, okay.
So there was a wonderful piece. I can't remember if it was the New Yorker or Atlantic, but it was just this huge long think piece on why the NRA became the NRA after the whole Charlton Heston from my cold dead hands kind of rifle thing. That sort of launched this whole shift in the policies that they were advocating for and all that type of stuff. That was born here.
What do you know?
And yet, then you have Carlton Pearson, all the things he's done.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That was also born here.
Right.
It's just, you can just keep going back and forth and back and forth.
Right, and it's not just Tulsa. I mean, Oklahoma is so complicated.
Yes.
I've had people say to me, Oklahoma's not real. You're just making this up. When I tell them about one day when we have a tiger NATO and there's a fracking earthquake at the same time that there are wildfires and tornadoes and some tigers got out of some of those wildlife preserves outside Oklahoma City, and they're just no. You guys are just pretending.
This state tries to kill us on the daily.
Yeah.
Just it tries to come up with new ways.
Tough.
I think so.
Resilient.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, every day we live is a day we're living in spite of the state.
In spite of everything that the state has tried to throw at us.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah. And in terms of the rally, I mean that dude spreads like an invisible toxic fog everywhere he goes, right? And it absolutely permeated the city and has not left in many ways. It infiltrated the hearts of and minds of too many people, but It could have been a lot worse.
Could have been.
It really could have been. I was expecting worse.
Yeah.
When I was coming down on Juneteenth, I was livid. When they shifted it, I'm like, well, I'm still mad. This is still super not okay, but slightly better.
Yeah.
Slightly better. And then, again, and it feels like a low bar to say that we survived it, but we did.
Yeah.
I mean, just the fact that it wasn't full.
I know.
That made me happy.
I was
That made me
just
happy.
about to say, like,
That
just
was
the
really
fact
satisfying.
that the whole thing turned out to be an enormous nothing burger.
Right,
Yeah.
a dud.
Like,
The outdoor area that was empty because they didn't need it. Like
Didn't need
that,
it.
Yeah.
Thank
That
you.
was satisfying,
Thank you, Gen
agreed.
Z TikTok users.
And
know,
yes,
right?
fans of a K-pop, right?
Yeah.
Here come the youngins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah.
and that's, again, being a tech person, volunteering for Code for America, being a part of this sort of hacker community, like go hackers. Like that's like
Yeah.
it
But
was
not the city
ingenious.
government stuff.
Don't
hack
hack
other
it.
things.
Don't hack.
You pay for us to fix it.
We're going to
so
start
don't
another
break it.
podcast called
If
Hack
you're
for
going-
Good.
Yeah, hack for good. Yeah.
Hack for good.
So that's what Code for America does.
Yeah. Like,
Hack this,
right.
not
So
that.
it's right. So it's so what we do. We have and one of the groups that gets the most national praise is Tulsa, which again, amazing. Like how is that even? I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the grassroots civic tech community, like one of the epicenters for it is Chicago, but another epicenter for it is Tulsa.
Yeah.
And we have partnered with the city of Tulsa so many times to create all these great technologies. It's like, if you're gonna hack something, like be useful, do something good for someone who needs it.
Yeah.
We created a map for people to find somewhere some of our meals were being given away when school was out of session.
Brilliant.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we blew it up statewide.
Yeah.
We built a reminder system for being sent a text message when you have a court date coming up. So it reduces failure to appear. It reduces bench warrants.
What a
It
great
reduces
idea.
additional fines and fees.
Right.
And now
It's
we're
such a simple thing, but it was so necessary.
Yeah,
and
I
just missing. And
just got off the
you
phone
fixed it.
yesterday
Yeah.
with a group in North Carolina that wants us to help them adopt a similar system. So now we're taking that project and spreading it to other cities and other communities.
Yeah. Oh, like the healthy neighborhood overlay. Is it the moratorium on Dollar Generals that Vanessa Hall Harper did?
Yeah.
There are states all over the country. There are people in Europe who have reached out to Councilor Hall Harper to say, "Can you teach us how to do this? You all invented this idea. You realize the proliferation of these dollar stores was killing your ability to fix food deserts." Like she just went that hard, and people saw it, and it made a difference, and it still is. And there's so many little things
I
like
saw it.
Your buddy Jeff likes to ask some loaded questions, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. We pop that up back up
Sure.
for us?
So has there been any progress on police reform / defunding?
Okay, so I come from an activist background. Y'all know that. Everybody is paying attention, probably does. And if you've ever been in a scene and there's some problem and everybody's brainstorming slogans, somebody's going to throw something out there that's really catchy, but maybe not the right words. And that is how I feel about defund the police.
Yeah.
I know that lots of my friends think it's awesome and try to make the case. I was debating someone the other day that it can be much more nuanced, and I get, we don't need to fund law enforcement as much as we need to fund the social services and the basis of what is causing the inequalities that create the atmosphere of crime and violence and trauma. I absolutely agree with that. But when you say defund the police, it literally creates that division. It entrenches that division that was already there, and it puts people more in their camps. And so what I think most people, sorry to get hung up on that word, but the word's not super helpful. But what is really helpful, I think, what I'm seeing happen is we on the council worked really hard, just as soon as I jumped in, having extremely long meetings with TPD and figuring out, 5-hour meetings, right? While I was still nursing the baby and had to like go behind the curtain and wrap myself up at a tiny desk to pump milk. You guys need to know that was my life. And from that, we got these working groups. And from those working groups, we've come up with a lot of really good suggestions for the police. Some of them they're getting ready to implement. Some of them we know why they are implementing and not. I literally had a meeting last Friday with Director Kirkland about some of the data points that we learned from Dr. Eberhardt about like, why aren't we collecting this? What are really figuring out what are the best practices and what are we doing and what aren't we doing? So a lot of the suggestions that we came up with, the TPD has already started implementing. I cannot take all the credit for that, the council cannot, but the fact that we had these public conversations and that we got a new police chief right after that, and that police chief was in those meetings and said, yeah, that's a really good idea. And that internally, these shifts are happening, that we've had some, we've reformed our canine unit, which was loosing dogs on criminals, literally loosing dogs on people. That has stopped, and that we've had some real bad actors within TPD quit and say, I don't want to be a part of this culture because this culture has shifted and they don't let me loose dogs on people anymore. Like, there are some real great internal wins happening within TPD and the rest of the city, both to help them feel more like a department of the city, which they are. There's no need to fetishize them and put them on a pedestal as something, they're a department of the city. And there are things that they're doing to change. And then we within the council are putting money where our mouth is. Last week, we just talked about, I wish I had the numbers right in front of me, about how much of the ARPA funds we are using to reform criminal justice system, because we learned as we did these meetings that it's not just the police, it's the courts, right? And every single one of the 9 of us understand the excessive warrants, the number of times people are arrested and put in jail just for failure to pay warrants, and the number of times that people aren't going to court because they can't get there at the right time. And so we're gonna have night court and we're gonna have weekend court, like the things that we are getting done that are coming down the pike that we have in our budget. They're not gonna be big splashes in the news. It's not exciting to say, hey, look, they fixed some stuff. But we're actually fixing some stuff. We really are. And not to say that it's a weekly thing that it's like, well, that shouldn't have happened like that. But the conversations that are had in TPD leadership and in city leadership amongst each other and independently, changes have happened, more in the works. We need the public to keep pushing and to keep watching, but we're not stagnant. And that, if we were stagnant, y'all know, I would tell you. I would be pissed as hell. But that's not what's going on. Like, there are changes in the works.
Do you think that there's how much do you think that the attitude has changed? Because the things that I see in the news that sort of raise my hackles are things like, headlines that say Chief Wendell Franklin wants no community input about police excessive use of force. Like, that headline I wrote like 2 articles about it. And, when the mayor goes on CBS Sunday morning and says that the murder of Terrence Crutcher had nothing to do with race, like those are the kinds of things that, as a person of color, like, I feel that on a deeper level and on a more personal level than they do.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
like,
definitely.
when Phil Lakin says he's weary about Black Lives Matter, like, I've been harassed by police officers since I was 13 years old. I'm now 45. I think I deserve the mantle of being more weary than Phil Lakin does.
Sure.
Like, I think I get to say I'm weary, and I really honestly don't think he does get to say that. And so I'm just wondering, like, in these conversations, in this sort of sausage making, which, as somebody who has a master's degree in public administration, I'm happy to hear that those changes are happening. Right. That does excite me, although it may not excite most people. But I do wonder, like, am I going to keep seeing those headlines?
Yeah. As long as we have elected officials and people in leadership who are in an echo chamber of folks telling them that they need to back the blue, and anybody who doesn't 100% pledge their allegiance and sing some sort of weird deification hymns to the police.
And that's, I don't mean to interrupt you, but like that's what's so weird to me, because like my great uncle was the chief of the fire department for Santa Clara County.
Yeah.
Like, I have cousins who work for Border Patrol. I have family who are police officers. Like, I get it. Like, back the blue, yes.
Back the blue unless they're the ones guarding the Capitol.
I get
right?
that. But when you pull me over for no reason other than my mom was born in Mexico and my dad is Mexican from Texas going back 6 generations, the border, like we didn't cross the border crossed us.
Yeah.
Right? And
listen,
like
Mexico, you can have Texas back.
We don't want it back. We don't want it back.
Well, then Texas can be its own country as it always wanted to be.
Texas has always wanted to be its own country.
Let it.
Yeah, but
Texas just needs to be its own country.
They can't take us.
But yeah, that hits me different.
Of course.
And I want to live in a city where I don't open up the newspaper and hear that the people at the very, very top don't care about people who look like me.
You know, years ago when I was
straight up point blank.
That's exactly right. And I mean, I 110% can't disagree with anything that you've said there. When I took a witnessing whiteness class at YWCA that Moneta High and Justice Wadener Smith founded years ago when I first moved to Tulsa. It was brilliant. And one of the things I remember in talking about what whiteness and what white womanhood is this idea that there was some sort of dream analogy of a white woman standing on this pedestal in a glass case holding these shopping bags, perfectly dressed, and having to hold on to this kind of perfection. It's not the, and that struck me, and it was painful, you know, knowing that I've lived to try to do this. It's not the difference between support the police and hate the police. There's hate the police, there's support and critique everyone as an individual, as an entity, and then there's like have some sort of weird deification of the police, which is where some people feel like they have to reside. And it's not fair to the officers or the chief or to anyone else. I see it from some of my colleagues. It's really bad for public policy, and it gets reported in the news. I can't at all promise you that it's going to stop, but my hope is that we will have a growing number of elected leaders who don't do that. If you've got 9 counselors plus the mayor, that's 10 people. And if you think about how many of the people hit the headlines saying that kind of thing, let's take away, we've got another election cycle coming up, let's shift one of those seats. You know, and then we got another election cycle. Let's shift one of those seats, not to people who dislike the police, want to defund the police, but to people who see the police as people doing a really hard job that need a massive amount of support, that need like all of the psychological, social wraparounds to be like the healthiest individuals possible when they're making these crucial decisions while wearing weapons. You know, like those are the people I want us to have in leadership. We've got some of them. We need more.
Yeah, and I really believe that it is not unfair to have very high expectations for people who are well-armed and can have a profound impact on people's lives. I think that is perfectly fair. Yep. And I don't think that means that you do not support the police.
Like Chris Rock said it, like there are some jobs that you just can't be half-assed at. Like, like
airline pilots, police officers.
Like, you know, most of our airline pilots get you to your destination. Some of them like to crash into mountains. Like that, we can't have that. Like most of our heart surgeons are amazing and do a wonderful job. Some of them
don't believe in washing their hands. Like that's not
right. Like you just can't have that. There are standards.
It's a hard job. Those people know it going in.
Right.
We should be allowed to hold them to high standards.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, in order to hold them to high standards, we have to give them the supports.
Absolutely.
To
That's
be
right.
like
They
right
shouldn't-
now we
they
don't.
shouldn't have to be like.
They shouldn't have to be.
Yeah, we send them to do lots of things they shouldn't have to do.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, and there's a lot of things that we can shift out of, so that we take away some of that. We've already we went from 3 days to 5 days in just a recent budget amendment to have the the CRT, the crisis response teams that have the mental health training and all of that. 5 days a week is not. I want it 24/7, but that we're 5 days a week is better.
Yep.
And again, it's bringing in those outside forces that should be taking stuff. But I mean, there should never be, in my opinion, an instance where an officer has a use of force beyond just like uniform presence showing up, where they don't have at least some level of psychological evaluation. But instead, and they've improved it, now they've got some peer groups where they're monitoring each other, and that's definitely improved things, and that's new. But it's not the same thing as having on-staff professional psychiatric evaluation that is mandatory, especially if you shoot someone or get shot at.
Yeah.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
Mandatory. It should never be an option, because otherwise the culture allows for that toxicity that tells you you shouldn't have any feelings. And as long as we've got anybody being told you need to be so tough that you can survive a virus without a mask, you should be so tough that you shouldn't feel the fact that you just shot somebody or tased them. And that is what our culture tells law enforcement, because they become insular because they have to separate themselves from reality, because they're not being given all of the supports that they need. And I'm not saying that the chief is failing that. I feel like our society has created this entity. We are all to blame for that. And the people who call 911, those people have responsibility to not be constantly reporting the black guy with the backpack who happens to be your neighbor. You got to know who your neighbors are.
Right. Yeah.
The bias begins with us.
Yeah. Karen's looking at you.
But yeah, the complaints on Nextdoor about the brown person walking.
I'm like, is that gunshots? Is that gunshots? I'm like, no, it's fireworks. We cover this every Friday.
I spent like a few months, and then I just had to stop. But like,
it's
but
toxic.
like whenever any one of those like things came up, I'm like, that's me. That was me walking in the neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. I live here. I own a house.
Yeah.
That was me.
That was me.
So, I did wear the hoodie. So, I'm sorry. It's cold outside.
Keeps her ears warm.
Exactly.
My daughter's
lay
too.
off.
She loves her hoodie. She's not trying to rob anybody.
Who's that person stealing a baby?
Right.
Who's that baby stealing someone's car? It's mine.
Yeah, but it really does feel like societally we provide a lot of support, but the wrong support for police. And we have a lot of expectations, but it tends to be the wrong expectations that makes their job incredibly difficult to do. I mean, that's the thing. There are a lot of amazing police officers out there that are trying to do right by their community.
Definitely.
And they're often put in horrible situations because they're not always given the right kind of training. They, as you said, they don't have the right kind of support. It's not to say that there aren't bad people who do end up police officers, because we know that there are, but finding the right way to support and give the training to the people that want to do that job to make their communities better, so that they stick around and gently or not so gently encourage other people that maybe this isn't the right type of job for them with cultural change and other things can make a profound impact.
Yeah, well, and under Chief Franklin, we have had more of those people with kind hearts that see it and that don't want us to end up on the national news the ways that we have before, reporting their colleagues more often. Those internal reports have gone up. That is some hard data showing, and not only have people left of their own volition because they felt like this isn't the culture that they were used to, but we've had some shifts to say, we can't have bad apples, like you were just saying. We can't have people that just whoops, and there's we've had some shifts within the. I mean, I think I talked to you all before about the police union, the Fraternal Order of Police. The new president, I have a really good relationship with him. I was texting with him all through the centennial of the race massacre. He was down there really trying to protect people.
Yeah.
Not to say he's perfect, but like, I see some ways we're moving in right directions. We've got to do a lot more. Technology is going to help. If you all want to know about that, I can tell you, or I can digress.
I have one question about technology.
Yeah.
So we, I say we, I'm putting my Code for America hat on again, built a tool called Citigram. And it taps into dispatch information. And like, for example, if any fire truck is dispatched anywhere within, I think I have it set for a mile from my house, I get a text message that says, fire truck was dispatched at this address for this reason. I think last week it was because of a transformer blowout. And
I
was
want
like,
that. I didn't
I was
know.
like,
Ooh.
yeah, go to Citigram.
Citigram,
and then look for Tulsa.
Okay.
And then you can get fire dispatches. We used to also have police dispatches, but our data source for police dispatches went dark, and we don't know how to get that back. So if you can find out how to get that back for us, we would really love it, because it would make the tool very, very useful to be able to get not just fire dispatches, but police dispatches, and know what's going on in your neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
So that these folks on Nextdoor don't have to wonder.
Yeah.
Right?
You
Is
can
the
tell
person
them
walking down the
exactly
street,
what- yeah.
or do they live in the neighborhood and they're just walking their dog, or has a police officer been dispatched and there's something actually going wrong in your neighborhood?
Right.
Like, you would know that.
Yeah.
Because you would have the data, because you would have the dispatches.
People, there's been lots of studies about how toxic like Instagram and Facebook are for certain groups. Like, where's the research on how toxic Nextdoor is? It's not good.
It's
not
so
good.
toxic. I won't use it. I have constituents that are mad about that. I have others that hate me, that take advantage of that fact and use Nextdoor to talk shit on me because they know I'm not going to be there. Sorry, bleep.
That's all right.
Listen, we've been going for 5 hours now. I don't think anyone's still watching.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Jeff's still.
Yeah,
Jeff's
Hey,
still-
Jeff.
Jeff's
Yeah.
still-
Hey, Jeff.
But it can be so toxic, and they don't allow elected officials to have access to their whole district, and that's why I don't use it, because I can see the people who live in my neighborhood, right adjacent to my neighborhood, but I have constituents who are outside of that area, and I'm not going to answer the questions of some and not the others. They can all email me. Marissa and I will get back to them as fast as we can.
Yep.
Which reminds me, make sure you don't let me forget. I can't text Marissa right now, but let's find out how to get that link back
that
in
would be
there.
great.
Because what we're about to upgrade the system so that we've got all of the different technologies communicating with each other, and it's going to take some things out of the officer's hands as far as having to report things, because there will be automated ways that data is getting to us, which is, as soon as we get the funding for that, we're going to do it, and it'll be good. More data.
Yeah.
Let me know, because I think some of that data needs to be public.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I probably
So
a fair bit. Yeah, let's make it public.
yeah.
That's the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, this has been awesome having both of you on together. I don't know that we planned to have both of you on
We
at the
didn't,
same
but
time.
it worked out.
But it worked out. It was a great
We've been
conversation.
meaning to hang out for years, so
There
this
you
is
go.
good.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I know you probably have either a birthday party or trick or treating to get back to.
Both.
So,
Yeah.
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 I mean,
I also
Carla-
have a family deal. To
Yeah,
do, too.
yeah. I was gonna say, Carlos, you could stay for our next guest if you want to, but thank you both.
Yes,
And,
thank you very much.
Aw, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do a really rough transition here because we're already 30 minutes over where we're supposed to be.
That's
right. But let's bring on our next guest. Q, come this way.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Get rid of those name tags.
Thank you.
Take some bagels.
If you'd like.
We have bagels.
Only if they're sweet. With sweet cream. No.
Yeah. This is the price for even me.
Yes. All right. You can go and sit here.
Yeah.
And spin this around
Yeah.
for you.
One of my all-time
Yes,
favorite
yes, yes.
interviews, Quresh Ali Lassana, or Q for short. Q, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm a little hectic today, but I'm all right trying to put together a party, a Halloween party for tweens.
Oh,
but
wow.
But I'm well.
Yeah.
How are you two?
Good.
Good. I
Been
mean,
going at
I
it
mean,
all day.
Yeah,
we
we've
4.5 hours now.
Yeah, 4.5 hours.
We're close to $1,100
All right.
in donations.
Excellent.
Yes.
So, by the way, did we win our football game today? Did OU win today?
It's going.
It's
currently active.
7-7 at the moment.
14-7. Yeah.
Did we just score?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Listen, I know we're a second half team. So
This is real.
Sure.
So, God, I feel like it's been. We've only been doing this podcast for 2 years, so it can't have been 2 years since the last time we spoke to you on here. Maybe like a year and a half, but it was definitely pre-COVID.
It was pre-pandemic.
Yes. It was right before you were releasing your book, I think, wasn't it?
Was it? Or was it just after? The book came out in 2019, I believe.
Well, maybe it was after your book.
Yeah.
I think it was after the book.
Okay.
It was after the book, but I think before Focus Black Oklahoma had started.
Okay.
So
That's probably it. Okay.
So I guess first question is, how's that been going?
Yeah.
Well, I think Focus Black Oklahoma is doing pretty well. Our team has expanded, so we're happy to have correspondents now in Lawton, as well as in Oklahoma City, because the show is broadcast statewide now on KOSU as well as on Public Radio Tulsa here in the northeastern part of the state. And, we've received now 2 grants from Solutions Journalism Network. So we've competed against national newsrooms to receive those grants to do some more in-depth reporting. And that's been really wonderful. We have a series that just started that's an SJN funded series, part of their Advancing Democracy grant fund. And I'm trying to think of what our series is called. It's some long, unwieldy title, but we're essentially we're focusing on 3 particular laws that this bogus state legislature passed in this last go round. One having to do with the driver's ability to run over protesters without consequence. One, the ongoing right for women to control their own bodies, and there were very restrictive abortion laws that have been passed in this state and in other states. And the third is on House Bill 1775, which is the ban on critical race theory, which I don't believe that any of the men, because they were men involved in creating that piece of legislation, even know what that means.
Yeah.
And what that's about. So it's going to be very interesting, actually. So stay tuned. Monday, Oklahoma State University's president, Dr. Casey Schrum, is going to make an announcement, some sort of a statement on how I work and I teach at OSU, how this law, how she plans to allow the university to work in or not with this bill, this piece of legislation. So Monday's going to be very interesting for those of us who teach anything beyond, bogus revisionist history.
Yeah.
I guess math. I was going to say math, maybe? Or math people have
just teaching math
Math's
now?
okay.
Yeah.
Math's fine.
I feel like math is also somehow racist. But,
Well, science, it's interesting too, because you could apply the critical race theory ban to science.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be interesting how this all shakes out. OU's president has already made a public statement, actually months ago, that the university was going to continue to do what it's already been doing regarding this, and was not going to really adhere to this piece of legislation. It'll be interesting to see what Dr. Schrum decides to do, because as you both probably know, Dr. Schrum was Governor Stitt's COVID czar, which means that she was aware, although she's publicly stated that she was against the governor's cooking those numbers and hiding, the real COVID numbers from the citizens of Oklahoma. But, she was right there. So the relationship between Dr. Schrum and the governor is, we'll see how it plays out regarding House Bill 1775. So this is going to be an interesting week, to say the least. But FBO is going well. And we actually, part 3 of our series, Battle for Greenwood, which you've been a part of, Jesse.
I have.
will be not part 3. I'm sorry, part 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, I don't remember. I don't have never meeting on part 3
because I'm sleep deprived. Part 2 will air tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time on KOSU, and it's been really interesting to engage in. It's I think for many of us, including yourself, taking a real deep dive and unpacking what is Greenwood now.
Yeah.
Is a very complicated, sordid, and fascinating journey. And so our team has done some really great storytelling, including Jesse, on unpacking some things that people may be surprised to learn tomorrow. There were some things that we sort of unveiled or uncovered or undusted in the first episode that I think might affect my might affect my status in this community going forward. But we'll see. But I'm proud of this journalism. I'm proud of our team. I'm proud of the work that we're doing.
Yeah, we're asking fair questions. I feel like questions that we should be able to most of the time find the answers to. And if that makes certain people uncomfortable, like, they could just answer the question, right? So
yeah, it's not like there's any sucker punches being thrown or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's straightforward journalism. It's an interesting thing to ask a question as simple as who owns the Greenwood Rising History Center and Museum? Like, who owns it?
Yeah.
But getting a straight answer is a whole nother thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's in their best benefit to tell us the answer to that question, and they just can't or won't, and we're not sure which one. And
it's true. You'd think it's a very simple question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like it should have been, if it was going to be a problem, it should have been once, and then they shouldn't gotten back to us with an answer. And the second part never happened.
We'll see. We'll keep trying.
Yeah. Listen, we'll see what.
Keep unpacking and keep trying.
See what happens after it airs.
True.
But wait, I'm just realizing someone was supposed to stop by who didn't. I'll probably get a call about that later. But she is now also one of the co-hosts of Focus Black Oklahoma, Kuma Roberts.
Kuma Roberts.
Yeah. So how'd the transition go and like sort of just host changing?
It's gone very well. I mean, Ariel Davis was wonderful. She was our one of our original co-hosts, along with Colby Webster, who's still a part of the team. And Ariel, we wish her the best. She's a lovely, lovely human. And she's gone on to engage in some work that's very important and she's passionate about. So we wish her nothing but love. And so, we auditioned for co-hosts, and Kuma has been wonderful. She has a really radio-friendly voice. She's smart. She knows the city and she knows the state. She's very well connected and is a great resource in terms of ideas and folks for interviews and such. So it's been a really smooth transition. Been nothing but happy about that.
That explains. I was having all afternoon long. I'm like, something happened to the schedule. I couldn't figure out what it was. It was that Kuma didn't show up.
Oh.
So she obviously had probably good reason to, and I'll find out later.
Well,
but
it is Halloween weekend, and she has children.
Right?
Next year, we will do this.
We'll avoid Halloween weekend.
Again, technically, we were born at the beginning of the month, so we'll do it at the beginning of the month. I didn't have time in September to do it. So next year, I will not compete with Halloween, which is what I'm 100% sure I said last year. So we'll see how it goes. But
what did you learn? Nothing.
Yeah, I learned nothing. I learned nothing. I'll forget. And
I will try to remember.
Yeah, because I know everyone wants to do Halloween things except me, who wants to go to sleep.
Well, that's because you've been working on this for several weeks straight. So maybe if you hadn't been, then you would want to.
That's probably true.
Still not. Maybe you would.
I'm not necessarily crazy about Halloween things, but it comes with the territory.
Yeah,
I just want to watch football and have drink.
Yeah,
so I'll be good with that.
I was gonna buy a.
If you'd like, we can share a beer. We do have some beers if you'd like a drink.
What kind of beers are they?
Okay, well, this is a double IPA. We've got a sour, we've got an Oktoberfest, and we've got a lager from Marshall's.
I'm allergic to IPAs. I don't know how people drink those things.
I agree.
Jesse's the same way.
So, people donated, so I'd be forced to drink an IPA.
Well, yes. Thank you for the folks who donated the IPAs. Just keep them away from me.
Yes.
Do you want another Oktoberfest?
But there's
I'll try that.
All right.
Okay.
I will try that.
All right.
Also, since last time we had you on the podcast, you released a children's book.
I did. Opal's Greenwood Oasis. I co-authored with Naja Amatullah Hilton, who's a wonderful poet and writer and teacher from Oklahoma City, and illustrated by Skip Hill, who's an amazing artist and illustrator who is now based here in Tulsa. And a part of what brought me to Tulsa after being away from the state for 30 years was I'd been researching Greenwood and the history of Greenwood and the massacre for about 20 some odd years, and so it was always a part of this sort of Greenwood had always been a part of my intellectual sort of focus for almost 20 years, with the exception of a couple of years when I ran the Gwendolyn Brooks Centennial. So one of the things, as you all know, as Okies, right, as Oklahomies, as I like to say, is that, anyone who's raised here and experienced K-12 education here, certainly K-12 public education, was not taught about this. They weren't taught about the history of Greenwood, the significance of Greenwood, and they weren't taught about its destruction, right? Until only 2 years ago. And so, as an educator, it's always been on my mind is how can we introduce this history to younger readers, to younger grades, younger ages, and so. So that children's book is very important to me because it's something that I wanted to make sure that young people all over the country, but certainly here in Tulsa, and certainly in North Tulsa and neighborhoods like North Tulsa, right? I spent 28 years on the south side of Chicago, teaching in K-12 schools, teaching at the university level at a school on the far south side, where the median age is 26. 80% of our students were single mothers. Probably 85% at the time I was teaching there, probably Black. And understanding that, right, that I would, like, for example, I taught at a school for about 8 years at 36th and Cottage Grove on the near south side of Chicago, where young people could see the Sears Tower. Now it's called the Willis Tower. They could see it, but it never been there, right? And they never been there because of, most of young people in those situations don't travel outside of a 5 mile radius of their home, and also because it was not important. No one made it important for them to experience that. And if that's not introduced to you as something that you should even walk up on and see, you won't see beyond the block, right? So I wanted to write that book, Opal's Greenwood Oasis, so young people in North Tulsa, and again in neighborhoods like it, could see what Greenwood was, and possibly from seeing it, dream it, and maybe build it, and see what Black folks built for 16 years or so in the face of Jim Crow, and what a thriving district it was, right? And I feel like sometimes the massacre is one of the most significant events of racial violence in the history of this country, and it should be discussed and talked about and never forgotten. But we should also talk as much, if not more, about how Greenwood evolved, about how important it was, about its economic vibrance, about the sense of community. And that should be celebrated, because what I think most young people now could not imagine what those 36 blocks were when they go outside, at Pine and Lansing or what have you, and see what's not there now, So that's why I wanted to write that book, and thank you for this.
Yeah. I think something that we don't really talk about is how, like, the fact that, one, we should be talking more about the victories of Greenwood, as Carlos would say, but also the fact that the reason we want to focus on that is because this should have been happening in more places across the United States. Like, it shouldn't have been a magnificent thing that had happened here, right? Like, that points to the fact of what all the other problems were, right? Greenwood's success points out the fact of why it should and shouldn't exist at the same time.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. On the one hand, because of Jim Crow legislation and severe racism, black folks could only live in a certain place and could shop in places where they live.
Yeah.
In this case, in case of Tulsa, right, we couldn't go past First Street without a white escort, right? And generally, the only reason we'd be going, south of First Street is to go work in somebody's home, right? And so we had to provide our own needs. We had to take care, black folks here had to take care of their own needs, and then did so and with such success, keeping the dollar in the community and supporting one another, ideas and entrepreneurial spirits and such, that the neighborhood thrived. And then racism and economic jealousy is what destroyed it, right?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. Yeah. At least, agreed. I would say at least there have been 3 massacres in Greenwood.
Yeah.
At least 3.
Yeah, it's like the jealousy part. It just drives me insane. I'm like, you can't be jealous of something you forced them to do. But I mean, you can, but it makes no sense.
Yeah.
As does racism in general. But it's just infuriating.
Unreasonable.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like,
I mean, you have to think. I mean, their thought process was because they thought they were superior.
Yeah.
If you make them all stay together, obviously it's going to be a failure, and it continued to be, to thrive. And when this community had the resources that it generated, it created excellence.
Yep.
Right.
Which is not what the people expected to happen.
That's right.
And that's why they
that's why
reacted
they're
the way
angry,
they
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
That's right. And one of the things that our dear friend Nehemiah Frank from the Black Wall Street Times pointed out to me that in the midst of all this research, I hadn't really thought about, right, is that when the 3 land runs occurred in the state, number one, there were a handful of black folks who participated in those land runs, and that's an interesting history in and of itself that's very underexplored. But secondly, who were the folks who were in those land runs, right? Mostly Southern planters who had lost their means, right? With the Civil War and the end of the chattel slavery of enslavement of Africans. And so what do you have coming to this place to stake a claim? You have a lot of disgruntled, now poor, or at least struggling, Southern planters from the Deep South who bring their Jim Crow with them, with a different kind of energy about it too, because of what they just lost. And now here's wide open territory, so we can make the laws any way we want. And I think that might be my next book. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to write that with Nehemiah.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was white people. It just didn't occur to me to where they were coming from. Like, I knew they were coming from the east somewhere, but it didn't occur to me they were mostly coming from the south. But yeah,
You picture what was the Tom Cruise movie?
Far and Away. Yeah,
it's like, oh, these are
Irish
people coming.
yeah,
Irish people coming.
Yes, Irish people.
People from other countries were coming, but most of them were people obviously from relatively nearby.
That's
you
right.
know?
That's right.
And there were 3 of them. Probably one was one, the second one was another. Like, whoever who got to, I guess the federal government decided who got to be in each land run. It's land runs. Land runs are a whole other hilarious, horrible topic. But
yes, they are.
Because again, the land had already been given to other people that we dragged here who didn't want to come. So
who didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
We're like, not only did you not want to come here, we're not going to even let you keep the thing we gave you.
Nope, we're not. And we're going to let a whole lot of other folks come and take it. And you just get pushed further and further away and out. If we don't kill you and then eventually just take your land and your children and your oil and everything else.
Yeah.
Pod4Good's returns.
Right.
So, I mean, no, I'd certainly read a book on the history of sort of the demographics of the land run. That'd be fascinating.
Yeah, well, look, that might be the next thing. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll put it on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking that it's kind of funny because the children's book you wrote, based on how the critical race theory laws are written, kids probably wouldn't be able to read that in school.
That's correct.
Because of the fact that certain people would become likely uncomfortable.
Excuse me. That's
reading
right.
about it.
And the book is, an 8-year-old black girl child is taking us through the district on her bicycle, and we're being introduced to real people who existed in the 20s in Greenwood. So every character except for the family, the Brown family, the lead character Opal and her family, actually existed in the district. The businesses that are referenced actually existed in the district. And so, but you know, there's that line, you know, there's a page that I wrote that in Greenwood we have everything we need, and it might surprise you to know that everyone looks like me. Like that's the one that folks were like, okay,
that one can't.
Sending the teacher to the office, right? Because of that line.
Yeah, what I've never understood is how you can teach American history without making someone feel uncomfortable.
Poorly.
Even a whitewashed removal of all negative things. There's gonna be huge gaps that students are gonna have questions about.
Yeah.
Like, why did we jump from 1781 to 1965? 1968. Yeah. It's like, what happened here?
What happened? Right.
So I mean, and like, who came up with the idea that history has to be comfortable? I've never understood that.
Well, let's see. Since we all know that, you know, textbooks, most textbooks and certainly history books are written from the white male lens, from the white male gaze. And so history, only up until, in my estimation, probably the last 150 years, history's been written by the oppressor almost exclusively, right? And so you're going to make yourself look good. And if you're writing it, you're not going to make yourself look bad. But it's not the complete story. It's not the whole truth, right? And you know, I was fired from a teaching position, teaching history, in part because I taught real history, respecting the cultures and the stories of origin of all of the folks involved in a particular historical moment, right? You can't say that Columbus just captured a bunch of natives, right, and then took them back to King Ferdinand because they were willing to go, right? Let's go to Spain. No, they captured and killed Taino people. The Taino people have a very particular cultural history, and from that, we have to bring into how they were there in the place where Columbus showed up anyway, right? And the fact that they were imprisoned and captured and killed by the Columbus folks, and then imprisoned and put on the ship to take back to King Ferdinand to say, look, I didn't blow the job completely. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, there is no way, you know, there's really, well, I won't say there's no way because it happens every day, but to teach real history, truth, right, is to point a very, very hot light, a very bright light on the behaviors of European descendants in this country. I mean, there's no way not to, right? And that truth, those truths are not always pretty. Most of them are not pretty. And, you know, what House Bill 1775 says is that you can't teach those truths because they make me, white man, white person, feel uncomfortable or that I'm being attacked, when in fact, this is the history of this country.
Yep.
Right? And that's not to say that all white people are bad. It's to say that there's some bad history in relationship to the European interactions with folks of color in this country. It's mostly bad, right? It doesn't have to be perpetuated, right?
Yeah.
But if
Like,
we don't teach the truth, then how does anyone know any better?
It's better for all of us if some people are uncomfortable in high school than uncomfortable as adults learning it for the first time.
Right.
School's when you're supposed to feel uncomfortable.
Allegedly.
Learning is uncomfortable.
It should be.
So, well, I mean, even though it's a sad thing to end on, I think it's a good thing to end on because we've been doing this for 5 hours. The history of this live stream has been one of white oppression and sadness. No, yeah, I don't know how to fight that.
Yeah.
The critical race theory thing, because it's not even a real enemy. It's not the thing that's actually being taught.
It's not even being taught.
So you're fighting an enemy that isn't the enemy, and we don't even have the terms to describe the thing.
You mean like when Oklahoma tried to outlaw Sharia law?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not new that in politics people are trying to pass laws against things that don't exist to score political points.
Or hoodies, right? I didn't live here yet but I I've always paid attention to what's happening in this crazy state. But when Oklahoma, there were a law. Did it almost pass to actually ban the hoodies?
Wow.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
What is that saying?
Yeah.
What does that say? Hashtag what does that say? Which is almost as good as our earlier hashtag, class clowns for justice.
There you go.
Which is going to be the new
one.
tagline for this podcast.
I like that.
I like that.
Well, Q, thank you so much
Yes,
for
thank
joining.
you.
I know you're super busy. You can go back to planning your Halloween party. And thank you to anyone, if there is anyone, other than our two wives who are still watching at this point.
Maybe one of them.
Maybe one of them. Probably neither of them. They're probably both watching a baking show. But
Or the football game.
Game. Thank you all who donated.
Yes,
and
thank you very much.
The donation window will still be open for, technically PayPal says 23 days. I'll probably close it before then. But just know that your money is going to be split between Congregation B'nai Emunah and TMM to help with resettling our new Afghan neighbors. So,
And we have to thank, once again, our fairy pod mother, Marcia Bruno Todd. We have to thank Leadership Tulsa for hosting us. Without Leadership Tulsa, this podcast
would not
wouldn't
exist.
exist.
My life would be very different.
Right. We've both been profoundly impacted, I think, by Leadership Tulsa and the people that work here. So we have to say thank you to them. We would be very different people if it wasn't for Leadership Tulsa. So.
And thank you to thank one of our biggest fans out there who's always emailing and former guest, Dr. John Schumann. Thank you for all your support.
Yes.
And giving me great ideas for future interviews. So So with that, Oliver, shut it down. Bye, everybody.
Bye.